Hello, friends.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Someone new got the belt today.
In my Fire Monty era, congratulations. You get the belt.
I don't know
What
who
up,
that
Breezy?
is.
What's up, Russ Dog? I don't know either, but salute.
Yeah.
Johnny G is here. Warren's
Uh-oh.
up in here. Dr. David, obviously.
Means we're about to get punny.
Obviously. What's up, Zabo?
Thanks,
I saw Katrina.
all of
Where'd
you guys
Katrina go?
that showed up last night.
Katrina. Oh, well, King's
Hello.
Beat Pod?
Yeah.
Nice.
We keep doing live shows, and then Sean won't, first of all, he's always late. Always. And then secondly, he doesn't want to stop. So, last night's was an hour and 55 minutes again.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Bro, when Chris and I get to the 40-minute mark, I'm like, let's wrap this, dude.
Let's wrap.
If I'm scrolling my podcast feed and something is anything more than an hour 37, I'm out. That episode's getting skipped.
I like to keep it around an hour and 10, hour and 15.
That's a good
30 seconds
podcast length. What's up, Nick? Good morning, everybody. What's up, Lance? What's up, Mrs. Mac? What's up, Tyler? Boop. Ooh. Ooh. What's
Hello,
up, y'all?
Delivery Joe.
Good morning, friends. What up, y'all?
West Sacramento, KRX2 HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Always live on the Odyssey app. It's time now to go beyond the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. Salute to everybody listening on the ESPN 1320 radio station on the radio. Everybody here in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hello and good morning. Everybody listening on the free Odyssey app, good morning to you as well. If you're a podcast listener at the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show, available wherever you get your pods, hello to you from the past. Hope the future is going well. Dude, basketball is finally back. We have Kings basketball tonight at Golden One Center against the Golden State Warriors. About dang time, man. It feels like it's been a month since the Kings last played basketball.
Yeah, and they're only going to play 2 games here at home, and then they're gone again. I'm just my standard, ready for a game day gear. It does feel like it's been a while. It felt like yesterday when we walked in the gym for practice, it felt like it had been a while since we'd been there. So yeah, good to get back on the grind.
You were down at practice yesterday. I want to get to some of the stuff Doug Christie said, and see if it was. I don't want to say disconcerting, but I want to get your feel on it because I know that being there is sometimes a little different than seeing it on video. Do you think they accomplished a lot in practice yesterday? Are we going to see a dramatically different Kings team here in the second half?
I don't know. I mean, look, I know that they had got together the night before. It wasn't an official practice,
right?
So I'm guessing they did some walkthroughs, they did some film study, whatever they did the night before. I think it's tough to figure out how to grow this thing on the fly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think getting into practice yesterday, getting into practice tomorrow and Sunday, those are things that actually can matter because you can get back on the floor. You can see how the tweaks that you make, how they looked on the floor, and then you can start to make more tweaks over the weekend, more adjustments to what you're trying to do. But I definitely feel like this is a team that, they just need more time in the pot to simmer and try to figure each other out and try to grow organically. And whether that's going to happen this season or not, or in the final, I think what you're trying to do right now is you're trying to keep the wheels on the bus, right? Because if the wheels off the bus, then, we know how the final 10, 15 games of the season goes. If you can keep the thing going the right way right now and you can build any momentum, you can start to make the changes that you need, and you can keep everybody in tight and close together and pulling the same way. It's when the team realizes that they don't have a shot, that's usually when things go sideways.
Yeah, man. So that's, I guess, they got 27 games to do it. And realistically, it's not 27. It's probably more like this 11-game stretch we've talked about kind of ad nauseum all week. But that's the reality of it. We say 27 games, but if you lose 6 in a row here, it's not like, oh, hey, it's fine. You still got 21 games left. They have to put it together pretty quick here, and it starts tonight against Golden State, and then you got Charlotte, and then you're at Utah. It's 3 winnable games, and to me, if you got to go, what do we think in this 11? 7-4?
Yeah, you need 7-4. I mean, 8-3 would be great, but 7-4 is what you need.
I'm not banking on 8-3.
Yeah.
I think so. if they get to 6-2, okay, let's talk about it. But I'm not gonna put that expectation on them. I think 7-4 is right. But if you do want to get ambitious and you do want to get optimistic, it starts with winning those first 3. You get Golden State in a huge game. We'll talk about tonight's game specifically coming up here. You get Charlotte, that's a winnable game. You get Utah, that's a winnable game. All of a sudden, if you go 3-0, now you need to just split your final 8 to get to 7-4. Now I think that's when you can start maybe thinking a little bit more ambitiously.
Okay.
But it starts tonight against Golden State. And just to finish that out, it's Houston, Dallas, Denver, all on the road. Denver won again last night. They've won 10 in a row now, I think. They're just
9.
cruising.
Yeah, they're at 9 in a row. They are cruising. Yeah, they look like one of the better teams in basketball out of nowhere.
Yeah, man. So are we with the Kings? You mentioned, continuing to kind of gel and figure things out as they go along here, and really just keeping the train on the tracks until they can hit their stride, right? Are we expecting anything different immediately out of the break? Or do we think it's going to kind of look the same where they're in these games just kind of trying to figure out how to piece together a win, even if it doesn't look super cohesive?
Yeah. Okay. So I think like in the rundown or like via text, you hit me up and said no one asked Doug about like the starting lineup. And this is one of those things that I think with every head coach, you never know what the head coach, what their feelings are about giving out the starting lineup, talking about things like who's going to start in place of so-and-so tonight. Doug Christie has definitely erred on the side of he's not telling us anything about who's going to start. So I get the question, and I know a lot of people out there have that question, and they love for us to ask it. But if we ask it 5 times and every time the answer is like, I'm not going to give the starting lineup, then there's no reason to keep asking the same question. For me, like, I don't think we're going to see a massive change in the rotation in the starting lineup. Maybe a little bit of tweaks in the rotation, but we're going to have to wait and see because, again, Doug is a new head coach. He's got his own ideas. He spent the entire break watching film and studying his team and trying to figure out ways to improve this group. And maybe he sees the same thing that so many other people do see, that this team would be better off if they had more defensive players in the starting group or more defensive players playing longer minutes in the rotation. And so we're going to have to wait and see how he handles it. But I don't think we're going to see anything dramatic on Friday night. Like as everybody walks into Golden One Center, they're going to do announcements for the starting lineup, and we're going to be like, oh my gosh, what just happened?
Jake LaRavia is starting? Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be anything crazy like that. But I do think, and this is just how I view sports, all right? This is an insight into my brain. You're welcome, or I'm sorry. It feels like the rest of this season, like tonight has an outsized importance for me on what the rest of the season is going to look like. Like I feel like if you go out tonight and it's just flat and the Warriors put up 128 points on you in a win, and let's say 128 and 120 is the final. I'm just throwing numbers out. I would feel so down on, we talk about these next 11, I'd feel so down about their chances to hit 7-4. Whereas if they win tonight and just vice versa, let's say they control the game and they win 128-120, we're looking like, oh, okay. Hey, that was like, I would feel a lot better about it. There's so much riding on just this game tonight specifically. I'm putting a ton of importance on it.
Oh, I totally agree. And I think a lot of the importance is cranked up because of what happened the last time the Kings played when they lost to the Pelicans. Like, again, you don't have any room for error here. The margin of error is gone. So you need to win every game against whether they're sub 500 or right around 500 teams and below. Like the group of teams that are at your level right now, the Kings are one game over 500. Those teams and every team below you in the standings, you have to beat like pretty much every single game to have a legitimate shot at either play-in, like a strong play-in position or even, potential playoff spot. You have to take care of business against teams that aren't spectacular, and the Warriors fit into that. Although, the Warriors, out of all the teams that are around the Kings level, they're the most dangerous of all of them. This is a team that has, it has a true superstar that can bust you for 50 anytime. And then on top of that, they've got Jimmy Butler, and they've got, they've got players. They've got players that can get you, like Buddy Hield can drop 25 on you without any problems.
Sure.
There's a lot of things that people don't like about Buddy Hield, but what he can do is score. So that's a dangerous team, and this is going to probably be like if you're looking at the Utah and the Charlotte that you have coming up, even San Antonio you have coming up. This is one I would circle and say, hey, you have to find a way to get this one, but also you have to understand that this is one of the more dangerous ones, and they're going to have a huge crowd. Like Golden One Center is going to be like a sea of purple and yellow, and it won't be a Lakers game. It'll be, half Kings fans and half Warriors fans.
Sure. Yeah, it's not like Golden State is a winnable game insofar as they're in the same tier as the Kings right now. They're definitely, though. I think that's a good point. We lump them in together with Charlotte and Utah, but that's just like winnable games compared
What do
to.
You mean? The Kings are a team that's going to win the championship? I'm confused.
Well,
thanks, Draymond.
No, it's just like that. Those are, I mean, every game's winnable, right? It's the Kings have good players. They can go win any game theoretically, but it's a game where at Houston is a tough game. At Denver, going to be a really tough game. That De'Aaron Fox return against the Kings at Golden One Center, going to be a tough game. At the Clippers, that's a really tough game. Golden State, it's like, okay, that's a team just in. There's no extra storyline. There's nothing great. That's just a team in your tier. You're tied with them for the 9 and 10 seeds. You got to get them. This is one you got to go get, because, like you said, that margin of error is just gone. When the Lakers lose to the Jazz, it's not a huge deal because they have such a wide gap. They're so far ahead of they're so far over 500. The Kings don't have that luxury, unfortunately. So that's why when you get a team like Golden State that's in your tier, you got to go win it. But that's the bottom line.
Like, look, just match it up. I think the Kings have as much talent or more than the Golden State Warriors, and they don't have a Steph. That's for sure. But what they do have is they have way better depth and a way I don't know how, like, a more versatile ability to score the ball than I think Golden State does. And it's just whether or not they hit their shots, whether or not they move the ball, whether they pass like they should, and trying to get in a rhythm somehow. But I think the talent level on the Kings is probably higher than what we see on the Golden State Warriors, outside of that 1A that they have, even if he's a 35, 36-year-old Steph Curry.
He's almost 37, if you can believe that.
Oh, man, is he really?
30, yeah, it's March 14th. It's Pi Day. That's how I remember it. He turns 37 years old. Insane. Anyways, we'll talk a little bit more about Golden State in that matchup coming up here in a minute. You wrote this note down, and I wanted to respond to it. You said this team's so much more talented than it was a month ago. So why do we still feel the doom and gloom? And I think it's because it's more talented. Like they have a legitimate like 1 through 9 now, but I think the pieces fit together worse.
Yeah, like I honestly think, like, without any question, that like this team is more talented. It's funny. I was sitting out, show prepping with our friend Joe Brazil here, who's working.
Yeah, shout out to Joe. I'm sorry, I got so locked in at the beginning of the show, I forgot to mention that Joe's here. Love you, Joe.
Appreciate it, guys.
Joe's here. So we were sitting outside, and new Aaron came over, and he said he was listening to Run It Back, and we were discussing sort of this exact thing, like how come they have more talent, but you feel worse about like what their path forward is. And I said, hey, look, it's like, you have a bunch of salespeople, and what if you had like 7 salespeople, but they only knew how to sell one product, but you have like 7 products to sell, and you need someone to sell each of those products, not just the one product that everybody wants to sell. That's kind of what the Kings are. They're a team that has a whole bunch of scores, and they're slightly one-dimensional when it comes to that. And you have to have guys that rebound. You have to have guys that will dive on the floor. You have to have guys that will play defense at a high level. You have to have shot blockers. You have to have that's the way a basketball team is built. And I do feel like this is an incredibly talented team, and if somehow they're able to harness that talent, and like they very well could go on a run here and just shock us all. That's within the realm of possibility. But that doesn't mean that we expect that, because we have seen the steps back that they've taken over the last couple of weeks. Every time they take step forwards, they take steps back. And then on top of that, I think, offensive rating, defensive rating, like you start to look at the advanced stats and what do they tell you? And they paint a picture that isn't as complimentary as you would hope. And it's tough.
Well, and here's the other thing. They won 7 in a row. Then they lose to Milwaukee. Then you win 3 in a row. And since winning 3 in a row, that ended against Golden State on January 22nd. That was your 3rd consecutive victory. Since then, you've lost by 9 to the Nuggets in a game where you were down $1 million in the 4th quarter.
Yep.
You lose by 23 to the Knicks. You beat Brooklyn, but then you lose by 13 to the 76ers with no Joel Embiid. You lose by 34 to Oklahoma City. You get a really good win in Minnesota. That is a nice 2-point win in Minnesota. Then you lose by 19 to Orlando. You go to Portland and you lose by 6. All right. And then you beat New Orleans by 5. You stuck past New Orleans. You beat a shorthanded Mavs team in OT by 1. You beat the Pelicans by 8, and then you lose to the Pelicans. Like, it just hasn't been super impressive lately. So the roster can be better on paper for sure, but what we're seeing on the court, at least what I'm seeing on the court, has not been up to the standard that I hoped for with this team. Like, it's just kind of it. Like, they're just they are what they are right now. They are what their record says they are, and that stinks.
No, I don't know if they stink, but I do think that they are.
Let me just real quick. That stinks that they're here and not where we thought they would be. They don't stink.
Got it. Yeah, but what they are is really they're a 500 team.
Exactly.
And I mean that's tough, but that's you get to a point in the season where you realize you are who you are.
Yep. Like that's.
I think we've got to go to break, Kyle.
We do. I got it. I'm on the clock. Yeah, we'll keep talking about this. We'll dive into the Kings-Warriors matchup tonight. We'll have plenty of more Kings second half. Doug Christie talked yesterday, had some interesting things to say about the Kings rotations. And then the Kings get any help last night. We'll dive into that as well. Plenty of hoops talk coming up here on the Insiders. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's rocking with us today as well. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and it's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Joe, if you could just let me know that that we're clear.
Clear.
My man. Thanks.
When do we have? Is this Reed in this block?
No. We got Underdog at 56.
Cool. All right.
Oh, what was I
feel like Chatty House always has good suggestions for traveling, especially around here, right? So I'm going to Monterey this weekend. I would love to hear
Monterey.
If anybody has suggestions. What are we going to do? I'm going to be there a day earlier than I should. So because we got plans to golf on Sunday. So Saturday, let me know what I could do, dude. What can I get
Have you
into?
ever been to the aquarium?
Actually I haven't. And I am going to the aquarium on Monday. So I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Excited about that.
Okay.
But other than that, I feel like there's got to be something else to do, right? Like,
There's this really, I cannot for the life of me remember what it's called, but when my wife and I went, there was this little winery right there. I think there's a couple of them. They're like tasting rooms for various wineries in the region. And I got to tell you, they are generous with their pours.
Okay,
We had a great time.
Send me the address.
Yeah,
All right.
I'll find what it's called and see if it's.
All right.
Intercontinental.
Rent a kayak. We were thinking about going fishing. My friend's like, "Oh, we don't need fishing licenses to fish off the docks." I'm like, "I don't believe you. I'm not gonna just take your word for that. You know,
To go fishing off the docks?
without a fishing license."
Oh,
He's like,
no.
"Oh, you don't need a license."
Oh, no.
I don't
you
believe
need
that.
a license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that would be insane. Don't 1000% don't just start. Oh, hey, this is a great suggestion. Alvarado Street Brewing. I don't know if you're a beer guy, Joe.
Oh,
but,
yeah. More than wine, so
really,
yeah.
really good beer and good food too.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys. Oh, you can crab. Okay, that actually makes sense. That checks out.
Well, but you need to be cautious on that. Your different types of crabs, and then you have the crab measuring stick.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring all that with me.
Yeah.
I could see myself explaining this to like the warden, like, "Oh, I read online that I don't need to do any of this. Why am I in trouble?"
The Chatty House explicitly stated.
Yeah, exactly.
Bargetto is the name of the winery. It's right next to the Intercontinental Hotel.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, dude. Shout out to Bargetto. Had a great time in there. I ended up signing up for a membership because they gave me so much wine. It's like, bet I'd love coming out to Monterey. I'll come out here anytime.
Dude,
it's like a 3-hour drive from my house.
Yeah, exactly.
Those long pours, they paid off. They got Kyle's money.
But dude, they got me good. And then they served me this like empanada thing, this like house-made empanada thing. I was like, bet, this is great.
Boy, they pulled all the stops out to get Kyle to sign up for the
They
winery.
really did. They spotted a sucker.
Like the pours are great. I'm in a timeshare now. 30 seconds.
Shout out to the guy in the chat that just keeps calling either you or I Kyle. I'm not sure which one of us haters, and so we never say a nice thing about the Kings. I don't know why you're here then.
I can't play the rejoin music over the stream though, right? Because it might be copywritten.
Here's the issue, or here's the deal, man. Like, I was super high on the Kings for a lot of this year, and then everything hit the fan, and now they've been super mid since then. I'll just talk through the rejoin. I don't give a damn, bro. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Huge game for tonight for the Kings against Golden State at the Golden One. I'm sorry, not the Golden One Center. At Golden One Center.
Yep, can't say the.
No, it's just Golden One Center. No the. Look, I mean, at the very base level, and we'll dive into the game a little bit here. But for Sacramento, when you're talking about how big of a game this is, you're tied with Golden State. This is a chance to get a game of separation on them, and frankly, with the way this season is kind of winding down and the way the play-in group kind of looks, any tiebreaker you can get over a team could be a big one. It could be the difference between going on the road and playing at home in the first play-in game. It could be the difference between having to play one play-in game or two. So getting away from the Golden State of it all and them coming to town as kind of the interstate rival. Like, this is just a huge game for the Kings from a standings perspective.
Yeah, I mean, right now you have a 2-0 advantage in the season series against Golden State Warriors. If you win this game, you own the season series. And I think if we look at where the Kings are at when it comes to season series, they're actually looking pretty good. They've got a 2-0 advantage on the Mavs, and they've already won that series because there's only 3 games this year. Like, if you just go up and down the standings, they've got a 2-0 advantage on the Rockets. They only play 3 games, so they already won that. The Clippers, they've lost 2 with 2 games left, but the Lakers, they lost that 0-4. They do have advantages. Even the Grizzlies, the Kings are 1-1 against the Grizzlies with 1 game left. So these games matter. You got to find ways to beat teams in your division, teams in your conference, and teams that are around you in the standings. If you're going to have any chance of, again, like there's a big difference between being a 7 seed and needing 1 win to get into the playoffs, and being a 9 seed and needing 2 wins, or being a 10 seed and needing to win not only 2 games, but 2 games on the road. And that's where I think like this is a put up or shut up moment, because if you lose these types of games, it just puts you in a really bad position come playoff time, come seeding time, whether it's play-in or it's playoffs.
Yeah, and I don't think at any point this year there's going to be a major separation from either Golden State or Sacramento in this kind of race here. I don't think either team is ever going to be 6 games ahead of the other one. I don't know that either of them are capable of stringing together enough wins, or bad enough, bad enough to string together that many losses. I think they're both kind of in that boat.
I think the one advantage that Golden State has is their strength of schedule is 22nd in the league. They have a 488 strength of schedule remaining in 27 games, where the Kings have a 534 strength of schedule. And, so as of right now, the Kings have moved all the way down to 4th, just because the Lakers, the Suns, and the Nuggets all played last night, and their schedule is getting more difficult as the season goes on. Once the Kings get done with like the next 5 games, their strength of schedule is probably going to be the most difficult in the league. Like their final 22 games is bonkers. And so we're going to keep an eye on that. But that's, I think, the one advantage that Golden State has in this chase is that they just really don't have a very tough schedule and down the stretch. And that means that they've had a really tough opening schedule. But there are other teams in that boat. Like Dallas has the 18th toughest schedule from here on out. So if you're looking at teams that are around the Kings in the standings, Minnesota has the 26th most difficult schedule. Like they have 26 games left, and like a lot of it's cupcake stuff. And so you've got to take advantage when you have teams that are in the lower tier, that are in your easiest opponent bucket. You have to take advantage of those games.
Yeah, no doubt. Golden State 3-1 since Jimmy Butler got on the roster. Hey, it's kind of fun that Warriors Kings is like a rivalry now, because there was just never a point where they were good at the same time.
Yep.
So it's fun that these games all of a sudden have mattered for what, three seasons now.
I think it's funny.
That's a fun thing. I know that it gets kind of heated and intense sometimes, but it's just nice that there's this Kings Warriors rivalry, even though we would prefer to see the Kings battling at the top of the Western standings and not for the last play-in spot. But aside from that, we get fun matchups when these two teams play.
Yeah, I think the fact is, for the course of the 40 years the Kings have been in Sacramento, either the Warriors or the Kings were horrible, like almost every single season. This is the only time that we've ever seen both the teams be like mediocre at the same time.
Yeah.
It's typically, like, again, during the 16-year playoff drought, for the Kings, the Warriors won 4 championships.
Yep.
During the 8-year run where the Kings were really good, the Warriors were absolutely horrible. I mean, they missed the playoffs like 18 out of 19 years, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of funny. We're at this point where I don't think they're both good at the same time. I think they're both mediocre at the same time, but they're at least on the same playing field of mediocrity, and that's kind of funny.
Yeah. It looked a couple of years ago like they were, and this is, I guess, bad news for Sacramento, because it looked in 22-23 like, okay, that's the Warriors' last big swing on the Kings. They're going opposite directions. Kings are ascending. Golden State's getting older. They're on the decline, and the Kings have kind of fallen back into where the Warriors were headed. So that's not obviously positive, but it's nice that these games have a little meaning. That's all.
I agree.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Starters tonight. Yeah.
Starters tonight, we're expecting the same. Monk, Levine, DeRozan, Murray, Sabonis.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that's going to be the same. Like Doug could pull a fast one on us here at the last second. and just like look at the videotape and say, hey, there are some things that I could do here that are different, but I just don't think he's going to pull the trigger on that yet.
All
Mm,
right. We'll
yeah.
talk about it. I have thoughts. For the Warriors, who the heck knows? Steph, Brandon Pajemski, maybe Moses Moody with Jimmy Butler and Draymond. They've used,
Yeah,
I
that's
think, the most starting lineups in the league this year.
okay. I mean,
So-
they like to throw a big at Domas, so maybe they change that up a little bit. But you know, the
I don't-
guy who always kills the Kings, it's Moody. Moody just comes out and busts up the Kings, and then for some reason,
player,
Steve Kerr's
dude.
like, "No, you're too good. Go back to the bench. 14 minutes for you.
14.
14 points. 14 points. 14 minutes. You're out. That's not okay."
It is uncanny, dude. I have no idea.
Listen,
I don't want to dive into Moses Moody minutes, but it's an insane thing that's been going on for 3 years now. I kind of agree with you. The only thing is Domas has stuffed Trace Jackson Davis in a locker every single time they've played. So I don't know that Golden State's going to want to give him that opportunity early to really get rolling.
They'll roll Looney out there and say, "Let's see what he's got."
Probably not. Probably not at this point. Maybe. I wouldn't possibly.
Okay.
But we'll see. No injuries for the Kings. For Golden State, Jonathan Kuminga working his way back from a pretty severe ankle injury. He's practicing, still not cleared for contact. Sounds like he's a ways off from returning, so he's out tonight. That's the key injury for Golden State. My matchup of the game is Keegan Murray against Jimmy Butler. That's a big one for me because I think Keon on Steph is obviously one that we're going to keep a close eye on.
Yep.
But Jimmy Butler can, with the way he gets to the free throw line and the way he can foul grift, can really put the Kings in a tough spot if he gets Keegan Murray in foul trouble, especially early in the game. So that's one I'm watching really close tonight.
Yeah, that's intriguing because I also think that the Warriors are going to use Jimmy Butler defensively. They'll shift him over and have him defend DeMar DeRozan for a lot of the time. At least that's what I think that they'll do. So I think you can get them caught in matchups and switches. But what you need realistically is you need a super, super aggressive Keegan Murray tonight. Like he's got to be aggressive on the defensive end, but defend without fouling. But he's got to put up shots. And that's it. I mean, he has to be super aggressive. He's got to move off the ball. He's got to go in. And again, they don't have a natural shot blocker. So go in and throw down a couple of dunks. The Kings are a better version of themselves when Keon is aggressive and when he's getting to the basket. I think that's a great matchup. I also, I'm excited to see the Steph versus Keon Ellis because it's just fun. Keon Ellis is so much fun to watch.
Yeah. That'll be a big one for sure. We'll get it. We'll talk about how I think the Kings are going to defend Steph later, but the reason I didn't put Keon and Steph specifically is because we saw the Kings double Steph so many times the last time they played. It was just throw two bodies at him, make him get rid of the ball, and then keep two bodies on him and let the other dudes play 3-on-4.
I think the difference is this team has Jimmy Butler, and that's what changes everything. That's why, having that secondary scorer, that secondary guy that people fear is what really opens things up for Steph.
Yeah, and if Keon can I don't want to say shut Steph down because that's a tough thing to put on somebody's shoulders, but just limit him, make him take tough shots. That's I think kind of where you're hoping Keon can be. But yeah, Keegan against Jimmy Butler is the thing I'm watching because Jimmy Butler has just been such a big deal for Golden State from a secondary creation standpoint. And if Keegan can help take that away, it limits Golden State's offense even more. So that's the one I'm watching the closest. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Huge game tonight. Kings, Warriors, Golden One Center. Cannot wait. We'll have Kings to victory for you coming up in a bit. I feel really good about our keys today. I was going through there. Sometimes I'm like, I don't really know. I feel good about the keys today. If they follow us, they're gonna get a dub. You can hear that right here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento sports leader. So the Kings had a practice yesterday, and Doug Christie talked after practice. Didn't get asked about the starting lineup, but he did get asked about like the closing lineup and rotations. Did you feel I not that I'm expecting Doug to be like, yeah, hey, here's exactly what we're gonna do. But he got asked about the closing lineup, and he said, quote, "It's always going to be a problem. It's an age-long problem that we haven't always had here, to be honest with you. Credit to the front office and everybody there. They did a good job with bringing in talent. The bottom line is we win the game. I don't care how it happens, and hopefully everyone is on the same page with that." I push back on that a little because I think the problem with the Kings closing lineup is not that they have too many good players. It's really obvious to me what the closing lineup needs to look like. They just have too many redundant players that for some reason they can't put on the bench. For whether it's because they're a Hall of Famer or they make too much money or because they're the only point guard. Like Keon Ellis should be closing games. Bottom line, that is a no-brainer to me. But when Doug says it's going to be a problem, it's that. It's not that like, oh my God, just too many good players. Who do we even begin to close with? It's like, no, there's too many redundant players that either make too much money or have too much on their resume to sit. So the closing lineup is going to be not maximized, or they're going to have a hard time maximizing it.
I think Doug was looking more globally, as in like, look, I've got a bunch of talent, and I'm going to have to figure out who's playing the best and who's going to be there. And the point that he makes is, you haven't always had that problem here. And he probably didn't have that problem 6 weeks ago, sure. or even a month ago. Like he didn't have enough talent, and so now you as a coach, you've got to figure out not just like who makes sense, like as your standard closing lineup, but who might make sense in like when they're hot or when they're not, and like how do you adjust on the fly? How do you match up against a team? And I think that's where it's like, hey, look. You can't run the same starting and the same closing lineup against every team and think you're going to have the same success, right?
Sure.
Every team is different, and that's why I think there are certain teams where you have to have Keon Ellis in the on the floor late in a game because you have to get a stop. There are other games where like you might just match up and you might be able to get those stops without having to sit there and put Keon Ellis on the most dynamic score that they have. Sure. I think every game has its own personality, but I think that's what Doug was referencing there. Is like, it's a good problem to have. All of a sudden I have talent, where before maybe I didn't. And so you'd rather have more talent than less talent. Although I think you'd rather have talent that fit better together than just a whole bunch of a collection of players.
Yeah, that's the thing is nobody's pining for Jake LaRavia or Jonas Valanciunas to close.
Oh, that's true.
So you have the exact same problem that you had before. You have like 6 guys theoretically that can close a game. You're just swapping out Zach LaVine for De'Aaron Fox, or Zach LaVine for De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah,
and like Keon should still be in the closing lineup. Like it's that to me, it's not like we can sit here and we can talk about who should start the game and all that, and you can't put so and so on the bench because of this or whatever. That to me, when you talk about like problems putting together a closing lineup, that's the problem. It's not like who do we play? It's you can't, because of whatever narrative, can't bench that guy in a closing lineup. And my question, I guess for Doug would be, because he goes on to say the rotations and all those things, it's going to be whatever it takes to win the ball game. Some nights it may be this way. Some nights it might be that way. Some nights you play a lot. Some nights you don't play as much, but hopefully on the left side of the ledger, it's a W for the Kings. Are these conversations that he's had? Has he sat down with Zach LaVine and with DeMar DeRozan and with Malik Monk and said, hey, there's going to be nights where you're not closing and you got to be okay with that?
I think he probably has.
I hope so.
Or at least he's had a conversation with the team as a whole and said, hey, look, we're trying to win games here. So don't get your feelings hurt if you don't play in this situation or that situation. Just understand we're trying to win games. Like, that's at the end of the day, I'm going to do what's best for the whole. I'm not going to do what's best for your scoring average or for your shot attempts or anything else. I'm going to do what's best for the group. And sometimes that means that you sit, and sometimes it means that you don't, that you play the whole game, So like at the end of the day, it's on Doug to watch the game, to like see what's working and what's not working. But I think my question, Kyle, is like, your closing lineup includes Keon Ellis. Who's out? Like if you were to say it right now, like who do you take out of the closing lineup if you're making the decision today?
So I think that's where when Doug says some nights it's going to be different, because to me, Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis are going to be in the game to close, or at least they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, and DeMar DeRozan, it's just if DeMar's cooking, like, yeah, you're going to keep him in the game. And if Zach LaVine is a bystander, then he's going to sit. But if Zach LaVine is 7 of 8 from 3, and DeMar is 4 of 15 from the field, like, yeah, DeMar's going to sit. Or Malik, pick numbers, and maybe Malik's not having a good night and the other two guys are, then it's Malik who's out. To me, if you're in a tight game, and again, this is we're pretending it's tied. And you need to get a stop. I don't know how you justify not having Keon on the floor. To me, their issue against the Pelicans was they couldn't get a stop. And Kenny and I talked about this on D-Lo and KC last week. And Kenny's thing was like, well, Keegan didn't play well enough. Like, this is a Keegan problem. Keegan couldn't stop CJ McCollum. And it's like, well, then try something different. Like, maybe it's not Keegan. If
maybe
Keegan's
it's
having
not 6'8" power forward on a point guard, maybe that's not the best thing to do.
Yeah, if he's having a tough time, then you have to move some things around for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, when you have so many guys who are adept at scoring the basketball, to me, it's not the Kings quote unquote issue closing games has not been their ability to score. I haven't looked at their closing lineups and been like, wow, there's just not enough offense here.
Nope.
It's constantly, there's not enough defense, and they spend a lot of offensive possessions with two guys standing around because one guy has the ball in his hands and he's trying to get to his shot.
Yep.
And I'd rather have Keon Ellis playing defense and then Keon Ellis standing above the break waiting for a catch and shoot 3 than one of those other 3 guys.
No, I get you.
I'm not saying it's easy. I know it's going to be tough and it's going to be a game-by-game thing. And if you're down 15, then yeah, you're going to want as much offense on the floor as possible to try and figure your way back into the game. But just I watch Keon Ellis be impactful night in and night out. And like, man, not starting and not closing, I feel like you're just kind of wasting one of your assets that actually fixes one of your problems. But we'll keep talking about this. This conversation isn't going anywhere, I promise. But the Kings didn't play last night, but a bunch of other NBA teams did. Did Sacramento get any help? We'll tell you next on the Insiders. He's James Hammond, Kyle Madson, Joe Brazil's riding with us on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
We lined it up one time, and my computer clock is the same clock as the station.
Okay. Cool.
Is it early in the 41 minute right now?
Yeah, 41:06.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
So I think I'm good on times. I think.
Yeah, I think we're a minute over on that one.
That's fine.
Yeah.
39.
I'll take the responsibility for that, guys. I'll take the fall.
No, I have 40 in my head. It probably says 39 on the rundown because I didn't update the times.
Oh,
40 is technically the out. But anyways, sorry. Hi everybody.
You guys see the A's are talking about possibly extending Butler?
Yeah.
I mean, I really like him. I'm excited about that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's very good.
He's a hooper for sure.
30 home
big
runs
Hawks
coming
guy. Maybe.
Instead of help?
Oh, that's right. He is a big Hawks guy.
Yeah.
I just like NBA guru Zach. Why didn't Sean take your bet on Keegan's salary? I'm gonna guess it's because Sean doesn't know you and doesn't want to go out to dinner with you because he doesn't know you. So he's not gonna take a bet where he's going to Ruth Chris with you. Just saying.
I told Sean Cunningham the other day, I was like, hey, we need to, and I know Sean. And I said, dude, we got to go get drinks at somewhere with the touch tunes so we can just play all the pop girly music that we're into and have some beers. And he was like, whatever. All right, man. Cool.
It's like, well, that's
Go
probably
by
not going to
myself.
happen, Kyle.
I'll do it with y'all. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, because Sean eats steak. I'm sure he likes Ruth Chris.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Plus, it's not the food.
Sean doesn't have any like stake in the race. Like realistically, he doesn't. He thinks that he'll get above like 28.5 million. I think Brendan and I both think he'll make more like 22 to 25.
Hey, the other thing real quick on this is sometimes good players are just going to score the basketball. I don't think CJ McCollum scoring a bunch of points late in that game on February 13th is a reason to like not have Keon and Keegan in the closing lineup. Like that doesn't play to me.
Well, that and like if a guy's going crazy like that, send the second person at him. Get the ball out of his hands. And like I think the Kings they were tired. They were ready to go to the All-Star break, and they thought that team was going to roll over, and they didn't. And I think you let a team stick around long enough, and then a really, really good shooter busted you up.
Yep.
And that's just that's something you can't do. You have to put that team away early, and they didn't do it, and they got beat because of it.
Yep. I think they went into that game with like throw your jerseys on the court and win type of attitude. Yeah, I will cover A's games for sure.
Yeah, I want to go cover some A's games too. I don't know how they're going to fit us in the box. So like they've got to like expand.
I will cruise around the concourse, bro. I can go cover a game from the lawn.
All right.
I'd go to dinner with John Bull.
The Chargers the Saints have officially hired Brandon Staley as their defensive coordinator.
Oh, nice. Good for him.
Yeah. That's according to Adam Schefter.
No. You're not a bad fan if you think your team's going to lose. I guess not. At least not to me. It's just being realistic. What? Why are you looking like something's happening?
I think Joe said something.
Oh. I will talk through the break. I don't care, man. I'll just talk. I don't. Doesn't matter to me. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe. Excuse me. Here we go. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. If you heard that, I'm still at the home studio because I can't shake this cough, and I'm just trying not to give it to anybody else. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. A little bit of 49ers news. Brandon Staley, their assistant head coach, is officially hired as the defensive coordinator of the New Orleans Saints. Not a huge surprise, given how disastrous last season went. I get what they were trying to do. Brandon Staley comes from the Vic Fangio defensive tree. So he's more of that like 3-4 defense than the 4-3 that the 49ers run, just in kind of the base scheme, right? So they were just trying to get some different eyeballs and different thoughts on their defense. And I don't think that went particularly well. So
yeah, I don't think so either.
They have Gus Bradley, I think, is going to take on the role that Brandon Staley had, except Gus Bradley has extensive knowledge in the defense the 49ers are trying to run, and he also knows Robert Saleh, who's the new defensive coordinator. So I think that'll be a better look for the 49ers, and I expect them to be at least a little bit better this year. Maybe they don't go to the Super Bowl. I think they're going to be better than 6-11, though. Shifting gears back to the Kings because we have basketball back tonight. Did they get any help last night? We'll take a look around the NBA scoreboard with and not that I want to start with a couple here, or at least one that doesn't necessarily impact the Kings because I don't think they're catching this team. But the Nuggets beat the Hornets 129-115. They've now won 9 in a row. Jokic over that 9-game stretch is averaging like a 30-point triple-double, and he's shooting 60% from the field. Not Kings related, but are the Nuggets going to the finals?
They're really good, man. He's just like an incredible talent. I don't know how anyone is going to stop him. It's possible that OKC has the horses to get through.
Sure.
But like, I think what's best for the NBA right now, what's best for the Western Conference is that Denver is the either the 2 or the 3 seed. So we don't see those guys in the second round. That we see them like that's gonna be the best 2 teams in the Western Conference when it's all said and done. And I love what Houston's done this year, but they just fell behind. They just fell behind Denver in the standings. And like well, actually, Memphis just fell behind Denver in the standings. Denver's all the way up to number 2. But again, I think that we're starting to see where teams settle. And we'll see how this last 27 games or 25 games, whatever teams have to play, looks like. But I do believe that Denver is they're probably the second best team in the Western Conference, and they're also probably, I don't know, the 3rd, 4th best team in the NBA right now. And I would not be shocked if they make it to the finals, and that would be because they're well coached and they have they're seasoned and they've been there before, and they know what going through the first round, the second round, the third round, and making it to the finals feels like, where OKC hasn't had that full experience yet.
Yeah, that's just it. And maybe, like you said, OKC is just that dominant in the last couple of years in the play-in and then going to the conference semis last year. Maybe that is enough for them to take that leap this year. But man, Denver is just playing really, really well right now. And it wouldn't shock me at all if they wind up making a run. We have a real treat for everybody. Before we get to the rest of the NBA scoreboard, the famous Joe in Elk Grove is on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Joe, you're on the Insiders. Go ahead and break a little news, buddy.
Hello, Mr. Ham.
Hello.
I ran into Mr. Sam Amick yesterday at Fat Mike's Pizza on Grant Line Road in Wilton, California.
Okay.
And he was telling me that the Kings will be making a run at John Morant next year or Evan Mobley from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Do you know anything about this? And I'll take my answer off the air. And thank you. You have a good day. This is Joe from Elk Grove, the Kings Real Insight.
Wow.
Well, Joe, if it's okay with you, we're going to give you the answer on the air. Yeah, that's big time. John Morant, Evan Mobley, thoughts?
Well, I think that going after a player like Evan Mobley, who is the second best player on the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, would be a great idea.
I agree.
I just don't think you're going to be able to get him.
Does Evan Mobley fit alongside Domantas Sabonis? Let's talk about it.
Absolutely, he would fit.
Oh, yeah.
Longtime Evan Mobley fan. Loved him in the draft.
Can I tell you a secret? I don't know if it's not a secret. Can I tell you something you probably don't know about me?
Okay.
Did you know I own an Evan Mobley Cavs jersey?
What?
Yes. That's a fact.
Now I
size too small, so I can't wear it.
Totally different of you, Kyle.
But that's something I own. It's so
I don't know. You know what is funny? I'll run into Sam probably tonight, and I'll make sure that Sam knows that telling Joe from Elk Grove anything at a pizza parlor in Wilton, California is a bad idea, because he's going to go on a different radio station and tell everybody what you said.
So help me God, if we get a tweet from Spurs reporter, it's like per source. Kings expected to make a run in the offseason at Evan Mobley or John Morant.
Wow.
Shout out to Joe in Elk Grove, an absolute legend.
That's spectacular.
Getting back to the scoreboard from last night, a big one for the Kings. The Bucks beat the Clippers 116-110. Look, in the pie in the sky world where the Kings make a run at the number 6 seed, any amount of losses the Clippers can stack up is big. Because I think that's kind of what it's going to take is not only the Kings winning some games down the stretch, but they're going to need the teams in front of them to really, really fall off. And the Clippers loss to the Bucks is a good start.
Yeah, I mean the Clippers are 7 games over 500, and that's precarious because you can drop pretty quickly. That's when you're in that position, and if the Kings can start to build some momentum, then the teams like Minnesota and teams like the Clippers are right there. Like you can catch them. I think there's a possibility the Lakers, who are 12 games over 500. I think the Lakers could fall apart here just because of trying to integrate new pieces. I don't think that it's just like this straight climb to the top for them, but we'll see. Again, you always have to worry about injuries, both with Luka and with LeBron, just like you did with AD, and you have to worry about just a straight up mileage that these guys have put on their bodies. So, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked, but I wouldn't be shocked if they fell a little bit. I don't think the Kings can catch the Lakers. But,
so
the other
the Lakers beat the Blazers last night 110-102. I actually think the Lakers are going to lock up a top 6 seed.
Okay.
Maybe injuries, but you could say that for any team. If Domas gets hurt, then the Kings are hosed too. Like that's if Steph gets hurt, the Warriors are host. Like that's just that's the reality. I think they have just enough talent around LeBron and Luka that I don't know if they'll win a playoff series. Their defense is not probably going to be great, but those two guys, I will take them down the stretch of games. And I think Luka, as he gets back into basketball shape, because remember he hadn't been playing and he struggled a little bit lately, but I think he and LeBron are going to figure it out here and be really, really tough. So I don't think we're going to see a major slide from them.
I think that you can, like, both things can be true. I don't think a major slide, but I definitely think that they can slide. And I do think that grouping, like long term, whatever that means, because LeBron's like in his 40s, but like that team is going to be tough. They're going to be a tough out, but they still don't have the team built around that group. And so it's just going to be the combination of two dudes who can score on anybody at any time. So
sounds like the Kings.
Yeah, the Kings. Well, I think the Kings have more than 2 dudes that can just score on anybody at any time. Okay. But at least I do know that there are a couple of people on the Lakers that play defense as well.
For sure. And then the last one, the Spurs beat the hell out of the Suns, 120-109 with no Wemby. Dude, the Suns are cooked. Like cooked. Done. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm out.
You're out?
Yeah, dude. I think the top I think the top 10 is set. In some order.
Okay. All right. I mean,
I don't think San Antonio's going to be able to string together enough wins without Wemby. Impressive last night, to be sure. But I don't think they're talented enough without Victor Wembanyama. And the Suns losing by 11 to that team, I think the Suns are checked out. I think the Suns are also done.
Yeah, you're probably right, man. The Suns are a team that just have so much talent and so much high-end talent, but to see them like not figure it out and to be this bad and for them to go out and get pieces that might help them get better and not being able to use those pieces, because there's a big difference between switching out like Nurkic for, Nick Richards, like,
sure,
as opposed to like what the Kings have done, where they switched out De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine. That's a big difference. The core of that team should still be good. They just gave them different pieces and better pieces to work with, and they're not figuring that out.
Yeah, man. I'd be deeply concerned if I was a Suns fan right now. You know what I'm not concerned about though, James?
I don't know.
You know what I'm not concerned about? My underdog picks for tonight. I feel so good. The Kings are back, so you already know I've got a Kings Warriors lineup set tonight. And with underdogs pick'em game, it's super easy. You pick higher or lower on 2-player stats, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. It's really, really that easy. And it's not just basketball. Obviously, basketball is a perfect time to get in, but they've got all your favorite leagues, all your favorite stars. You can mix and match sports. If you're into that, they got college sports. They got almost anything you can think of. Underdog has got it for you to make a lineup. And here's what my lineup looks like tonight when the Kings and Warriors face off at Golden One Center. With Underdog Daily Fantasy, of course. I've got Stephen Curry. I'm going to go lower than 26.5 points because I think the Kings are going to once again make a concerted effort to make sure that Steph Curry is not beating them and getting the ball out of his hands. Domantas Sabonis, I'm going higher than 14.5 rebounds just because Golden State does not have a ton of size. And Kevon Looney is not playing nearly enough to, I think, keep Domas off the glass. And then Malik Monk, I'm going higher than 19.5 points because the Warriors don't have a ton of guys who are good at the point of attack. And I think Malik's going to be able to get downhill and score when he wants. And he knows it's a big game. And those are the ones he shows up for. So I think Malik's going to have a big night. Play along with me. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM at the Underdog app. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.mpcgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Kings Keys to Victory coming up next. He's James Ham, I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's riding with us on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
Clear. That was also really impressive there at the end. You really sped it up.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I was fighting off a cough.
Oh, I see Charlie.
Hi, Charlie.
Yeah, the mic is hot. You need me to shut it off?
Oh. Oh, snap. I'm not saying anything because I think I'm in James's ear still.
That's it, Kyle. Been good to work
Charlie.
with you.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Thanks,
He had
guys.
the same thing yesterday when Aaron called him right in the middle. That's funny.
I don't know if I said the phone call from the boss was not related to anything with our show.
Yeah. Oh, you and I had that discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was about the other thing we discussed yesterday. The live thing that we'll do.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Did you see my email on that?
I don't think so.
Oh, I just kind of relayed what I said to you yesterday. I relayed it to the whole group.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know if I got that response from you.
Hey, Bryce.
Oh, no, I did.
Yeah, it's been 86th.
No, I didn't get the other email. I got the basic one that you sent.
Really?
I got the one where you said you have a couple of things to iron out with your other job, but that's easy.
Yeah. And then I'd love to have a meeting or two.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so maybe I did get the email that you sent. Cool.
You better come back, Kyle.
Thanks, Joe.
Anytime, man.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and then we'll take you into the weekend right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's rocking with us. The Kings are back in action tonight at Golden One Center against the Golden State Warriors. The team tied with them in the standings. They are tied for the final 2 play-in spots. We've talked a little bit about what's going on elsewhere in the standings. But for the Kings and Warriors, this is a big game tonight for various reasons, going beyond just the fact that a little bit of an interstate rivalry, forgetting the Suns and the Spurs who are trying to track down the Kings and Warriors at the moment. If the Kings want to start climbing the standings, these are the games you got to get, man. Like that's the bottom line tonight. Doug Christie said it a bunch at practice yesterday. Like win. That's the bottom line. Forget how you do it. Forget who's playing, who's not playing. You just got to start cobbling together some wins, and I think that's correct.
Yeah, I think it's like super imperative that they forget about all of the other things. You just have to go out there and like give your best effort each and every night. And like again, I don't care if it's pretty. I don't care if it's just the smoothest thing ever. And like, look, if there comes a point where like this team just has to score 145 because they're giving up 140 a night, okay, like just do it. Like figure out a way each and every night to win the game. Yeah. And I think it again, when you're looking at a 27 game stretch, and it means a difference between you making the playoffs or not, being a play-in team or not, having maybe some people get fired or not, maybe someone earning a job or not. It just comes down to one thing, and that's the left-hand column, like Doug talked about at practice yesterday. Just try to get in the win column, and that's all that matters.
Yep. Chester Jackson said it in the chat. Playoffs start tonight for the Kings. And I think that's a good way to put it. You got to go get this one. So let's get to keys to victory. How do the Kings get a win tonight against the Golden State Warriors? We've got 3 keys each. If the Kings follow these, I think they'll get a W. James, what is your first key? I don't have a button to push. So dang.
If only we had that bell that was sitting in the office the other day.
Dang. I don't. I'm trying to think. I don't have a bell in my home studio. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. We can figure this out. Ride the wave of the bipartisan crowd. This is going to be a great crowd, and like I like that Warriors fans like show up and it becomes like this back and forth thing. It's fun. Like I think it's fun. So what that means though is that when you hear that opposing crowd start to make a bunch of noise, that's usually not a good thing, and you need to figure out a way to shut them up. And that typically means you need to play defense. You need to like ride the wave of your own crowd, hit your shots, like play well offensively. But when you start to hear that other crowd start to murmur and start to warm up, the only way to quiet them is to play defense and shut them down. So that's where I would be if I'm the Sacramento Kings tonight.
Yep. Yeah, you have to, man. That is the only thing worse at your home arena than like your crowd not being into it is the opposing team's crowd being into it. Like that just, you can't let that happen for sure. Number 1 for me, play all 48 minutes because Golden State will smoke a lead, bro. They were up like 24 on the Rockets before the break, and the Rockets had cut it to 2 in the fourth quarter. They've lost a bunch of games this year where they led by 15, 17, 18, 20, doesn't matter. They will trick possessions. They will play bad defense. They'll miss a bunch of shots. You gotta play 48 minutes because at some point you will climb back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that like throughout the entire season, like no lead is safe with them. Like either way, like we all know what the Warriors can do to you in the third quarter. They've made a long, history of just thumping teams but this version of the Warriors, man, they have no problems like letting anybody come back in the game. So especially a team like the Kings who have all this offensive firepower, hey, don't stop playing. There's no reason to stop playing if you fall behind in this game.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you fall behind. But at the same time, you can't rest if you're up 15 because they have Steph Curry, and he's 3 shots away from getting them right back into the game. So, just play 48 minutes, man. That's going to be a big one. Number 2.
Number 2 for me, figure out how to play team defense on the fly. Look, if you're not a good individual defender, that's okay. Like, learn how to play in the team concept, rotate, learn how to switch, learn how the Kings like to push guys to the outside, not funnel them to the middle.
Sure.
Learn how you want to high five the three. Just do whatever it is that you can do to rotate, to fly around, to give second and third efforts, and play solid team defense, because that's the only way I think the Kings can move forward. They do not have the individual defenders to actually keep this thing afloat, but they do have, if they play right together, they can mask a lot of the issues that they have.
One of my favorite things from practice videos yesterday was that video of Doug Christie working with Zach LaVine, and very clearly showing Zach LaVine, hey, when you're going to put a hand on a guy, put it on his hip, because then if he moves, it just looks like he's taking a step instead of hitting him up high where he can flop. I'm watching closely for that tonight. I'm watching really close for that tonight.
I love it. And, we asked Zach LaVine about it yesterday, and hey, what were you doing over there with Doug? And it was very specific. Hey, I watched Doug play. As a kid, I watched Doug. He's a great defender. If he can give me any tricks, why would I not listen? And that's where the Kings are. Hey, you should be asking everybody for pointers at this point. How do you get better as a team? Very quickly. They're not asking you just to get better as an individual and just hey, it's on you. Go watch YouTube and get better at it. This isn't fixing plumbing or changing the lock actuator in a car like I have to in my son's Pilot. There isn't a YouTube video here that just will make you a better NBA player. You have to ask questions. You got to get into it. You got to be a good teammate, and that's where I think this group is right now.
Number 2 for me, and this is I think a key every time they play, anyone but Steph, man. I know that they have more secondary creation now with Jimmy Butler, or secondary scoring specifically, but man, you can't let Steph Curry get 30 plus. That is a recipe for disaster. You got to figure out how to get the ball out of his hands, make him uncomfortable, make him take tough shots. He's going to make some for sure. He's built a Hall of Fame career off that, but you can't let him get comfortable and get into the game.
Yeah, I'm throwing the kitchen sink at him. Get the ball out of his hands. Don't let him take that quick three. When he gets hot, it's so demoralizing.
Yep.
Because he hits crazy stuff.
Something that the Kings have done a really nice job of the last few times they've played Golden State is not letting him relocate without a body on him. Because that's just, how many times have we seen that over the years where offensive rebound, or he relocates and gets a wide open look because nobody followed him off the board.
Yep.
That's the Kings have done a really nice job with that the last couple of times they played. Number 3.
Number 3 for me, no excuses. Look, down to 27 games left in the season. I don't care if you're bad defensively. I don't care if the 3 ball is not falling. Whatever you got to do, you got to find a way. And this team is run out of excuses. And this season is going to be either won or lost, and it might not even be the next 11 games. It's probably going to be the next 5 or 6 games. If they're not in it, if they don't have a buffer above 500 at the end of the next 5 or 6 games, they're going to be in a whole bunch of trouble down the stretch.
Yep.
And so this is a moment where put up or shut up. Stop talking about what you can be or what you hope you can be. You either got to go out and be that, or you're going to watch from the bench in the last 10 games of the season while a bunch of young players play, and your team's looking at a lottery pick.
Yep, no doubt. Number 3 for me, get downhill, man. Their point of attack defense has not been good. If you can get downhill and touch the paint, you're either going to get a good look inside, or there's going to be spray threes open. You're going to be able to get them in rotation and move the ball and find some open shots. That's going to be there. You have to take advantage of the fact that Andrew Wiggins wasn't a great player, but he's a pretty good on-ball defender. And without him, they miss that player quite a bit. So that's something I would like to see from the Kings tonight, is whether it's Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, or otherwise. If you can put the ball on the deck and get in the paint, you got to do it.
Yep.
No doubt. All right.
Yeah.
Anything else? We're good?
No, go for it.
Okay. I saw somebody asking if they could trap Steph more. Yeah, that's what they did the last time they played. Is doubled him right at the timeline, made him get rid of the ball, and then just stood there next to him. It didn't let him move from that spot, and it seemed to be pretty effective.
I
James
think
Hands.
Domas has done a really good job. Sorry, I think Domas has done a
Mhm.
really good job of that, of showing
Yep.
up on, in the double team and just shocking and getting the ball out of
Yep.
his hands and a couple other guards in the league. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. James Ham is over there. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's hanging out with us today. Can't wait for Kings Warriors tonight, and can't wait to dive into that game on Monday at 10 a.m. with the Insiders right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. Non-NBA news or basketball related things. Did you see what the Yankees did today?
Yeah, that's wild.
Huge news, dude.
That is
Like,
huge news.
Of all the changes that have hit baseball over the last few years, I think this is the biggest one. The New York Yankees are allowing players for the first time in more than a century to have facial hair.
It's wild.
I should say a beard. You've been able to have a well-groomed mustache, but now they are amending it to have a well-groomed beard.
That's
It's
amazing.
amazing.
Don Mattingly is so pissed. Yeah,
he's furious.
Yeah, he's just furious. He's like, I had to have that stupid mustache the whole time I was there.
No, I wouldn't call it
couldn't grow a
stupid.
handlebar. I couldn't grow like just like the like just fuzzy look down the sides. Yeah, I don't know. Jason Giambi, remember too. This was a big deal. Jason Giambi.
Yeah, man. Clint Frazier, one of their prospects, had like long hair and a big beard, and then they had to cut it off. So yeah, it has to be a well-groomed beard. You're not going to see anything insane. But I love this for the Yankees. That's been an outdated rule for a long time, but I always think anything that baseball can do to separate itself from what it was 100 years ago, 80 years ago, 70 years ago, anything they can do to separate themselves. And when one of the marquee franchises was holding on to this like antiquated rule that was established for whatever stupid reason, getting rid of it is just like that's progress in baseball, man, and that's what I think people are hoping for. So salute to the Yankees. That's going to be fun for those players. I saw Carlos Rodon's wife was already really excited about the rule because he had a big beard that he had to shave. So I'm guessing you'll see a ton of dudes on the Yankees with beards this year, and that's going to be fun. In fact, it changes my World Series pick. The Yankees might go to the World Series now.
You wonder if a free agent said, "I won't sign here if I have to shave my beard." Change the rule. Change the rule.
Yeah, yep. Garrett Cole needs to bring the beard back for sure. Garrett Cole no beard looks like a thumb, dog. It's not a good. He looks like if I took my beard off, it would look like that. It did not.
That's funny.
Not a good look. Anyways.
Yep.
James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We'll dive back into the Kings next on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
We'll save that. Good question, Rust Dog. I have a couple of chat star, James. We'll open the next segment with those.
Okay.
So a well-groomed beard, where I heard them talking about this a little bit earlier, like where do they draw the line on that? You know, who's making that decision? At what point do they tell someone you have too much beard? You know, how do you?
I think that's an easy distinction to make, because you can see.
Yeah,
like if you've got wild hairs all over the place, or it didn't say short. It just said well groomed.
So Brian Wilson's beard. That was a well-groomed beard.
Yeah, that was a very well-groomed beard. Yeah, that plays.
Okay,
you think it plays? Okay.
Jonas Valanciunas versus Seth here in the office.
Okay, yeah.
Seth
That is a great point.
Yeah, Jonas. Although Seth's is well maintained.
It is,
but it's not like symmetrical or anything.
Yeah. The Kings could use Seth in the paint.
Yeah,
they could.
Well, he has the length and athleticism that they've been looking for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, I think Jonas makes. I don't know, dude, because I don't know.
I didn't. I never had a goatee when I was at NBC. Like if I was doing TV work, I didn't want to have a goatee. As soon as I left there, I grew the goatee back. I had a goatee for 12 years when I was younger, and then I shaved it. And when I was at NBC, I never had a goatee at all.
I'm still waiting on it to connect.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting, man. No connection.
well, I accidentally shaved it on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
That was like a total accident. The beard trimmer was the guide was messed up and.
Oof.
Yep.
Chris, I'm gonna keep it a stack. If you're tuning in to this station for Angels Talk, you're gonna be so disappointed.
Yeah. We didn't talk about him when they had Shohei.
Yeah. No. Iconic. They can still sign Isaac Jones to a standard contract, right?
Yeah. They can still sign him to they have all the way till the end of the season. I would expect that, again, he's up against it when it comes to games played and G League stuff, but like, where is there a spot in the rotation for him right now? And I, to be honest, I think that they're not in a rush to do it, and they need to make sure that they spend as little as possible when they do that deal, because they're really, really close to the luxury tax.
When you play center field, you've really got to worry about the angles in the outfield. Or if you play out there at AT&T Park or Oracle Park or whatever it's called now, you really got to worry about the angles in the outfield.
Didn't Angels in the Outfield, didn't Carney Lansford play in that movie? Carney, I think Carney was. Yeah.
30 seconds.
It was filmed at the Collie.
Okay.
Yeah, when it matters. We'll talk about the AOS when it matters for sure.
Yeah. The A's have to make it matter first.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
If the A's and Angels are in a dead heat for a wild card spot or for the division crown, then no doubt. Hey, Anthony Rendon doesn't get enough credit for being an all-time ski mask Hall of Famer. I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe Brazil's rocking with us. We're hanging out with you till noon, and D'Lo and KC will jump in here. Yeah, not a lot of Anaheim Angels talk going to happen on this station, but we will talk A's. We will talk AL West. I think the A's spring training opener is tomorrow. Is that right? I think that's right.
It's possible. Yeah.
We'll have a good time talking baseball throughout the spring and summer for sure. But we've got basketball starting back again tonight here in Sacramento. Kings, Warriors, we've been talking about that quite a bit. We did NBA first half, like awards and superlatives and stuff. I want to just do a Kings version of that real quick.
Okay.
Let's just rip through these because I don't know how much discussion there is, but it was an idea I had and I'm kind of committed to it in my brain. So we're just going to do it right now. Defensive player of the year. You giving it to Keon or Keegan?
I'm giving it to Keon.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Keegan's been asked. I mean, Keegan has been asked to do so much, but I still think that the way that that Keon is such a game changer on that side of the court, like, I've got to give it to him.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Is Isaac Jones the rookie of the year? And is it even close?
No. No, it's not close. No,
that's a bad beat.
Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, and that's not to disparage, what Isaac Jones has done, but like, look, that's a problem when you have a lottery pick and, he hasn't been able to make the impact that a guy who was undrafted has been able to make an impact. So, I definitely think Isaac Jones has been the most impressive.
It's not Devin Carter shade. He just hasn't played enough or been impactful enough. Not shade.
Yeah, he hasn't.
He's not there yet.
Just straight up.
Shout out to Isaiah Crawford. Was De'Aaron Fox the MVP? Or would you have given that to Domas?
I would have given it to Domas. I got to be honest. Domas is having the best season of his career. The shooting from three, leading the league in rebounding again, and bumping up his rebounds by over one a game. And then on top of that, like going for over 20 a game, which is not something that I thought he would do here in Sacramento. But yeah, to me, he's the MVP of this team so far.
Yeah, I think I think I agree. The issue, and again, I don't want to rehash the De'Aaron trade stuff. I'm just talking about on the court. The reason I think that I would give it to Domas over De'Aaron, trade aside, is that Domas is night in and night out. You for the most part know what you're going to get. With De'Aaron, he had the 60 points and then is it 54? 60 and then 54?
49.
49.
Yeah.
So he had, I mean, he had those two incredible games, but we kept waiting for the like, hey, here's where he's going to average 30. Here's where he's really going to take over. Here's where he's going to be. Here's where he's going to become that dude. And he just never really did. Whereas Domas, just night in and night out, you can pretty much pencil him in for 20 and 15, which is remarkable. What's the biggest surprise of the year for you with Sacramento?
I wrote the chaos. I think that's the biggest surprise, that like this thing didn't have to spin out and be crazy and stupid and outlandish. It didn't.
Nope.
And like a path was chosen here, and this thing just got out of control. And like there were like off ramps all over the place to make this thing work. And they chose not to take any of those. Instead, they went straight for that freeway where the bridge is out, and it says the bridge is out. And at this point, they've crashed through like a bunch of those barriers, and they haven't got to the point where they're flying off the edge yet, but they're getting close to that. Yeah, I mean, this thing, it didn't have to be this way. And I've always said, like, if you can avoid the chaos, it usually means a difference between like 8 wins plus or minus. And
specifically for me, and I know this was lumped into your answer, specifically for me, it was that De'Aaron got traded. I was operating on the assumption that he was just going to be here, and that was going to be the thing, and they were going to build around him, and that if they blew it up, they would blow it up to make sure they were building around him. Like I going into this year thought that's where the next 8 years of Kings basketball was headed. And by the time he got traded, obviously I wasn't like, oh my God, they traded him. But the fact that it got there by February 1st or whatever, it really started to heat up. It was a pretty big shock to me, considering where I thought things stood going into the year.
Yeah, I found it really interesting the way, like in the last week, how it played out. I remember I went on the air and I said, I have a feeling there's a good chance he's going to be gone. And then like 2 days later, it was like, okay, I think things have cooled down a little bit, and there's a possibility that he's not. And then it escalated so quickly, and it's like, oh wow, this is actually happening. Like, to pull off a deal that substantial usually takes longer. It does. And to be honest with you, that tells you that they were working behind the scenes for a while to get that deal done. That's not something that just like pops up out of nowhere. But then the final week was like, oh man, this thing, like, it's just a matter of what you're going to get. And I know De'Aaron thought the whole time he might stay, but like that just wasn't in the cards.
Yeah. Biggest disappointment?
I think it's Keegan. It's not, I don't blame Keegan as much as it's just like the reality of his situation. He's, of course, he has to shoulder some of the blame. But I did not expect him to go backwards this season. I thought he would be a player who either stayed at like right around 15 points a game or took another leap up to like 16 to 18 points a game. And we just didn't get it. And part of that's because he became the 5th option in the starting lineup. Part of that's because the Kings just kept adding more scoring and asking him to do more and more on the defensive end. But I certainly didn't think that we would be here at this point in the season wondering what his extension would look like next season. I did not. I thought he was going to be a max extension, rookie scale extension.
Yep.
At this point, I have no idea what the Kings would offer, and I have no idea what his group would think either.
I think we were both on that. I guess not island. I think we were both in that camp going into the year that that's the rookie extension he was going to get. And then it just hasn't come together. I think that's right. I see some people in the chatty house saying that Kevin Huerter was the biggest disappointment. That's fair. I thought there'd be some kind of bounce back, but that he didn't bounce back wasn't like a shock to me. I'm pretty surprised that Keegan has, like you said, it's not that he's stayed stagnant. It's that he seems to have gotten worse offensively. And that's turned around a little bit since Mike Brown was let go. So maybe we see by the end of the year, he looks a little more like he did last season or the year before. The biggest disappointment for me was the front office, man. I and this goes a little bit to what you were saying about the chaos. Like this started there. This started with a couple off seasons ago and last trade deadline, and then last off season, and then you go add Jake LaRavia and you go add Jonas Valanciunas at this deadline. Like, okay, that's great. Too little, too late, though.
Yeah.
Like it was their arm had been chopped off and they tried to throw a Band-Aid on it. You know, it just didn't. Too little, too late is the only thing I can kind of think of there. I thought that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox had a really clear vision for what this team is or what this team is supposed to be. And they never made, I thought, the correct moves to ensure that they were creating that team that I thought they were. So that was the biggest disappointment for me.
Yeah. I mean, I think just like the entire way that the whole season played out with Mike Brown getting fired and the team not responding and then having to trade Fox. And then I do think that that there are a lot of positives like that. You know, I think that Doug Christie has been a huge positive. Mm-hmm. And, you know, like we didn't put like you put what's the biggest disappointment, the biggest surprise and the biggest like, you know, I think Doug has been like a revelation in his opportunity here. And I think that his way of like just turning the season around and actually having him in a position right now where we can even talk about competing is a big deal because this thing could have gone like I lived through the 7-21 Tyrone Corbin era after they fired Michael Malone. Like this thing could have gone horrible. And like Doug's done a really good job of steadying the ship and keeping it going the right way.
Thank you. Cisco says no one wanted Trey and Huerter. People get mad. We ain't make pickups sooner, but with what? You can't trade stones and rocks for gold. Yeah, that's on the front office.
Yeah,
they didn't have the assets to make acquisitions because they just gave away assets, and then they had to trade De'Aaron Fox to get the assets to make marginal acquisitions. That's tough. That's bad business.
Yeah.
So
yeah, in the end, like the entire way this thing played out, it did not have to play out this way.
Yep.
And like I've said it too many times, but it's a death by 1,000 paper cuts. It wasn't one specific thing here or there. It was like a bunch of little tiny things that you did that hurt your chances. And it is what it is.
All right. So let's look forward now. Where are we at with expectations? Because I think that's going to be important over the final 27 games. Because if you're still sitting here, like my expectations before the year, I said 51 wins. That's the number I circled and the number I stayed on for a while. If you're still hoping for 51 wins, I think you're going to be sorely disappointed no matter what the outcome is. So where is your expectation right now, James, for the last 27 and where this season ends up?
Like I think that they're gonna stay around 500. Okay. I think that they'll pick up a couple of games, they'll fall back. They'll pick up a couple of games, they'll fall back. I think at the end of the day, I would be surprised if this team finished with more than 43, 44, 45 wins. And even the 45 is really tough. You know, again, it's the one game here, the one game there that costs you when you're trying to stack these numbers up. And I think there's a possibility that that they do some good work here and make a bit of a run. But like when I see, you know, someone in the chat says an 18-9 finish, like show me where there's 18 wins, because that schedule doesn't tell me there's 18 wins. And that's where it's going to be really tough. It's the Kings had the easiest first half schedule in the league. That's why they are where they are right now, because the final drum roll here is not going to be pleasant. And that's because the games are tough. And we'll talk about, they have a 3-game and 4-night set where it's the Celtics, on a Tuesday, you have Wednesday off, and then you play back to back against the Bucks and OKC. Tell me where you're going to get a win in that 3-game set. Yeah. It's tough. So
that's so brutal. 17-10 over the final 27 gets you to 45 wins. I saw somebody say 11th seed coming soon. I don't think it's going to get that bad, because I think the Spurs and Suns are both going the wrong way. I think 42 wins is probably enough to get you the 10 seed. It might be even 41. We saw that just a couple of years ago, where I think the Thunder, the year they got in the play-in, I think were 40 and 42 and still made the play-in. So it's not unheard of. So I don't think they need to necessarily, I don't think they're going to fall into the 11th seed unless something bad happens. But man, 45 feels like a lot when you look, okay, 45 wins isn't that many on the grand scale, but when you're asking this team to go 17-10 with one of the toughest schedules in the league, maybe it's maybe. But I think what you said, 43 is probably a better, because even 43, 15-12, you play 3 games above 500. And if you're 3 games above 500 through this 27-game stretch, maybe you go into the play-in and you're playing okay, and you can win a couple of games or a game and make the playoffs that way. I think that's probably the correct expectation at this point.
Kyle, it's like when we talk about the one game you lost to the Pelicans, going into the All-Star break, it means so much. In the standings, there's a big difference between this team being 3 games over 500 right now and 1 game over 500, especially when you look at the remaining schedule. And, do I think that they could have played, got 4 games over 500 in the final, stretch here? Yeah. There's a possibility they could have played 4 games over 500. And that would have put them at 7 games over 500 at the end. But now that 4 games gets you 5 games over 500, and or if you lose 1 game, now it just drops. The numbers just are against you. And so look, it's not all doom and gloom, because they've fought and they scrapped and they've clawed under Doug Christie. But this is not just an easy task at hand, and adding to that is all the new ingredients that you've added, who haven't really had time to figure out where they fit in the new world order of the Kings. I mean, Markelle Fultz showed up we interviewed him yesterday at practice. That dude hasn't played in 9 months, but he might get to play. He might get to play tonight. We don't know, but I can tell you, not playing in that amount of time, that is crazy. And to expect him to have an impact with 27 games left in the season, it's a tough go. It's a tough, it's a tough sell. So we'll have to see how it all works out. But man, it's going to take a hell of a coaching job. That's what it's going to take.
Here, this is for Oso in the chat. The Kings are the best team in the NBA. What a club. Wow. This final 27, I don't see any reason they can't go, 21-6? And they've won 3 out of their last 4. What a team. What an incredible team. And oh my God, they're just amazing. They're playing they're playing really good basketball right now too, man. They toughed it out against a really good Pelicans team. That's a good Pelicans club. And then, they lost the next one. Took them to OT. But it's the context behind those 12 wins, and actually 13 now, after beating the Kings the other night. But man, that's a better, they might be the best 13-42 team in the league, James. I'm comfortable saying that. So, there's no reason over these next 27 the Kings can't go. I think minimum 20-7. You can more easily talk me into 22-5, though. I think that puts you at 50 wins. That puts you well into the playoffs. Man, what a year! Doug Christie, Coach of the Year. We'll find out
if that happens. He's just gonna steal it right away. Steal it right away from Kenny Atkinson.
I don't know. I like I said, there's nothing to me. Never say never, right? I that's been a phrase forever, right? But when a couple off seasons ago, when Jimmy Garoppolo was gonna, what I thought, leave the Niners, I just was like, there's no chance he's back. Da, da, da. And then he winds up coming back. So look, are the Kings the worst team in the league? No, not by a long shot. But for me, have they won 3 out of the last 4? Like 100%. Like, yes, that is an undeniable fact. That is correct. But for me, when I look at the construction of the team, and James, if you disagree or agree, like whatever, I feel like we're on the same page here, but let me know. For me, when you look at the construction of the team and the players that they have, when you look at their remaining schedule, and you just look at kind of the context of the entire season, I think that you're looking at a team that's probably about a 500 team, maybe a couple games over. And that's not hating. That's not ignoring the fact that they won 7 in a row under Doug Christie earlier in the year and that they've won 3 out of the last 4. Just like you kind of look at the way they've been playing and you look at the roster makeup. And I have a hard time finding a ton of reasons to be optimistic about their last 27. And then you look at their schedule, which is going to be tough as well. So if they make the postseason, man, they're going to earn the hell out of it.
Yeah, and like, look, they've won 3 of their last 4. They're also 5-7 over the last 12. Like, like, be honest. That's what we're here to do. Is like, we're not going to spend this saying that. And hey, look, if they get on a run here, we'll be here every day to talk about it. Like, and that's the way it goes.
I will so happily be wrong.
Yeah,
I would love, because this is so much more fun when they're winning a bunch of games. I would love to be wrong here.
Yep.
But I can't, I can't get on the radio and be like, wow, I love what this team's doing right now. Cause I don't.
Yeah.
But if they go win by a bunch tonight and win the next couple, and then they've won 3 in a row. Maybe the vibe is different, but right now it's tough. But anyways, that's why they play the games, man. No matter what I think, no matter what James thinks, no matter what Joe Brazil thinks, or anybody in the chatty house, like, I recommend they still play the games just in case. That's what Doug Christie said. Find ways to win. That's what they're going to do. Jesse Tapia is going to join us for the handoff next. Nomad Props. We're just going to talk some hoops with Jesse. Are his Celtics just going to roll to the championship despite what Draymond Green had to say? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Yo, what's up, man? Anthony, I would say the construction of this team on paper is better as far as like an offensive team, but like they have all kinds of defensive problems that like I hate to tell you this, but like a minute and a half of Doug Christie working with Zach LaVine post practice isn't going to fix. Like that's going to be the biggest challenge for this team. I think they can score, but even still, like, we talked about this on the pod last night with me and Sean. Like everyone just like assumes they'll be a top 5 offense. Like, what would make you think they're going to be a top 5 offense? They haven't been a top 5 offense in a while. They don't move the ball. They play selfish a lot of the time. The last game, they had like 38 assists and they lost. I mean, they don't shoot the ball well enough. And like, I think that there's a possibility for that offense to find its way, but their last 10 games, they're something like 17th in offense. They're not a top 5 offense.
We're making our free throws now, though.
That's all that matters in the end.
We're making our free throws now, dude.
Yeah, in the last 10 games, the Kings are 17th at 113.9 offensive rating. Their defensive rating is 119.2. So, like, you don't have to believe in advanced statistics to like see that there are trends happening that aren't good. And like, if you can show me a pathway to fix the trends, that's going to be tough. You have to find a way to shave like some of that defensive rating down, but then you have to find a way for that offensive rating to blow up in order for this thing to work. and that's not going to be easy to do. And we call it the All-Star break. It's not like they just like sat around. I mean, they weren't together as a team. Like even Zach LaVine talked about it yesterday. He went home to Newport Beach and hung out with his wife and kids. They just had a baby. So they come back. They get a couple of days of practice. Maybe a coach went down and worked with them. I know the Kings sent a coach out to work with Markelle Fultz to like during the break, just to have him work through like offense, defensive sets. They had Markelle Fultz and Valanciunas and Jake LaRavia and one other. Who was the other? They had on the court yesterday, just going through like really basic offensive sets, trying to get them up to speed. Talk about principles and stuff like that. Yeah.
What's up, Chatty House?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, Jesse.
What's up, Kyle Madson?
Somebody in the chatty house said Joe's nicer than you, and I agree.
No, that's 1000%. Joe's super nice.
That's funny.
Not that I'm mean, I don't think, but
I don't think you're mean. I think you're matter of fact.
Jesse
Yeah.
is not mean. Okay, let me set the record straight. Okay, he's the one that's been helping me out with all this. Jesse is a good guy,
Shout out,
everybody.
Joe.
Jesse's
okay?
a no BS type of cat.
That's true, but that's not a bad thing.
I think that comes from years of being a Miami Dolphins fan.
oh
No,
yeah, we have
hey.
no time for sunshine and rainbows over here.
I wanna address Matt here. No, we're not. We're gonna react to basketball games once they happen. We just haven't had a basketball game in a week, and so we have to talk about what we think is going to happen. But if they win by 20 tonight or win on a last second 3, and it'll be sunshine and roses tomorrow
There
or
we go.
Monday.
30 seconds, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yankees got that beard rule halfway right, by the way.
Okay, what'd they get wrong?
Don't tell me I gotta keep my beard grown, bro. Like I'm gonna grow this out and I'll get a hair. I'll cut it when I cut it.
It's a well-groomed.
You have a
beard,
well-groomed beard, though.
It is well.
It
yeah,
is, but like give it
would
2
pass.
weeks.
It would
Give it 2
pass.
weeks though.
Oh, that's funny.
You have to hate everything, though. I'm Kyle Madson. He's James Ham. Jesse Tapia is hanging out with us. Joe Brazil's hanging out with us. It's a full show. Look at that. How fun. Here on a Friday to close out the week. Jesse Tapia, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. Happy it's Friday. What's up, guys?
I appreciate that the first thing you did was hate on the Yankees' new rule that everybody's celebrating. Spoken
Yeah, I
like
was
a
like,
true Red Sox
oh.
fan. That's very good by you.
Well, it's not even that. Like I can keep my biases aside, being unbiased and all that. But like, yeah, you want to, if you're going to do like, oh, you can have the beards now, like go all the way. No, like, oh, you got to keep it well groomed. Like it's baseball. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Just get over yourselves. Like you're the Yankees. You haven't really been super relevant. Well, you've been relevant. You haven't really won much since like the 90s and stuff. Shout out 2009. But
Hey,
I mean, like, just get over yourself. Yeah. That's it.
All right. So, quick note on the Washington Wizards as we start the second half. They went the entire first half of the year without losing a game by one possession. Their lowest margin to defeat this year is still 4 points. They have not lost a game by 2 or 3 points all year.
That's wild.
Shout out to the Wizards.
They've lost a lot of games.
That is so many. They've lost a lot of games by so many points. They might genuinely be they might be the worst team of all time. Like with all due respect to the process era Sixers.
That team only won like 9 games one year, didn't they? Or 10?
I want to say 12.
Was it 12? It was really low.
It was a very small amount.
It's not good. I mean, they've had a couple of downturn years where they won very few games. And talk about negativity. You guys want negativity? Go live there. 10. They had a 10-win season, 10-72, but it seems like they had a really bad one. Oh, that's an 18-win season back in the 95-96 season.
They might go an entire year. They might win like 12 games and have 70 losses all by fewer or by more than one possession. That's crazy. That's really hard to do.
Could you imagine having a 1-2-2 win percentage for a season?
No, I can't actually.
No.
Can't imagine that.
That'd be terrible.
Oh man.
Like there's been a lot of bad basketball in Sacramento and in Golden State. A 12.2 winning percentage.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's so bad.
Yeah, I think the Kings their floor is like 22 since they've been in Sacramento.
Which is bad.
Oh no, it's horrible.
But it's not 9-45 through 54 games bad. Jesse Tapia, noted Boston Celtics fan, reigning NBA champion, Boston Celtics.
That's correct.
Are you still? I know you're very confident in the Celtics, and I want to get everybody's finals pick here. This is where I'm going. Is it still Boston's championship to lose? Are you just like get me to June?
Yeah, pretty much. Everyone keeps telling me the sky's falling, but I don't know.
I don't think
there's only one team that's top 5 in defensive rating and offensive rating.
I don't think it's necessarily that the sky is falling. Like the Celtics aren't ever going to be bad, but you just look like, oh, the Knicks look like they're starting to figure it out. And man, the Cavs have been really good this year.
The Cavs like no doubt. The Cavs can get the Celtics. The Knicks, I don't see it at all. Like Cat, I think if you go at him defensively and just play a little physical, like Nemias Cade and Luke Cornett had him in hell the other 2 Saturdays ago. Like I'm not worried about the Knicks at all. But the Cavs can get them.
I think Boston's just slow playing the regular season. That's all. And they have every right to do that. They just won a championship, but they've also been there a couple of times.
Yeah.
And they realize that the regular season, like if you put everything into it, you're going to end up hurting yourself down the stretch.
They've been sitting in the Eastern Conference Finals like damn near the last 7 years.
Yeah.
Minus a year off or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about it.
I saw David say Celtics versus Nuggets. That's where I'm going to. I think the Nuggets are going to the finals.
Yeah, I've been Celtics Thunder most of the year, but I think I'm going to go Celtics Nuggets too. The Nuggets just it feels like nobody else has kind of stepped up besides the Thunder, and I just feel like the Nuggets could get them this year.
What if it was a Nuggets Cavs NBA Finals?
No, like no one's going to watch that, but
I think too, like one of the more impressive things is that the Cavs, like Cleveland isn't a market that draws a lot of people, right? But like whether it's the LeBron era or now, they've done a really nice job of building something where, even their downturn, they came out of it pretty quickly and they have like really, really nice talent to push forward.
It's a lot different than what they used to be before Braun.
Yeah, I think
after that first time he left.
I think they're just a year too early, and OKC might be a year too early as well, but I'm not going to count them out. OKC is really, really good. They play together very, very well.
It'll be one of those two teams, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody said Celtics. Algata said Celtics Clippers. I don't see it for the Clips.
Yeah, no, I don't. Sorry,
How would that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. No, it doesn't. It can't happen.
Kawhi.
Yeah, that
Kawhi
would be
is just dialed.
Okay.
They just play awesome defense.
It's Kawhi Leonard and Norman Powell show.
I guess,
dude.
I mean,
all-star snub Norman Powell.
No, very true.
That was kind of crazy. It was like, oh yeah, like LeBron shouldn't have, like he should have left or whatever. Like Norman Powell could have been. It's like, oh, we weren't gonna get DeMontis Sabonis over here
ever.
Yeah.
No, because if it wasn't Norman Powell, it was Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Is that real or?
Well, I'm just like that's probably the way it would.
It's been a long list.
I mean, they had 2 players who didn't play, right?
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards didn't as well. Boy, that would have been just dirty play if they would have just called in those 2 guys.
That would have been terrible. Like, what am I supposed to do here?
That's funny.
Algata said my point is who had the Mavs going last year. Yeah, no, that's a fair point for sure. I just don't. When you look at what the Clippers are, I think in this scenario where they make the finals, it's Kawhi Leonard being healthy, playing the entire playoffs and looking like prime Kawhi Leonard. And I don't think he has that in his bag at this point.
Yeah, that's I don't think that's happening this season.
Well, that and I guess like if Ben Simmons all of a sudden became like really, really good again and somehow stayed healthy and like got in the right headspace, okay, I guess.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean they've got players. I like they got Bogdanovic, so we got a little bogey there. I think he's going to be really good.
Is there a team out west that you guys could think could make a Mavs tie run this year?
I think Kyle
thinks Memphis. I don't think the Lakers can make a run. I don't think the Lakers are going to make a run. To be totally clear,
could, if Luka kind of figures it out and they just start playing. But that's kind of Captain Obvious. But I think they could. I like their rotation of Vegas. They have the.
I think
Yeah,
it's Denver.
they could. I don't think. But the Mavs felt unexpected last year.
Yeah.
I think I had Denver going into the playoffs, and then it was like, oh, maybe OKC can get them, but no, it's too early for them. And then, oh man, Minnesota's playing really well, and then it was just, oh hey, here's the Mavs, like they're in the finals now.
I think we had them as like 4, 5, 6 seeds though, like Denver.
I think it's
like,
Memphis.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, Memphis has been really impressive, and the fact that they went and traded out a bunch of like for them what looked like dead weight at the deadline, but cleared out some salary and everything else. They have a way of just keeping themselves like relevant somehow.
Yeah, Memphis has been pretty good. It's weird how they've kind of flown under the radar this season. I feel like.
Yeah, that's just it, man. Like they're 7th in defensive rating, 6th in offensive rating. That's with John Morant in and out of the lineup. They're about to get GG Jackson back, or they did get GG back. They're getting him back. I think again, if we're trying to pick a team that sort of quote unquote comes out of nowhere, that's the one for me, where we go into every series like, oh, okay, maybe they could lose this one, and then they just wind up in the finals. I think they have the pieces to make that kind of weird run.
Yeah, GG Jackson's been back 13 games. I don't expect them.
Really?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Holy smokes!
I said under the radar Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, I mean he's still trying to work him way back in, but but his numbers from last year are inflated anyways because he played all those minutes because they had no players. Like I think,
but he was really good.
Yeah, he was really good. He was fun.
Are your Detroit Pistons winning one playoff game this year?
One playoff game?
One playoff game. Are they winning one playoff game?
Ooh.
They'd be playing the Knicks. I think they're the 6th seed right now. They'd be playing the Knicks.
Over or under half a play? Yeah. They'll get one.
You'll take the over.
You're taking the more.
Yeah, they'll get one. Yeah, I gotta keep rocking with them. They've already hit their season over, dude.
Yeah, that might be
by a lot. I think it was 26.5. That's the worst for me. If my all-time great take is that the Pistons were going to be better than awful. Cool.
When you say it out loud, yeah, it's kind of tough.
What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC today?
We got plenty of guests. We got Mikey Winfield, comedian. We got Eddie Gonzalez. James Ham's going to be there. Kings are back today, so it's a full show.
It's going to be a ton of fun on D-Lo and KC. That's Jesse Tapia. Joe Brazil, thanks for hanging out with us today. Man, really appreciate you and can't wait for you to be involved with the show more often. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madson. Everybody have a safe and fun weekend. Enjoy the heck out of the Kings and Warriors tonight at Golden One Center. But before you do that, enjoy the heck out of D-Lo and KC because they're next. James and I are back on Monday at 10 a.m. on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water and be nice people. See you!
Happy Friday, guys. Have a good one. Appreciate everybody.
Thanks, Joe. See you guys. Thanks, Shady House. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. One more time because it's Friday. Hey.
Come on now.
It's good.
Good, man. Come on, man. Hey, I'm charged up, man. The Kings are back.
A word?
I'm charged up, man.
You doing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm charged up. The Kings are back. It's a sprint to the playoffs. We got to get there. Come on, man. Let's go.
All right. Well, I was going to fire off a record to get it started.
Let's go. Fire off that record.
Well, they've all been replaced by slow songs. I was like, I'll pull one from the archives. What do we got? And it's like, well, it doesn't really match the mood, so that ain't going to do it. We'll just go back over here. I mean, no, that doesn't do it. No, none of these.
Jam Station.
I mean,
ESPN 1320.
Well, peer pressure works.
Ooh.
Peer pressure.
There we go.
Peer pressure can be productive.
There we go.
Had a conversation to start the day. Complex twice this week. It says, hey, we need to talk about this slow jam thing. All right. Said it to me yesterday. Hey, we got to talk about this slow jam thing.
Yeah.
Come in tomorrow before you do the show. All right. So come in and he was like, all right, what's this look like? It's like, well, we go between the sheets, maybe Sunday night, a couple hours on Sunday night, and we just take calls. We play, I talk like this the whole time. And, we play slow jams.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it.
There we go. Come on, man. Air horns,
So
man.
between the sheets.
Air horns, man.
Between the sheets
Let's
is
go.
on its way back.
Let's go. Air
Ah.
horns.
Yeah,
Let's
boy.
go.
Welcome in here to the Friday, February 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Just realize this is on the
Ain't
board.
this what they've been waiting for?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm done with my. I'm not
You
done
ready?
with my feud with the Eagles fans, but it can be played now.
This is all we really have. I
Yeah.
don't know that this gets
In
these
the
are great hype
championship.
records.
Who's down 3-1?
But I had replaced all our little hotkeys over on the KSFM side with all them slow songs we was playing the other day. So all of the Mac Dre's and the E4, that stuff was replaced with Luther and Rick James. All right.
Shout out Rick James.
Oh, shit.
We got Super
Always.
Freak. We got Super Freak.
I bet we do. I gotta. We'll work on it. We'll do some Flashback Friday today. We'll do some.
I'm turned up, man. I'm turned up, man. The Kings are back in action. They're going up against the hated Warriors, but even more than that, the Kings are back. There's 27 games left, and I'm trying to see these guys get to the playoffs. And I know, a lot of people, they play their roles. Whatever people talk as fans, and they get frustrated. They just throw things out, and that's cool too. And then, people talk as journalists, and they want to be realists, and and talk all this stuff. I'm going to talk as if people in that locker room. And if I was one of those guys, if I was Doug Christie, I'm not going to be worried about all this the noise that's out there. You have an opportunity in front of you.
Yep.
You've got an opportunity. We said it even when he first took over the job. I know it looks bleak. I know, there's been a lot of frustrations and all this other stuff, but everything that you want is still in front of you. You still have an opportunity to achieve everything that you set out to achieve that first day of training camp. Man, take advantage of it, man. You're not Utah. You're not Washington and all this. Let's go. You got an opportunity. Let's get it, man. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I like that. But we aren't in that locker room. And you ain't a professional athlete if you're not taking that approach. Like most of these guys, most of them, not all of them, they're the most competitive people on the planet. Like that's part of what they do. It's not just for the, again, there are some, it's not just for the riches and the lifestyle. It's because, all of these guys, they have been the very best at what they do since they were kids.
Yep.
And whether it's proven it in AAU, it's proven it in high school, it's proven it in college, or it's proven it in the NBA. You have a unique group of really talented individuals on this team. What does it amount to when they take the floor tonight after a week of rest, a couple of days of practice, and what I feel like is a pretty great sense of urgency.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got the Warriors tonight. It's not just the Warriors, the rivalry. It's the Warriors who just acquired Jimmy Butler. It's the Warriors who were the talk of the past weekend because of San Francisco in the All-Star game, and Steph Curry and Draymond Green, like it or not. Like that's part of the discussion. Their vibes clearly are up, and you've got an opportunity to get a game and a half on them tonight. One win gets you a game and a half, and that half becomes really, really critical as the season continues to wind down.
Mm-hmm.
It's game to game, it's night to night, but man, you can course correct here real quick if you're able to beat the Golden State Warriors tonight.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And you like I said, you've got an opportunity, and I know a lot of people are upset with that last game that went down, and what could have been and all this other stuff. But you've got the 4 games before the break. It was New Orleans 3 times, 1 against Dallas. You were able to go 3-1. You got the Warriors here. You've got the Jazz. You've got the Hornets. Hornets then Jazz. I mean, I know it's frustrating that you didn't get that win, but man, if you're able to go 6-1 in those 7 games, even 5-2, that's playing good basketball. Like I'm not going to sneeze at 5-2. I'm not going to be like, oh, well, you only played this team or whatever. Man, 5-2 basketball, 6-1 potentially. Like, hell yeah, take that. You know what I mean? And that's a good springboard into a tough stretch or whatever. But I know the schedule's tough and all this other stuff. But like I said, I think about it differently sometimes, man. Like if you're worried about who you played, then just get the hell out the way then.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
oh man, we played in such, man, who cares about all that? If you're worried about that, then move. You ain't ready for it anyway. You're gonna have to play these teams eventually anyway.
Yep.
So go ahead and be ready to play and get some dubs, man. So it's an opportunity that starts tonight.
And there's no reason to enter this opportunity feeling negative. Like whether you're a fan or I don't think players enter these situations feeling down at all. But if you're a fan and you've been frustrated by some of the conversations over the last week, really since the New Orleans games, you've been frustrated with the D-Los or the Matt Georges or the James Hams or whoever. Like that's fine. I tell you this, like we've got a job to do,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we had a week's worth of content without the team that we cover 90+% of our show playing. And those were my honest feelings. I'm assuming James was giving his honest feelings. I'm assuming Matt was giving his honest feelings. Okay. Well, we here now. It's game day. And all of that is washed. Go out there and win a basketball game.
Yeah, man.
Go out there and be the the offensive juggernaut that you could be. Go out there and find some cohesion on the offensive end. Go out there and figure out some things on the defensive end. That's just not Levine and DeMar and Keon and Malik and those guys. That's Doug too. That's Doug. That's Jay. That's the rest of that group. That's the rest of that coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
This organization has a lot to figure out over the course of the next 7 games or whatever the number is. You've got some things you've got to figure out, and it starts with those guys out there on the floor. And going to this, the arena is going to be jumping tonight. It's going to be very, very loud in downtown Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And keep them vibes up, man. Let's cook.
And for we've had a long-standing discussion on this show about coaching and all this other stuff, and we joked around and I said coaching doesn't matter. Well, I'll tell you this: If it matters, let's see it.
Yep.
Because I believe in Doug Christie's approach to the game of basketball. This isn't about, oh man, I loved him when he played here and I always loved Doug Christie. Yeah, that's cool. And I do. But the way he approaches the game of basketball is something that I believe in. It's something that I believe can affect teams in a positive way.
Yeah.
And here's an opportunity. I'm not asking them to turn water into wine, but this is an opportunity where all the coaching does matter, crowd. This is it. You've got a coach that you believe in. You don't have somebody that you feel is overmatched or anything else like that. So let's see him affect, the way this team plays and put whatever percentage that a coach matters in those situations. Let's see him maximize that in those situations. I believe that one of the reasons why I think they can turn things around and have a successful finish is because of Doug Christie.
Absolutely.
So that's, I
And
guess,
there
the
will
one
be-
time in life I think coaching matters.
And there was, it's wow. Mark this moment. Holy crap. This is a historic moment in the history of D'Lo and KC. But there, Doug's going to have tough decisions to make. And some of them might involve scenarios like Matt George laid out yesterday, or like you have laid out for the last week, where something's not going the way it should be on the defensive end, and you need to try something else. And whether it's it's not Zach's night, I got to swap out what Keon can do defensively for the hope of what Zach can do offensively, or it's DeMar, or it's Keegan, or it's Valanciunas over Sabonis, like whatever it is. Like those are we've seen Doug make those tough decisions. We've seen him make them with DeMar. We've seen him make them with Malik, and they've paid off. And I don't think Doug is afraid of making those decisions. They're just, the execution of that type of stuff is tough. It's you don't don't have any time to play with. Like you've got to make that move immediately, because like, all right, I'm going Keon here for whoever. But if you're not calling timeout and you're waiting for the next dead ball, how many possessions do you lose? If you're trying to hold on to timeouts late in the game. So there's just a lot, there's a lot happening here. There's a lot Doug has to figure out. There's a lot that I expect Doug to figure out. There's a lot that I expect this team to figure out. And as frustrated as I've been with them the last week, or maybe as dejected as I've been with them the last week, I'm going to go into this game tonight against the Warriors feeling good about their shot.
Mhm.
They don't have the added, Jimmy Butler vibes. That's fine. Shut theirs down. Send them into whatever their next game is, questioning themselves.
Yep.
We'll come back. We'll talk to our man Kyle Madson. Show is pretty packed today. Kyle Madson going to be with us. Mikey Winfield, he's going to be at the Punchline this weekend. He's going to be in studio with us coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Eddie Gonzalez he's here every Friday. And then Will Z going to join us in the final hour of the show. We are thrilled that you are here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Microwave air fried food is good. I don't disagree, but I'm trying to understand if we're on the same page here, Stephen Brown. Do you want it fried in the air fryer and then in the microwave? Or
I think he's saying maybe food you normally throw in the microwave, instead throw it in the air fryer. That's good.
That works. I mean, either one of them works, to be honest with you. I mean,
Don't talk the air fryer, by the way. We're not doing that here.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't live off of that. Like, I want to cook, the majority of the time. But hey, man, let me throw these in the air fryer real quick, man. It's all good. Let me throw this in the microwave real quick. It's all good.
I can't get with air frying a steak though.
Yeah, that's
people.
That's
people try to sell me. I'm like, no, that's not good.
No,
I'm not gonna name names.
They always take it too far, man.
What happened?
People in general always take it too far.
People
That's ridiculous.
air fry steaks.
Wasn't that again?
People air fry their steaks.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's ridiculous. Why can't you
Not how
just
you
put
cook
your
a
little hash browns in there, or your bacon
you
in there?
cook a
Like,
steak.
why we got to go there? Why we got to go there? People always doing too much.
Charismatic. I think it's a thing, and I have a name, but I'm not gonna drop it.
No, hold up. No,
no. This person's cool with us. This person's good with us. I won't do it.
No, I demand to know who it is.
No snitching.
Wow. We're air frying steaks. Yeah, give us initials.
No, because now you guys got me
text.
overthinking
No,
it.
go text. Go text. Man. Hit the text, man. I don't believe
Complex?
that.
No way.
I think.
All right,
Or maybe he was telling me that people do.
That sounds more like I don't think he would do it.
Maybe I was just so flabbergasted. I was like, wait, what? Thinking that he did it.
Now, if Kimberly said I've air fried a steak,
Maybe it was that might have been Kim. It was kind of like that little group of people. I don't remember. But Complex is like the name that like I could have swore told me that or told me about that.
Text Kim right now.
Yeah, I was gonna do the same thing. Go ahead. Actually, I'm gonna hit a group. I'm gonna hit a group. Complex. And
He was in this office too when I heard that.
Did one of you air fry a steak?
It's ridiculous,
Get to the
man.
bottom of this.
It's getting ridiculous.
Well, in my Fire Monty era, still better than Morton's.
That is such cap.
I'm glad y'all on my side with this one. What's up, man?
I changed my hat just for Kenny today.
Nice,
my man.
Yeah, man.
Come on.
Careful, man. You got a lot of cardia hitting.
That was crazy. Did you hear how loud that was?
That was a lot. Be careful. Well, just be careful. Like I know it's
That wasn't
insured.
even that it was this.
I know it's
It wasn't
okay.
even
Be
a
careful.
bracelet.
I know it's insured.
This
I
isn't
just don't.
Cartier.
I know it's insured.
Put it closer to the camera.
It's not Cartier.
He's talking about your bracelet.
That wasn't what was making noise.
Clearly, you need a direct question. I'll stall you out on this.
This is
Here's the response.
Yeah, we got a response yet?
Oh my God, it was okay.
Okay, so I was right.
So the question was, did one of you air fry a steak? Kimberly responds, I've done it before. Why?
Okay.
Come on.
I'm not crazy. That's we're vindicated.
Wow.
Hey, it's not has she air fried a steak? It's does she air fry steaks? And the answer is yes. A resounding yes.
Like if maybe you want to experiment one time. I'm gonna stall.
I would try
anybody
that
up real quick. Experiment. But would you like after that be like, no, I'm not doing that again?
Probably.
If you're like, yeah, I do it again. Now we got a problem.
No, you can't. If it was something I saw online, like, okay, I'll try.
Hang on, Kyle. Controversy has erupted inside the Odyssey building.
What about what James told us before the show?
I was having a fantastic morning. It was great. I got into the kitchen going on March 7th.
What did we miss?
Well, you don't want to know. Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah,
Turn around and ask him.
No, go ask
Turn
him.
around and ask. I want you. No. Hold on. I'm gonna put you on camera.
And don't.
I'm gonna put you on camera.
He's talking to Charlie right now.
No, it's fine. Just poke your head out there and say, "Hey, what did you tell the guys right before you left the studio?"
And make sure the mic is off.
Yep.
Damn, it's like that bad.
No, go. I just because can we see him? Yeah. I just want to see what his reaction is. Just ask him. Hey,
everybody leaves, so it's just Jesse's.
There we go.
There we go. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, look at it. He's getting the word. He's getting the word right now.
No, James is being told. Let's see James' reaction.
He's laughing.
James is laughing. There's Pamela Love right there. Oh Lord. Oh look, Charlie's leaning in. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh yeah. This is bad.
He's breaking it down.
Okay. So we'll just wait. He's getting the full story
this
here.
Probably should be behind closed doors.
Now, okay, Jesse's back. So
I don't think he told you. You can't tell. You can't tell him that.
No, I think he could have. I don't know that he could have told.
So how did BYU come up?
Well, Casey's an alum there.
Shout out BYU. No, BYU Cougar. That's me. You know,
love to be part of it. Love to be
my
part of an inside joke.
Well, I don't think you want to be a part of this one. I don't even think this is an inside joke.
I had never heard this in my life.
Ham was just oversharing. That's all.
I had never heard
James
this.
Ham?
Yeah. Yeah.
This was crazy.
Okay. Boy. No, that wasn't the controversy that erupted. It's clear that someone very close to us has air fried a steak. And we had to chase this story down. We were able to find it. We found out that it is accurate. Our beloved Kimberly has in fact air fried a steak.
It was one of those things where I kind of was hoping I was wrong.
No, you were right.
Well, you did pin it on Complex. That was tough.
No, she's doing a lot here. I said, do you do this regularly? She's like, I usually reverse sear on the Traeger. That's the proper way to do it. That's the proper way to do it.
Okay.
But I've done a tri-tip in the air fryer. LOL.
A whole tri-tip?
That is crazy. That is
What-
absolutely
we got-
crazy.
all right. What are we doing?
Why would you do that?
What are we doing? And
What do you
look,
do if you go to a barbecue?
That's when you have so much money, you could just throw away whatever that tri-tip costs.
And look, I'm a pro air fryer guy. Like I believe in it, but I mean, I'm not.
If you went to someone's house, like, oh yeah, cook the tri-tip up, and like as soon as you're about to, he's like, yeah, I just got out the air fryer. Like, are we good?
Nah.
I think you were doing a
Oh, look,
bit.
I mean, I'll eat it. It's people cooking. I'll eat it. Like it probably won't be no good, but I ain't gonna go to somebody's house and be like, no, I'm not eating it.
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know. If you invite me to your house, like tell me you're gonna cook and you air fry some food, like
if someone brings you to the house and they air fry a steak, they don't like you very much. Like they're not very fond of you.
I guess probably facts.
Look, I'll tell you like this. It'll never happen. But if I happen to air fry a steak and I offer it to you and you say, nah, I'm cool, you air fried it, get the hell out of my house. Goodbye. Get the hell out of here. I'm offering you food that I took time to make and took time out of my schedule, but you get the hell out of here.
No, but did you?
But did you? Time. Like it takes some kind of effort.
But you didn't do anything.
Look,
you threw the text.
You don't need to explain yourself. Get the hell out.
Okay.
you hit the plus button after like 25 minutes or whatever. Yeah.
At that point, it's like, cool. I'm already in Elk Grove. I'm just gonna go to SR Prime. I'm gonna go to Dragon Bowl. I'll holler. Kyle Madson at the Insiders.
I'll make you a bowl of cereal and you say no. Goodbye.
It'll be better than that air fried steak you made.
Goodbye.
Be better than that probably ugly colored stuff you pulled out of the French fry crumbs on it. Like, what am I gonna do with
the
this?
edges are cooked.
Oh, Kyle hates this. Oh,
I'm having a great time listening to your program.
Thank you.
I like this show so much.
We have a good show. It's fun. It's fun. We're very much an acquired taste here on D-Lo and KC. Well, Hoffa says Morton's air fries their steaks according to.
Oh man,
that
Cajun ribeye can't be. If that Cajun ribeye is air fried, then I'll be doing that tonight.
Can you imagine?
I don't think Morton's air fries their steak.
You go to Morton's and you get a piece of steak, and then you hear in the back, you hear beep, 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 beep. I'd be so mad.
About 12 minutes, guys. 12 minutes. Be good. Be good. You all right over there?
Now I'm hanging in there.
This whole building is so infected right now.
That's why I didn't pull up.
Huh?
There's other people who are sick.
The whole wake up call has been sick.
They've been sick for 2 months.
Well, all right, settle down. Kyle, Paul's not feeling great.
You got the sniffles too?
I'm great.
That's how you know he's not.
For the record, I'm fantastic.
Yeah.
When he yelled for him,
hey, go ahead and drop it. I don't get sick.
I don't. Hey, first of all, you could kiss my ass. I've had about enough of you. You're a little turncoat. I don't. I got sick once, and it was post Disneyland. I was infected, but outside of that, man,
They
I'm
tried to
great.
take you out at Disneyland.
They did. Well,
hey,
that was tried. Yeah, that's true. Well, all right, Kyle, relax. How you feeling about the Kings Warriors tonight?
Great. Can't wait. I can't wait for basketball to be back, man.
Man,
No, it'll be fun. I think it'll be a really good game.
I would.
I'm excited.
So I messed up. I dropped the ball. There was a between the show ending and USA Canada. There was time, so I flipped over to Celtics Sixers, and I swear by the time we flipped over to that game, the game was over.
Done.
And I was just kind of like, yo, basketball. We got good basketball back. Watched a little bit of the Lakers, Hornets, whatever. But like, we got basketball back. We got league pass, all of that. I forgot to turn it back. And that was my fault because we got wrapped up in the KSFM show. I forgot to turn it back to hockey. Saw nothing but the overtime. But point in all of that was last night's slate of games, at least the national ones, were a little underwhelming. Though the Phoenix game wasn't bad. I thought the Texas thing was cool.
Yeah, that was dope. And it's always good to see like beef. So
I'm sorry, what?
That's
come on, man. Come on.
What are we doing?
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Sorry, it's good to see what?
Oh, the double T? He's got the double little T's? You got him out of here?
Act like you've been there before. Relax, Draymond.
That's crazy.
Austin Reeves over here. Settle down.
Oh, my God.
It's always good to see altercations.
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. That makes
that's a lot different. Jesus.
Not even a second thought. Too. Like, you didn't even think about it.
He like looked at me like, what?
Well, if I would have, okay, it was something else. Yeah, it was something else. That would have been more egregious.
Oh, all right.
But it's good to see altercations between two players.
Let me ask you from a perspective. You know both of these teams that are playing tonight really well. From a Warrior standpoint, you got Draymond guaranteeing titles. You've got kind of the center of the basketball universe there in San Francisco and around Steph and the Warriors. You got that Jimmy Butler deal. Jimmy Butler was a big, of course, Jimmy Butler was drowned out by Luka Doncic and everything that went on with the Lakers and Mavericks. Not so much by what went on with De'Aaron Fox, but he didn't wind up in his so-called preferred destination. He gets to Golden State and Golden State wasn't playing too bad before the break. And, now you've got this kind of wild card in place and you've got the team feeling good. Like, what's your feelings? Let's start with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I think the Jimmy move, you're right, because we kind of knew that was coming for what felt like 2 months. So when he got traded, it was like, oh, finally. Okay. And then Golden State didn't give up anything. Like losing Andrew Wiggins is a pretty significant deal. But gaining Jimmy Butler, I think makes up for that in a lot of ways. So like, it was just kind of a weird thing, but I don't know that I personally am not going to guarantee a title for them.
Okay.
I'm not there yet, but I do think this like cements them in the play-in tournament, whether they're 7, 8, 9, or 10. I think they'll be in
6?
Nah, I don't think I don't think they're good enough. I was worried before the trade that they might fall out of 10. Like they didn't. The lack of secondary creation and shot making was just abysmal, dude. Like they had so many lineups they'd run out there where it's like Draymond and Pods and Quentin Post, and it's just like a lot of guys who aren't going to be the dude, and now they have a guy who's going to be the dude when he's on the floor, and that puts them firmly into the tier with the Timberwolves and the Kings and the Mavericks. I think.
I do think that the Warriors are kind of, they're still flawed. I worry about their shooting, being able to spread the floor outside of Steph Curry, and that's an issue. But I think they can get through these final 27 games or so relatively fine, because of something that you guys were talking about on the insiders earlier, and that's that strength of schedule. Like the teams that would like give them problems with their weaknesses, they're not going to see them as much. So, when you're playing, I'm looking right here, they got 2 against Charlotte. They've got 2 against the Blazers. They might get them, but the Sixers, the Nets, the Pelicans, like you play those teams, they're not going to be able to expose those weaknesses. And when you don't play the good teams as much, it's really about getting there. That's what this is about. When you get to the playoffs, like, yeah, you're going to have an issue, but in final 27, I think do have an opportunity. I think they can get to that 6th seed.
See,
for that.
I don't disagree, but I think they can get to the 6th seed just like the same way I think the Kings can get there. Like it's going to take something that I personally don't expect, and it's going to take the Clippers falling off and no teams, whether it's Minnesota or Dallas, making any kind of run of their own. So it's like it's on the table. I wouldn't necessarily bank on it though. They also can't defend very well. Like you have Draymond running around like, okay,
we can relate.
Great, but you lose Andrew Wiggins, and like point of attack has been the big like phrase du jour for Golden State. And you have Gary Payton II, which is like fine, but they don't have a guy who can you're comfortable being on the floor for 35 minutes and defending the opposing team's best player.
They're small too.
Yeah, they have a lot of flaws for sure, but they're gonna win a title. So amazing.
That's what I heard. Writing checks that Steph has to cash. I think you mentioned Dallas and Minnesota as teams like if they don't make a substantial run, like the Kings or the Warriors, and we'll have a separate conversation about Phoenix as the day rolls along. But you're like, oh, if they don't make a substantial run, the Kings, the Warriors, they could pounce on that. I think that's a very realistic scenario. At some point, someone's just got to admit Minnesota is what they are. Like, you are what you are. Like, right now, last year is the outlier. And every other year with Minnesota is exactly the same. This is a different group where everybody thinks they're worse. Yeah. And they're playing as such. Dallas, I feel like they're, the post Luka damage. Another freaking article was written today. Like, they can't stop defending themselves over this. And I can see I could see Dallas kind of falling back a little bit. Kyrie doing everything he can. I don't think that's a bad roster, but I could see the toll of these last few weeks kind of hit them a little bit. And even if they don't dive, that run that Kyle was just talking about right there, maybe it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I saw yesterday, I was trying to remember, it was like 6 or 7 games they have until they're going to reevaluate Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford, and Anthony Davis all at once. And I think they have like 6 games until then. And so maybe all those guys come back really shortly after that and they put some games together. But yeah, man, I think Kyrie, as good as he's been, I think he can kind of keep them afloat here in the 7, 8, 9, 10 range. But yeah, I don't see Dallas ripping off, 12 out of 15 or anything crazy like that. But Kyrie's good enough to keep him in the mix. Absolutely.
Yeah, I like you mentioned with Minnesota and them just kind of being what they are. I don't know if they have another gear to get to for the regular season. I don't know if Dallas does. I do think that the Kings and the Warriors have another, like a little bit of a higher ceiling right now. And I wonder if they'll be able to get to that. Like, that's, once again, I say the Kings, that doesn't mean they will get that. But I think there's a world where offense is cooking. They figure out some things with the rotation. Maybe they're just outscoring guys left and right, and I think that could lend itself to a lot of wins. The Warriors, you got Jimmy Butler and Kuminga comes back and all this other stuff. The ceiling is high. Like, I don't see Minnesota being much better than what they are right now. They could just be like this and be a 7th seed, but I don't see them going on any type of a run. Does
it feel like, talking about ceilings, does it feel like, it feels to me like Minnesota's at their ceiling? I didn't think Julius Randle was going to be a great fit to begin with. And the fact that we're 50 some odd games in and they haven't figured anything out, I don't think there's anything to figure out. I think this is just kind of what the Timberwolves are. But KC, to your point, like, I think the Kings ceiling is way higher than whatever we've seen, like, for sure. And Golden State's might be higher than what we've seen from them this year. And Dallas, certainly, if they get healthy, if they're healthy going into the play-in, I don't think anybody's going to want to play Dallas, right? But on the other hand, the Timberwolves are just kind of there. Like, I think they're really gettable on any given night, and I think they're just like, this is what they are.
I want to ask both of you guys a question real quick.
Okay.
I said this yesterday with Matt George, and I want to see what you thought about it, D'Lo, and what you think about it, Kyle. I think the Kings, the way their roster is constructed, actually I see them personally actually being good for the playoffs. Like when things slow down, when it becomes more of a half-court game, when you need those type of bucket getters in the half court, I think they're a little bit more equipped for that. I don't know if they can get there. That's the scary thing.
You
about
said
it.
the Kings.
The Kings, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they can get there. That's the scary thing about it. But if they were to get into the playoffs in a playoff series, I think they're equipped for playoff basketball a little bit more than maybe people give them credit for. Well, what you guys think?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I'm always going to have concerns about what they look like defensively, but I think once you get into a series, that would be a big question I have with the Kings in a playoff series is what does Doug Christie and that staff do in a playoff series? What are they like? That's a lot of adjusting on the fly, and I don't. Maybe they'd be great at it. I just that's a question I would have going in. But yeah, I think you're right. Like when it comes down to it, you have DeMar DeRozan who's played in a ton of big games. You have Malik Monk who's kind of built for those spots. You have Zach LaVine who's a not played in a ton of playoff games, but you like him to go get a bucket. Like that's an advantage for sure. But I think when things get a little more physical and the whistle stops blowing as much, what do they look like? Can they? Sorry, I got my trains of thought crossed there. I would just have concerns defensively still, but I mean that's always going to be there with this roster. But to your point, when it comes down to you need a bucket at the end of the game, there's not a ton of teams with this many guys that you trust in those spots.
Why?
Sorry for
I'm not out
there. I got all mixed up.
You're good.
Fine.
You're on medicine. It's fine. You got it.
Shout out
Kyle Portis.
And yet I still understood everything you were saying. Why do both of you, I think, feel like the Kings offense is so well equipped in the half court?
Because you have a DeMar DeRozan, you got a Zach LaVine, you got creators that can create one-on-one.
Is Zach LaVine a creator?
He has the ability to.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has the ability to create his own shot. For sure.
Okay, so that's okay. That was my second question. Create for himself or create for others?
Create for himself. I think he's better at creating for others than maybe, I'll just speak for myself, than I thought he was. Like he's
Okay.
I mentioned about a
You
week
probably
ago,
put me on that list. That's why I'm asking the question.
I mentioned it the other day. Zach LaVine doesn't take bad shots. Like if it's if it's not like something that's really open or a good shot, obviously he's not going to just jack up a lot of shots. So with that comes he'll make the right basketball decision, his basketball IQ. So if somebody's there, if the back cut is there, if you swing it to the extra man, extra pass, he'll do that, man. And I compare that to what we saw last year at the end of the season when it was just Fox as a creator and as a guy that can create his own shot. And the Kings were living and dying, taking 52 threes a game, and they would blow these leads because once runs would start happening, they couldn't get to the free throw line, they couldn't get to the basket, they had nothing there. I think this team is the opposite of that. Like they'll be able to stop runs, they'll be able to score in the half court with DeRozan, Monk, LaVine, and even Sabonis to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think it's just hard to game plan for, right? Like there's not one guy where you just get the ball out of his hands and everything's good. There's not a specific offense they're running where you get keyed into it over the course of a 7-game series. It's like your best defender is going to be on DeRozan and your second best defender is going to be on LaVine and your third best defender is going to be on Monk. And you got to try and match up with Sabonis too. That just gets really tough because it's not like you can just double a guy and be good. So yeah, I think if you get into a playoff series, they'd be tough. I don't know if I'd necessarily pick them against any team they'd play against in the top half of the West, but I don't think it's like, let's say they just get the 7 seed. I don't think they go in against Denver and it's like, oh, Denver in 4. I don't think it'd be that easy.
Just getting to the playoffs right now just seems like an amazing.
Like that is.
I hate that feels like such an accomplishment.
Yeah, that's the toughest part. Like, I don't know if they can get there.
I feel like if you took this exact roster, minor tweaks this offseason into next year, and they're a losing the play-in type team, it is a lot different than if you take this exact same roster, make a few tweaks in the offseason, and you lost in 4, 5, 6, 7 to the Denver Nuggets or the Oklahoma City Thunder or whoever. It's like at no point at the beginning of the year did we think that was good enough. But at this point, just don't miss the goddamn playoffs.
This might be more macro than you want to go, but you talk about regardless of the of the result this season, you got to make some minor tweaks this offseason. I just hope it's a new front office doing it, because I feel like the last 3 years we've gone, oh, this roster, you just need a couple of minor tweaks. That would be, like I said, zooming out, regardless of how the season ends.
I'm with you. You guys are both rocking 49ers gear. Casey brought this up yesterday. I'll throw a 49ers question at you before you leave.
Oh.
There's no chance Debo's getting traded, right?
I'm not going to say no chance. I think it's really slim. But if there's, so I guess Jeremy Fowler reported that there are several teams interested in trading for him or whatever. If that's really the case and that's not the Niners blowing smoke, then maybe they get a sixth for him or something like that. But I don't think a team wants to give up draft capital to then have to also pay Debo. Like, they'll just wait for him to hit the free agent market and go after him there. That's what I think is going to happen, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. So I'd be pretty shocked if they traded him.
One of the reasons why I said they weren't going to trade him is I forgot who it was. One of the NFL writers broke down the salary cap implications.
Mm-hmm.
It's like $47 million if you trade him
after March 22nd.
Yeah. So if you trade him before March 22nd, it's just a dollar for dollar type deal, or
they're going to have to eat $33 million. So basically, if they trade him, they're eating $33 million. If they cut him before June 1, they're eating, I think it's $33 million. I'm just going to say 33. It might be 35.
Does that taste better than an air fried steak?
Yes.
I don't know. I'd take a steak.
Yeah. So, but if they do the post June 1 thing, then they can spread that $33 million out over a couple of years. I forget the exact numbers. Doesn't really matter. But my guess is they cut him. They just take the entire dead cap hit this year and don't spread it out and just be done with it.
So it's 33 no matter what.
Yeah, unless they wait until March 22nd when his roster bonus kicks in and it becomes 47.
Oh, good. That's smart. Yeah, that's brilliant.
So whatever happens, it'll happen before March 22nd. And my guess is it'll happen like shortly before free agency, so Debo can get a head start on that.
Okay, that's great stuff. Appreciate you, Kyle. Thanks for toughing out the insiders this week while you're a little under the weather. Get some rest this weekend. Pop in those gummies you enjoy, and we'll see you back here on. Oh, we're already sipping. Oh, I see. That's the beauty of doing a show at home, baby.
I got a phone call from Charlie, and he is my boss, and he said, "Get some rest and drink some bourbon." And I said, "Bet, Coach, I got you."
That's old school.
Well,
that's that old school right there.
Hey, that's what you do. Like it's a good team player right there.
Yeah.
That's old school. Put some hair on your chest.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, go enjoy that. Go enjoy the hairy chest, I guess. We'll see you. See you back here on Monday.
Here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's Kyle Madson. We'll be back. Steelo and KC, Sacramento sports leader, I suppose, on ESPN 13.
This is Basil Hayden that James got me for Christmas, but it was aged in a red wine barrel.
Okay. That sounds nice.
It's really nice.
That sounds nice.
I have things to do today, which is why I cut it with some ice, but a little neat pour of this is going to be fantastic.
There you go. You're feeling good. I like that.
I'm going to make a loaf of bread today. I made an edible loaf of bread.
So to be clear, when you said I've got things to do today, it was to make a loaf of bread?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm going to pick up some stuff around the house. I got some writing to do.
Okay.
I got a loaf of bread to make.
All right. Well,
what I'm going to do.
Kyle over here.
Well, yeah, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check and make sure there's nothing urgent to write right now. And then that bread's got the first prove is minimum 2 hours. We're probably looking at something closer to 3. So I'll get a bunch of stuff done while it's proving.
I've never made bread before, so that I don't know the words that you're using.
Proving is like letting the
it sounds like an
glue,
initiation.
So you put the dough in and it's relatively small, right? Like about the size of a softball, maybe. You put it in a bowl and you cover it in a towel, and then you put it somewhere warm. And then the gluten builds in it and it expands like to double its size or so. and then you take it out of the bowl, you knock the air out of it, you shape it, you put it in your tin, and then you let it prove again so it can expand one more time, and then you bake it.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
I feel
It's
like you
fantastic.
should put this on Instagram. I'd like to follow this. This sounds good.
Okay.
All right. All right, man. Well, enjoy your bourbon and your bread, and hopefully we'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, man. See you guys.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Yep. Whoops. One more time.
Thanks for your help this week, Jesse.
Yeah, no problem, man.
All right. See you guys.
All right.
Making bread sounded cool, and then Kyle described it. It sounded like a lot of work.
Baking is hard.
Yeah, it's not my thing.
Like cooking, I feel like, okay, I could figure this out. Baking, it's like, I feel like I followed the instructions. What the fuck just happened to why is this cake flat?
Best I could do is take the cookies out the packet and throw them in the oven.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good look.
I guess technically that's baking.
Well, it definitely is baking.
Mm.
You know what?
No, I don't know.
If I said, "Hey, you go into the donut shop and you're like, hey, what do you want?" I'll be like, "Oh, give me a cake donut."
Mhm.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was.
The cake donut is it's the donut you like.
Yeah, I didn't know that. We went and got donuts this morning. She's like, "Give me a cake donut." I was like, "A cake donut?" She's like, "Yeah, cake donut."
Yeah, the glazed donuts are like those normally. They're normally the glazed donuts. Those are something else. That's not cake.
I learned something new today.
Yeah. Okay.
I like the cake donuts.
Yeah, no, the cake donuts are fire.
Scooter, this might just be my vibe with any answer in the world, to be honest.
Yeah, that's Jesse, man.
Like, I'll be talking on the phone with my parents. Like, what's wrong? Like, no, like, what's up?
Hey, Jesse, what happened in that meeting you had? Oh, I just
That was an all-timer.
I got a pay raise, got promoted. That's all. Guy I can't stand is fired. All right, Jesse. I'm dying to see if Jesse shows like a string of emotion at his wedding.
Yeah,
Like
no,
if he's
you guys,
just
I
like
mean,
standing up there and
Yeah, I
You
just
think he might
no,
shed a
right
tear?
on. Jesse?
Yeah. It's powerful up there.
No,
It's
it
powerful.
is. It
I shed a
is.
tear when I proposed.
Oh,
Like, you
yeah,
guys, I think you guys will learn more about me. Like, 'cause we'll be with family and stuff like that. It's comfortable
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, yeah.
No, you
I
should-
feel like your dad is gonna sob.
Oh, yeah.
Like your dad is. I feel
You
like
think
your
he'll
dad
cry?
is emotional. No, your
Nah.
dad is emotional. Your dad's gonna cry.
He talks like he talks with feeling, but he don't get emotional. He won't cry.
I will
He
bet
might shed a
Kenny's
tear.
money that
He won't
your,
sob though.
your-
He won't sob. No
your
way.
dad's gonna he gonna be doing some.
Nah,
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right.
But yeah, Jesse definitely gonna shed a tear if he did it during the proposal. That was a moment too. I'd shed a tear. Could
Where did
barely
you
get the words out.
Where did you propose? Well, because the whole plan got messed up.
Well, it got a
We
little
were at
spooky.
Universal Studios that weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, did it when they were doing the little New Year's fireworks thing or whatever.
Okay. All right. Very
Speaking
good.
of air horns in order.
Oh, okay. Oh,
for
I
one
know where this
Keegan
is
Murray,
going.
man.
Yeah.
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. He got engaged during his All-Star break. So that's awesome.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that man's personal life, so good for him.
You think Keegan shed a tear?
I don't know. I genuinely have no idea.
He might have. It's a powerful moment. It is a powerful moment.
No, it definitely is, but like I can't figure. Joe, what the hell are you doing?
No, he's doing something for me, bro.
Joe just walks in and starts taking. Joe, what are you doing?
No, it was not orders. I asked him if he could do me a favor.
Hey, Kenny saw Tristan had a camera person, and now he's got one.
Oh,
No, Joe's not my camera person.
Joe, come here. Joe, no, Joe.
I
did
just
Casey-
needed him to do me
no,
a favor.
No, don't make eye contact with him. Did he make you be his camera person?
Make is a strong
Wow.
Make is a strong word.
Wow. Okay.
I asked Joe to do me a quick favor real quick. I needed the pic. My mom needed a picture real quick. So I asked Joe to take a picture. That's
Okay.
it.
All right. All right. No, I think Jesse's on to something.
No,
Casey,
I can't afford Joe.
KC saw Trista had someone following her around everywhere. It was like, I'm gonna go get a Joe.
Yeah, bro.
I'm
Joe,
gonna go. Let me get me a Joe.
No, I can't afford no Joe.
Walked in with his ESPN 1320 shirt on and everything.
Bro, Joe walked in and Casey points, yeah, go stand over there and
Yeah,
take
like,
a picture.
what the hell is going on here?
My mom needed a picture real quick.
I thought
was
Joe was
like,
coming in to get something. I was ready to let it ride. And then the man starts to position himself and start taking pictures. Like, what are we doing?
She needed an in-action photo real quick. And I asked Joe, I said, Joe, hey, are you still around? Do you think you take a quick picture real quick? So, well, I can't afford
I don't even want to
know.
know what your mom is up to right now. Is it Mr. TikTok influencer over here? He's got Joe coming in getting TikTok footage for him.
That's just another thing. Like people just walking like, we're gonna talk about it if you walk in. Like it's not gonna be normal.
No,
well,
like
I
if
thought
you
he'd be able to and then
no,
get
like
get
if
out
you
before
walk
anything
in,
happens.
like when the wake up call will ignore you. They're professionals, but
Yeah.
Justin will ignore you. You go walk in while we're doing our show on video. Everyone watches you walk in behind us, and then you just stand next to me and start taking pictures, and you don't think I'm going to respond to this.
Well, I thought we just quick and get out of here.
That's the most.
Well, he
big time-
tried to. That wasn't his fault.
That was the most big.
But when
time
he's
moment of the show.
because I want to be clear.
It was a
I want to be
favor.
clear for those who he wasn't taking pictures of us.
No, yeah, that was just for Kenny.
This was
by the way.
this
Yeah,
was
that
clearly this was not an ESPN assignment. This was a Kenny. Now we know it was a Kenny Caraway direct order
No, that's an order.
to come in here and take pictures.
It was
of him.
a favor. It was an ask, and my man Joe came through. Big ups to Joe.
I don't know. Joe did it when he was on the clock, so I think that counts.
Can he expense that?
I don't even want to know what your mom is up to.
I don't know. You just said, "Hey, do you have any pictures of you like on the air?" And I said, "I don't really think so." Or if I do, they're like,
I don't
from
know.
YouTube
There's
and stuff.
millions of hours of footage on the internet.
Yeah, but I needed some a little clearer than that.
Okay.
A little clearer than that.
HD cameras aren't enough for KC, I guess.
just Joe just probably got a concert to host or so some place to be for the promotions team. It's like, hey Joe, come here, man. Probably slipped him 100 or something to come in and take a picture.
I wish I could, man.
Look,
Joe
and all that matters, Joe says we got the shot.
Man. He did. That's my boy. That's my man's in them right there.
Got the shot. Mr.
Shout out to Joe. Was he here for that late night concert that happened last night?
I think he was. They were
I didn't
all
even know
here.
what was that.
I know
Walked
Eli.
out
I
and
know
all
the
this
girls were here. Eli was here. I'm sure Joe was here.
I didn't even know that was popping out. I walked out and somebody's performing.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Another thing that happened last night.
I know who that was.
Andy
gets all the concerts. It's like every day, here comes the alt banner. It's like, Jesus, who's here now? Can we get somebody to pull up for us? Anybody?
I got a FaceTime during the 1025 show, and it was Jazz showing Ryan going down the slide on the playground and stuff. And I saw Jazz FaceTiming, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna pick it up, and it's gonna be pitch black behind her. Oh, it was light as hell.
Yeah,
I left the building and it was light as hell. I said, oh, we almost there.
Yeah, I hung around for like a couple minutes. I had to take Complex back to his spot, and we walked downstairs. It was like, oh, it's not daylight.
Yeah, you can't see,
but
the
it's
sun.
not dark.
Yeah, the sun's not out, but it's still light outside.
We're almost there.
Hopefully, this time we do the right thing and get rid of that daylight saving.
What's wrong with it being dark outside?
Nothing.
No, I don't mind it. It's just
not at 5.
It's just tough. Well, no, it's tough because we are inside all day. So to walk out and feel like there's a little bit of life left, it's not the worst. It's not the worst.
Hey, Jesse, who's D-Lo gonna crap on today?
I don't know. I'm kind of wondering. Like he.
There was one I thought about it yesterday. He said it on Tuesday. I can't remember. I was like, oh yeah, he did kind of crap on them too.
Who did you go at yesterday?
The airport.
Oh yeah.
No, it wasn't the airport.
Rabbit,
the airport's
the
fine.
rabbit.
It was a stupid ass rabbit.
Morton's at Roots Chris. That was an all-time moment right there.
But it really wasn't.
No, it was. You said that from
That
the
was
heart.
hella
You said that
funny,
from the
man.
heart. That wasn't like, oh, like went to so and so got it like it's stupid. You went to that one place where you had to cook your own food. That wasn't that. Like you was
No,
like,
it
oh, that was an
wasn't that.
inconvenience. Morton's is like, no, I hate you. I hate everything about you. I hate anyone associated with Morton's.
I hate the way that you walk,
Yeah,
the way
it
that
was
you
all
talk.
that.
I hate the way that you dress. If I catch flight, it's going to be direct.
I thought we were gonna have to go to Morton's or something. I don't know.
Oh man, I remembered it yesterday. I can't remember now though.
Okay. Well, I'm sure it'll be something. It's about to be Jesse the way he's
Oh,
been acting
no.
this
What did I
morning.
do?
Oh, don't do that.
What?
Don't do that. You hit the, oh, he's going to say, I don't get sick any second.
Is that not something that Dame says? You said it like twice this week already.
Because I don't. Now, I might not always feel great.
Bro, you wiped your nose like twice since the show started. Stop.
Oh, man, it's cool. I'm good.
It's the flu game, man. It's a flu game.
Ain't no flu game, man. I'm good. We riding. We ride, and that's all we do, man. We ride. Mikey Winfield going to be here with us in just a couple of minutes. He's performing at the Punchline this weekend. Speaking of sick or ill or out, Anthony Davis going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. I'm seeing Jackie walk to the door, which leads me to believe she's probably letting Mikey in right now. Anthony Davis going to be reevaluated in a couple of weeks. Kyle brought that up a couple of seconds ago. I mean, my mind on Dallas hasn't changed. Like they had a nice little run. I think 4 of 7.
Mm-hmm.
In those last few minutes.
Yeah, and they did what the Kings didn't do. They were able to win their last 2 games going into the break, so they're feeling good about where they stand.
And I
wonder,
wonder,
at least getting to that point, and then like same thing as the Kings, just trying to get their legs under them, and they were able to do that with 2 wins.
I wonder if that's where it ended, though.
Could be.
I'm genuinely curious. Like we've seen. I mean, I don't think it's far fetched to wonder if this team kind of takes a downturn a little bit because we. Had the trade deadline, was it last year, get to the All-Star break, they come out, they're crazy. They're very literally a new basketball team.
Yeah.
It goes all the way to the NBA Finals. I don't think it's far-fetched to think it could go the other way this time. Now, maybe I don't think there's a scenario where they accelerate or go on anything even remotely close to what they did the year prior, last year. But there could be a scenario where they just kind of flatlined and are the same, but I'm if I had to lean towards something and put some of Kenny's money out there, it would be on a downturn.
You think Kyrie Irving can kind of, I don't even know if this is right, but turn back the clock and kind of keep him afloat or even maybe do something there?
I do. That's the one thing that's making me feel like it is not definitive. Like that's the one thing, and it's Kyrie in the way that Kyrie has been playing the last 2 weeks or so.
And I'm with you on that. And one thing I can say about them that at least that I feel about this Mavericks team is they're tougher than a $2 steak. They've had some wins since the Luka drama that has been like, no, we're here. We're going to compete.
Yep.
And Jason Kidd, that's a testament to him as a coach. And
good thing he's still a coach.
Well, now he's
not a bystander.
Now he's
anymore.
got a coach.
Yeah.
He can't just watch like the rest of us.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to like come to play in every game, and that's valuable.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to fold up the tent. If anything, they may be I don't know if inspired is the right word, but maybe so inspired by the doubt that everybody has for the Mavericks because Luka's gone.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, shut up and let your team play. Like, let those guys do what they do, and maybe it was just a matter of
was it that article you were from? Was it like the Mavericks talking again, like, or was it like sources?
Nah, it was a little bit more of the Mavericks. They wish they had game planned for the aftermath. A little bit more of this kind of went crazy. We should have planned for it. What's up, boy?
What's good? Yes, sir. Hey, Ricky Henderson going crazy right now, man. Come on now. Yeah.
Boy, Mikey Winfield in here.
Right
yeah, you right there, that far one. Performing at the Punchline this weekend. We'll bring Mikey up here onto the screen as he gets settled. What's up, man?
Hey, you know what? Hey, life is amazing. How's it going? What's going on?
Vibes are always up when Mikey come through,
every time, man. 10 times out of 10.
Let me tell you about this weekend already. I've sold more tickets before I got here than I've ever sold for an entire weekend.
Come on now.
Wow.
Life is good.
Is this feels like, is this your first like full stretch at the Punchline in a while? Like, I know you've done nights before.
No, you're right. As far as the weekend goes, yeah, it's been a few years since I've done a full weekend at the Punchline.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when I talk about we got a show lined up, we got some fire. Like, I'm happy to be, do my thing as I am. But man, we got a little mini impromptu roast set up, with some comedians popping in, man.
Okay.
We even got a DEI hire, man. We threw a white dude on there. Just so you know.
I don't know if you heard. DEI is done.
You don't
have to do
we don't
that.
even need the white dude.
Make it all black.
Josh, you're fired.
Sorry, Chad. We don't need you tonight.
Oh, well, okay, we good.
Wait, who's the roast for?
Well, here's the thing, man. It's my birthday, so
Yes,
typically,
sir.
Let's go.
in past birthday weekends, when I was like here, I would throw a show and just have a roast around my birthday. So that's what we're gonna do, man. We just let them go up, but guess who gets the mic last?
Come on, man, talk to him.
Guess who gets it last?
So this is what I always wondered with like roast and stuff like that. Is there an because some people are like, hey, I know what I'm here for. Like, let's go, let's cook. Like, do what you do.
Yeah.
Is there an unspoken, all right, man, there's even though we roasting, there's still some things I'm not gonna go.
Hey, man,
I ain't gonna go there. But like I never knew it. Are people like, nope, go wherever you want to go. I know why I'm here.
I'm a nothing off limits person, but it's because I only put out in the world what I want people to know about me. Now, if they found some dirt or something that I don't know about, oh, that's going to make things really interesting. And if it get really bad, the only thing left to do is fight. So like, if it's like, yo, why do you know this? How did you get hold of this information? Then it's a brawl.
And the
Because words aren't strong enough at that point.
Right.
And Mike out here. So if there's a fight jumping off, he's gonna have a lot more people around him than whoever he's fighting.
Whoever is starting this, they're out of towners.
Yeah.
you home, bro. So yeah, you good.
Yeah, so no, it's exciting, but you're right, because the crowd doesn't all know that that's what's going on. You know, they're just coming for, funny comedy, stand up. So it's more like we're throwing it in, but they still will get the jokes I've been working on.
Yeah.
And I filmed a special last week for something called Dry Bar.
Okay.
So that's like a squeaky clean stand-up half-hour network, which is great. So I did that so I could get rid of all my clean material because I was doing it. I was just tired of it.
Because you did so much of it because of America's Got Talent.
Yeah, because of that, and I write clean typically anyway. I just write stories and jokes, and it's not like about filth. But the good part is I got rid of all the clean stuff now. So now I'm only stuck with filth. So, this particular weekend is just going to be everything moving forward, which is great because I don't want to do any of that older stuff, which makes it exciting.
I'm
filth flying filth.
real quick about the roasting. It's always fascinated me. So I got a comedian.
Oh yeah, no, jump in.
Have you ever seen it go left?
Often. Yeah, you've seen them. Man, we had one that I threw, and the comedians weren't necessarily getting me, they were getting each other. Because by the time they got to me, it was whack, man. They were just saying sweet and kind stuff. Like nobody wants to hear that, right? But amongst each other, they was going hard on each other. And then someone said something out of pocket that shouldn't have been said out loud about relationships with stuff in town. And even the people, like, you heard the back of the room, that's where the comedians stand. You heard them all go, oh, and that's when you knew, oh man, this slipped. This is like, hey, let me talk to you in the hallway.
I was about to say, was there a conversation about that
it
afterwards?
It was something that happened. Yes. Why does this? Can they hear me? This says this at the top.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah. So I don't know if like anybody got thrown across a table or nothing, but I do know, as far as going left, I haven't even seen the dude that said that in years. Almost as if
they got him off the they got him out the, the paint.
I want to just assume at that exact moment he moved. He relocated.
I'm out the paint.
Yeah, I'm serious. I haven't seen him. I'll ask about him and seeing he's
crossed the line though.
Thoughts and prayers wherever you at.
Yeah. All right.
Live to fight another day, bro. Live to fight another day.
I don't know if I could do a roast.
You mean like be the guest of honor and or say the mean stuff?
Both, to be honest with you.
Really?
Because there's some stuff where like, even if it's like on par with what's going on, I still ain't gonna say it, man. It's cool. Like I don't need to laugh that much, man. Because I may say it in who knows, in that moment I might say it a different way where I ain't even gonna take the chance. It's cool.
Here's where I hear you at. I feel like you gotta be in it. If you're one of those people that do this, then do it. If you're not, because some people never forget. Some people have had stuff said to them that they are still rolling with to this day.
Yeah.
Because it hurt.
Yeah.
You know, they hit them in a spot and they can't shake it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like you got to be cut out for this. Like
Yeah.
I've heard very terrible things about myself, but I'm numb inside.
Well, anytime you perform in front of people, you kind of have to be numb.
Yeah.
We searched Reddit yesterday.
Oh,
We were like, oh man.
Oh no.
Oh, let's close this.
You didn't read your comments, did
No,
you?
we read a couple of them.
No,
We did. So we did it as a bit, but it's like, all right, you got to recognize when you go on there and you look, you probably gonna see something you don't want to see.
It's not something you want to do unless
yeah.
you are really
Right.
prepared to do that.
Yeah, man.
Because look, it's 1,000 great ones. You only remember that one.
Yeah. Right.
You remember
Right.
that
That
one.
one stands out.
And now that's what their goal is. The commenters are taking over.
Mhm.
The comment section, they're trying to be superstars.
Mhm.
They like, I'm one terrible comment away from being successful. 'Cause they have nothing else going on. So they're just going around hating, trolling all through the internet.
Yeah,
And that's what their purpose is in life.
Mhm.
Because nothing else is quite. That's my assumption. I think that's where that stems from. Is something's not right with you
Mhm.
if all you're doing is looking to hate.
And they
across
don't
the
never have
internet.
to answer to anything.
Mhm.
So
No.
they just say whatever. Like, it don't matter. I ain't got to answer. I'm probably never going to see this person. I'm not going to have to say it to their face and deal with and then if it's somebody like famous and you say it to their face, they're like, yeah, hit me so I can get paid. Like they'll never have to like really deal with the
Mhm.
things that they say to people.
It's
sometimes.
worse though, because you see these people in person and they adapt you up.
Mm.
Like
Oh,
it
yeah.
never happened. They just
Yeah.
think, oh yeah, these are internet games. Not like your heart was affected.
Right.
They really just like will be like, hey, what's up, man? These are like the same people that for years have come to shows and just like there's good hecklers, and then there's ones that just came to ruin everything.
Mm.
And then they're like, hey man, I helped the show, didn't I? I was like, no, we
bro, what are
already
you talking
we
about?
had content. We've done this before you, you know. So it's
I
those.
helped the show. If you don't get out of my face, what are you talking about?
Hey, there's people to believe it. There's
Mhm.
people to believe it, you know. But after this many years, I've seen it all. I've seen the heckler win. I've watched I've watched a lot through these years, you know. So hey.
It's been 20 years now. How long?
At least.
Yeah, like
that's where
at
I'm
least
at.
20. Yeah.
That's insane. That's why, like right now, it's not so much even thinking for me. It's like I just kind of know what to do.
Mhm.
You know, I know how to write some stuff. I know how a joke is formatted. I know the foundation. How it's gonna hit depends on the people in the room.
Yeah.
And so you just go there and deliver, and that's a thrill that you keep chasing.
Yeah.
I met this guy, man, when I was filming Dry Bar. I think he was like 70, right? And he had his face painted, and he had his hair was jet black. Man, I had never heard of this dude. But he was like, had a weird aura about himself. You know, he was just like, nothing matters. You know, I'm doing this as a favor. Like he was above everything. He was like, yeah, I own the Tesla. It's the fastest one out. It just came out. It goes 275, you know? And I was like, who is this dude? And everybody was like, what's up with this weird dude? You know, like, what's going on with this? And then we were just talking, man, and he was telling me old stories about who he used to run with and smashing on the road, like all the fun stories, you know? And I was in it for that. I was like, oh, what else about that? So he kept sharing stuff, right? It was just name dropping just all around. I'm like, man, this dude, he go, man, who is he, right? And his energy was even like weird, right? And I'm like, and I was first. It was 3 of us filming on Dry Bar Specials, and I go up there and I feel like, man, I annihilated. I did what I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
Had a girl behind me, she did really great. And I'm like, I can't wait to see what this dude does, man, because I just knew how I was gonna go for him.
Yeah.
This dude went up and smashed. he was so like he crushed the crowd.
Yeah.
And he looked like he wasn't even working.
Mm.
He told me, he was like, yeah, I'm not even sure what I'm gonna do. I was like, okay. And I'm like, people just say that because they try and be Jay-Z. You know what I
Right.
mean? They're
I
like, yeah,
freestyle
you know,
all
I
the
got
time.
all
I
my
don't write
lyrics
my
in my
rhymes no
head.
more.
Right. He went and did 2 different shows that he filmed because we do 2 of them. So I don't know if one goes a certain way. Filmed 2 different sets and just, I don't even know this guy's name. Never heard of him. Apparently he'd been on cruise ships for like the last like 28 years or something like that. And he sings.
Oh man.
Don't forget that part, right? But I'm like, okay, but he helped me somehow. I think you running these people for a purpose, you know?
Mhm.
And he had everything he wanted in life. Like financially, it was just everything. And it was just like, right, man. Like we worry too much about everything. We just like trying to be great. You go to LA because people want to be famous and you want to do all this, when it's just like, when you have the opportunity to just do what you do and you're able to do that, hey man, just count the wins, man.
man.
You know, celebrate the wins. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
This was real quick. Just for you, there's one thing I'm stuck on. You said his face was painted like a spray tan or like the Ultimate Warrior.
Buddy, you never moved on from there. No, man, I think it's because I don't know. People wear makeup.
Oh,
and
okay.
Maybe he
I
did
got
it
you.
himself.
He did well. Yep.
So
all right. That could look like paint. Yep.
It was
You're not
layers
careful.
upon layers, man. Where it was like
it was caked on there.
Yeah, it was like a picture of Michael Myers' mask was his real face.
Oh my goodness.
That's what it looked like. It looked like that was his actual face with the hole cutouts on his eyes. And I was like, oh man, it's wild. It's wild.
It's wild.
And his demeanor was very laid back. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, you know, man, this dude, he not.
And just went out there and bodied
And
it.
just knocked it out.
That's
I'm like,
great.
man, I'm out here working too hard. I'm dancing. You know, I'm like writing punchlines in the car. You know, like man, I'm working too hard.
You still get like butterflies before you go on stage?
No, I am past that.
Yeah.
You know, because listen, like I know how it's gonna go.
Mhm.
You know, if I'm having an off night, that happens too, but not so much the nerves. Like I kind of like, I don't know. I don't think it's that hard anymore.
Yeah.
To be funny in front of people. Like maybe the first like 12 years, you know, maybe then, because you're like, all right, I hope I get it right. I hope I don't, you know, I hope, but I'm past the hope. I'm past that. I'm just
Is it
like,
more just excitement, like to do your thing? Like,
yeah, it really is. It's kind of like I want to introduce something different. I want to do something they haven't seen me done, you know, do before. You know, I want to write. I'm still chasing that joke. I'm still chasing that one joke where they're like, yo, that's the joke right there.
Yeah.
Really, you don't think you've had it?
And no, I got it now. I think I got it now.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
And it's close, but I think I got that joke that they leave, they talk about in the car. You know, and yeah, I've had a few, you know, it's over time. That's how it works. You know, I'm proud of like some of the stuff, but I think I got that one now. You know?
So you think you got that one now? What's the one that you thought like, no, I bodied that one?
Man, there's a lot of trust material. Like I got this joke that I don't do because I don't know if I like how it changes the crowd's energy, right? But the premise was pretty much like my lady was always accusing me of stuff, you know, like, you know, I'm like, yo, you tripping, you know? And I'm like, nothing's happening. And I flipped out. And she's like, what, you want, a trophy? I'm like, Yo, I mean, that was, imagine your homies come over, man. They like, bro, you got trophies? You like, man, that ain't nothing. Those is my faithful awards, you know? And he's like, bro, they everywhere. Look at this, 2021, 2022,
MVP,
2024. You know?
Yeah, no, man, come on, man. The numbers weren't up in 2023. The numbers weren't there.
Yes, man, we was in tough times. It's tough times. So,
We was just getting out of COVID. It was different.
So, hey, man,
Dallas
like,
was crazy, bro. I'm sorry, Dallas
you know
was
what I
crazy.
mean? Certain ones, man, sometimes I don't want to go there in the crowd because you'll just take the energy somewhere else. Especially, I see how nervous the crowd gets when I introduce trust.
Nah, what you laughing for?
Yeah.
What's so damn funny?
You like that? They stopped holding hands. They was holding hands for the whole 30 minutes. Then the hands start to, you know, you see the body language shift. You're like, oh man, people are.
Oh, you can relate, huh?
They
Oh,
tuned
okay.
in. They tuned into this one, right?
You can relate to 2023, huh? Oh, okay. Yeah,
Those
yeah.
things, yeah, right.
That's a funny thing. I don't think we like ever take into account is a joke how it'll affect like the couples in the audience. Like you could just feel the room go cold all of a sudden.
It wasn't that damn funny.
Oh, it's often. I know it's more than we even know. I know that these things lead to conversations in the car. And the way it goes, you know, the right thing to say is, I don't know what Mike was talking about. I don't know what he was talking about.
Hey, wow, man. Oof. Mike, that's a crazy boy right there.
Wow.
You guys take like survey of who's in the audience, right? Like, are you asked, like, you know, are there a lot of couples out there? They in the front? Like, you guys do that?
There's comedians that do.
Like, I know some guys we used to know would be like, yeah, make sure there's at least 1 or 2 couples in the front because they have something that they want to. You know, I know Willie would do that. Like Willie Barcena he was like, make sure there's a couple in sight that I could do something with.
Yeah, so he could play in the crowd with them. You know, I mean, as far as surveying, I kind of know who's coming to see me. And majority is a lot of older moms. So that's like been my crowd because I've solicited them for years. Just mom energy. And I'm still into it. Nothing's changed. You know, I just like a mom that can work the snack bar. You know what I mean? Like she can hand out the after the game snacks and stuff like that, you know, to do the shopping, you know, just mom energy. You know, it's always been like, and that's who's coming the most. And then next, it's all the people from AGT. So I have a feeling of who I'm gonna see in those audiences, but I don't necessarily write for that. I kind of have to write with what I think is funny.
Is AGT older?
AGT is definitely.
Yeah.
And I know this because when I was in Vegas and I had my residency, that is who was there.
Yeah.
It wasn't the 19-year-olds like, man, I gotta check out AGT. Nah, man, they were mature.
Seasoned a little bit.
Yeah.
That was something I was about to ask you. I just lost my train of thought because that was funny.
Hey, come get roasted. Come on, man. Come sit on the stage, man.
Hey, so like I said, I'm like, I say this all the time because, you know, we quote unquote public figure. We got the chatty house people, you know, on Twitter. You know, they'll say some stuff. We'll joke back and forth every now and then. And I always say, I'm just kind of a wild card. Like some days I might play around and have fun, and some days may not be the day, and I might snap back on you. Take your chance if you want. It's just me. That's how I know it. So with the roast, I don't know, man. Maybe if I'm in the mood and everything's funny, I'll be like, yeah, this is all funny. And if I had a bad day the day before, I woke up on the wrong side of bed, maybe it's not all funny.
Hey,
I just don't know.
There's guys out there that I believe are really talented roasters. Like they've been doing it since the back of the bus in years, and I respect them and their talent. I wouldn't call myself that. I'm a writer. Like if I can prepare, it's good. If I know who's gonna be there and then I can do the math and do everything, I'm good. If I gotta just come off the cuff with quote, like I can do jokes. I can do jokes for days. But if you just talking about like roasting somebody, I'm going to, and if they're getting me, like some lady got me, man. She got me, and she was like, something, yo, gabba, gabba. And man, I was like, oh, I just lost. And I, there was no coming back from that. And if I'm losing, I'm mean. Like, it's not going to be funny to nobody. You're going to tell it came from a hurtful, mean place. And I'm going to say something that's just on some, yo, bro, you good? Like, where they got to, hey, man, just come over here, man. You know, because I want it to be funny, but I just know I'm not like, I have not mastered that skill to just come up like boom and hit them with something. The crowd's you know, I got my days. You know, we all got our times when you know it's good. But on average, if they getting me, like they getting me, man, what I'm gonna say is just gonna be dark.
Are comedians? You think comedians like in general are sensitive?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why after the thing, man, like they going and reading all the comments and they out there like, hey, thank you. How'd you think? You know, musicians aren't sitting out.
Oh, I never thought of that. Yeah.
You know, hey, thanks for coming. Huh? Oh, you enjoyed the show? Oh, great. That's awesome. Like, yo, get out of here, man. But I believe that. I believe all artists have a level of sensitivity.
Okay.
You've nurtured something, you've created something, and you put it out here. And you want people to love it. At the end of the day, that's what it's about.
Right.
And when they don't, yes, you get in your feelings.
That's hilarious. I'm trying to picture the weekend outside SoFi Stadium. Like, hey, did you enjoy the show? Thanks for coming.
Hey, enjoyed it or not, that check cleared, so I'm great. That's what he would say.
Man.
But to your point, though, I do think that's the case, and it's like I empathize with it, right, to a certain degree, because I'm not an artist or a musician or anything else like that. But if I put together this body of work, this album or something like that, or a comedy show, and I put a lot of work into it, and I put it to the point where me personally, I think this is quality. I think this is good. I put a lot of effort into it. And then 2 hours later, somebody, this is garbage. Oh, yo, chill. What you mean this is garbage? Like, and who are you to say it's garbage? Like, how are you going to tell me what I find acceptable for myself, my performance or my music or whatever is no good?
That's their job. That's their job. I mean, we go to a museum and we're like, man, you looking at like an art museum. And it's like, man, that's beautiful. Or it's not. Or you could be the person that's like, all right, if I don't like it, like I was taught, if you don't like something, don't say anything. That's not, that's not the current time. How are we going to know? You're going to know if everybody's bumping your music. You're like, okay, I did something right. If everybody's coming to your show, okay, I did something right. So I accept that. But yeah, there's people out there, and that's their job to let you know that they not feeling it. But you know what happens too? Your supporters are jumping that same thread. And like, I guess you don't.
Right.
I guess you just don't get it.
Right.
That's probably
Guess
more
you
of
ain't
it.
sophisticated.
It went over your head. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I remember what I was going to ask you. Did you watch the SNL 50 joint?
Oh no, I watched it on mute on the plane.
Wait,
whoa. Oh no, you're not talking about the movie.
No. They had the
special over the weekend.
Oh no, that just happened. All right, keep going.
No, I was just saying if you watch it, and then like
I will.
Are you like, does SNL, like, does it resonate with you? Or are you like, oh, that's not really.
Well, here's the thing. I've
really my
auditioned, I want to say like 6 times. I don't know why they keep bringing me back, but I think what's going to happen, man, like, I'm going to end up hosting it. That's where I'm at on my trajectory. Things are in explosion mode, and I'm going to probably host it. I'm going to get in some sketches, and it'll go that way. As far as being a regular cast member, I would love it. I would love it. Just because, I mean, I like New York too. I get to live in New York, that'd be fun too, And I mean, they reaching out, or my agency submitting me, but that's a skill set too.
Yeah.
It's another skill set.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, you just keep working. You keep working, and like when that door opens, I'm just gonna run through that door. Whatever door is there, I'm here for whatever's for me, and that's kind of how I've operated in life. Yeah. When things are for me, I'm there, and the things that like I'm chasing, it's like sometimes don't even waste that energy.
Right.
Go ahead and knock out like what works. What's going, what's going to pay this mortgage.
You still into music?
I am, right? And so I got me a little, got my walkout song for the week. I was trying to figure out what that was going to be,
Okay.
And this is what I really want. I want new artists. I want to love a new artist, and it's hard because like I'm getting on the older thing where I only like maybe 3 guys.
Yeah.
And I'm stuck with them, and everything they do, I support it, but I want something new. So I don't even count. I wouldn't even say he's so much the new guy, but I got my walkout song, right?
Who is it?
The walkout song is Corday. Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Right? But he got this track called Saturday Morning, and I was imagining myself. You know how that manifestation stuff?
Yeah.
I imagined myself walking out to that with the energy, because the tickets are selling, like crazy. And I'm like, oh man, that's just gonna feel good.
Yeah.
It's just gonna feel good coming out. And but why do you ask?
I was just wondering.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't expecting you to say Corday either. Like I thought you was gonna say TV Off or something like that. One of the Kendrick Lamar joints. It's just like, but no, I asked because you used to love music. We used to talk about music all the time.
I'm still heavy in music, and that's this whole the beef thing. That's like, and that's fun. That's interesting. That's all over the place. And this is what I'll say. Let me see. This is what I'll say. I love them both. as artists. You know, not to be a diplomatic person. Like, who
You
won the
can't do
beef?
that, Mike. You can't do that.
No.
it's
Who won the
uncalled
beef is
for. You
clear.
can't do that.
I believe you. There's another individual in this room who's like, I love them both, but clearly hates one of them. I won't say which one it is.
Why?
But
what? Well, it's me and Kendrick. Why you think I hate Kendrick?
bro, okay.
Why do you think I hate
We got
Kendrick?
company. You really because you didn't say one good thing about Kendrick the entire conversation. The entire summer.
You're
what that means.
upset because I didn't love it as much as you did. That's why you're saying that. Because how many times did I talk about how dope Euphoria was?
Bro, you called Euphoria a warning shot. You're like, oh, that was a cute little warning
that's
shot.
all that happened.
You know,
And then I came back and I was like, nah, this is fire. This is dope. And every time it's brought up, I'd be like, no, Euphoria. I told you.
Euphoria, the best song.
Remember, I told you like 2 months ago, I was working out. Euphoria came on. I got hyped and all this other. See, but because I don't like, I'm not going crazy about it. They're like, oh, you don't like them. Like, no, like it's dope. Like I think it's dope. I think Family Matters was dope, but they don't like when you say that.
So this is what I would say. You know, like, what does not liking someone even mean? Okay, so are you bumping this person every once in a while or not? See, that's my question I want to ask people. Before the beef, were they bumping either one of them? I feel like there's more people right now with Drake on their playlist. I mean, that's what the numbers would say overall. And I think Kendrick comes out and then boom, just maybe the greatest song of all time. And then that's still riding. Now, is he still in the rotation? You know, or is boom, the beef ends and then people resume to regularly scheduled programming, which is whatever they were.
Well, that's what Kendrick did. He exploded with the stuff with Drake, and then dropped GNX, which didn't have anything to do with Drake, and became the #1 album, and then he parlayed it in the Super Bowl, and now they got the tour. So he's the biggest artist in the game right now. Drake's doing his thing, but he's doing it overseas. He just dropped the R&B album, and if you like Drake, you love it. Like that, I think Drake is but both guys probably to a certain degree are polarizing in a way. Like you asked, like before, like Kendrick's my favorite rapper. Kendrick was my favorite rapper a year ago. He's my favorite rapper today. Drake, I don't like him. Like, I just don't like the music that he makes. I can pull songs from Drake that I like. Like, I like this song. I like this song. But like his overall projects, most of them I don't like. Like that's not because of Kendrick. That's not because of the album of Party Next Door. That's just like that. He has a sound that doesn't appeal to me. Is a sound I feel like appeals to somebody else.
Two questions for you. Okay, first question is, what do you like most, or what do you like about Kendrick?
I like the way he raps. I like his storytelling. I like that most of his music has to do with something. Like they're not just words.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. But there are rappers with words that I just like. Like, my favorite rapper is Wayne. And pretty much all he's talking about is one thing. And I love that one thing. Okay, so this is the second question. Second question would be, who do you think you relate to more?
I mean, if I don't relate to either one of them. Your question is, who do I relate to more? Well, for obvious reasons, it's probably Drake.
Yeah, right. I see it.
Right. Outside of that, like, I mean, again, like Drake, like the answer. I'm gonna answer your question is probably Drake. Like, Kendrick raps about subject matter that just is not a part of my life, and it never has been. Drake raps about women in a way like that's not a part of my life either. But if I had to pick one, the fact is it probably is Drake.
Right. And I think that's the connection. That right there is why he will probably always be played more, because I feel like more people relate, even though there's artists like, let's just say Jay-Z, right? I can't relate to having $1 billion, but I can see it. There's a piece of me that can see it. And there's stuff in both of them and all of them that make them all amazing. But there's just certain things when you just relate to it in a way, or you connect through some lyrics that I feel like makes pop stars are often more popular.
But the thing that I feel and that I think gets lost in music discussions and especially in hip hop is I don't feel one way all the time. If I'm want to be educated and I want to be inspired, by my people and my lineage, maybe I want to hear Kendrick and To Pimp a Butterfly or the Good Kid, Mad City or whatever. But if I'm with my lady and I'll throw on 4 Bats and Drake and want to hear that, or if I'm trying to figure out like how we get this thing going here at ESPN 1320 and I feel like I'm a hustler, I'm gonna throw on Jeezy. Like we don't have to relate to one person all the time and not like the other person. You can not like them because you don't like their music or it doesn't appeal to you. That's cool. But like Kendrick and Drake, like I listen to both of them and I like them both for different reasons.
What if that was the rule though? What if whoever lost the beef, you had to throw away all their music? That would really amp up beefs, man. Like if they lose,
loser got to leave town.
You got to delete it all.
But see, that's the thing. Like everyone in this room thinks Kendrick won that, right?
I believe that.
Okay, there are a lot of people that don't, though. There are a lot of people that don't think Kendrick won that. So it becomes like, how do you determine? And that was the thing. Like, how do you determine a winner in this? Like, I feel like if you're I don't think you're not one of them goofy Drake fans like academics and the rest of them dudes like who will swear to God that this went exactly as they planned. But like, you can't convince them that Drake lost. And then there's Kendrick, like Jason Jones. You can't convince Jason Jones Kendrick lost.
Right.
And I don't know how you would determine. I don't know how you determine a winner or loser.
This is
in
how.
This.
Okay.
Other than not like us playing for a year straight.
That too. But I'll go back to the roast. You got 2 guys just going at each other back and forth, back and forth. Then one gets one so good, the whole crowd is like, ah. And then what does the other one? He has nothing to say. That is currently where we're at. We're currently with the other guy saying, I mean, forget beef. I just want to make beats in the clubs.
but I think there's more to it than that too. It's not just the joke itself, it's the delivery of the joke, because the killer was Meet the Grams. Meet the Grams was not the best song that dropped in all of this. But because it dropped 10 minutes after Drake's big bombshell, he buried him. And then the next day, Not Like Us drops, and it's like, it's over.
Yeah, I mean,
that's sophisticated.
The plays that were ran were crazy. The plays that were ran, I mean, he executed to perfection. But like, you would have people, and I don't know how you determine winner or loser in this situation. But the people, I look at it as Kendrick had the biggest record, the whole thing, and you talk about it that way, that would give him the win. There are people who look at it and say, bar for bar, Drake went crazy. And Drake got him. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I'm not saying I necessarily believe that, but I do think Drake's bars were in push-ups and in Family Matters were insane. Like he did his thing. And that was always my approach to the whole thing. You asked me point blank. He's like, before all that happened, who you think's gonna win? I'm like, it's a rap beef. Like, who's gonna beat Kendrick Lamar in a rap beef? You can't. Like, he's a wordsmith. But what I did say is, and you and other people didn't think it would happen. I said, I think Drake gonna show up though. Like, I think he's gonna show up with some heat. And he did that. He did that with Family Matters. And then Kendrick,
but that's the thing. Like, Family Matters was buried. Like, Family Matters didn't live for an entire day.
But it depends, right? Like, it depends on what, because I still hear Family Matters. It still comes up on my curation list, just like Euphoria does, right? So, like, if you want, you're the consumer, not you specifically, but if you want to bury it, you can. It's there for you if you want to listen to it. It's there for you if you want to like critique it and be like, hey, this was actually pretty good. It's up to you if you want to listen to it or not. If you don't ever want to hear it, then yeah, it's dead and gone.
That's why I think it's good to analyze rap beef maybe a year later. Go back to it without all the noise, without all the stuff around it, and then go. But make sure everything is in order and see when it was delivered, And then it's important you can remember the feeling of the times, because we talked about this. I think we talked about this. It's like when you go back to the Nas and Jay's beef back in the day, back in the I remember who won as far as the energy of the people. But then when I go back to Jay's bars too, I'm like, man, it wasn't like it was bad. That was incredible.
Crazy.
It's just, as far as selecting the winner, who had the streets? And Nas had the streets, and I think that's what Kendrick has now.
Or
I think there's also
who wants to see how many, like, what does the public want? I think at that time, Jay was one of the hottest rappers out, and there was a group. It's not everybody, but there was a group that wanted to see him be humbled or lose, and Nas provided that. And I think that's for some people, not the whole. Some people had that same feeling with Drake here. They were tired. He's been on the game, top of the game for 15, almost 20 years. They want to, and he talks crazy, talks with bravado. They want to see him humbled. They want to see him lose. And I think for some people, there was an element of, I just want to see him out the paint.
I feel like that might have been the number one reason. I felt like that more than anything. I felt like before this even started, right when it was at the brink of about to start, that's what that's what people wanted. And I don't know who these particular people are, but they're the ones that put a lot of energy to Kendrick. And Kendrick pulled his weight. Like, there's no question he pulled his weight. But I felt like Drake was in a hole before he even started to be.
Well, Drake was already polarizing, though. Like, the situation with Kendrick Lamar didn't make Drake polarizing. Like, he had been that. He's soft, he sings, he's not a rapper. That's been going on for, what'd you say, 15 years, 10 years? That's been a conversation surrounding Drake forever. So I feel like people already had their opinions on Drake. He's not a rapper, he's a singer, he's this and that. That's been going on long before this Kendrick thing happened. It's just they found someone to throw their weight behind. And, with all due respect to Pusha T, Pusha commercial-wise isn't Kendrick. Kendrick's that's a Grammy Award-winning artist. That is a significantly more mainstream artist than Pusha T is. Again, it's not a conversation about their words or their battles or the way that they rap or the way that they could come at somebody. It's who is that going to appeal to? Pusha T is not on the radio. Kendrick has been. Kendrick's catalog is on the radio, and that it was people who maybe felt a certain way about Drake. They were able to throw their feelings behind someone like, yeah, get him. Yeah, get him. I'm tired of him. Get him.
And those same things that people hate are the same things people love. The fact that he sings, that's
right?
like,
Yeah, that's why he's on the radio the way that he is.
Yeah. So those things are, right.
I did find out that, and it makes it a little, I don't know, a little bit more funnier to me. But the DeRozan thing, somebody threw that on stage. Did you see that?
Somebody threw the jersey.
Somebody
on
threw
stage.
their jersey at him.
Well, I'm just glad we finally got a different view of it.
I didn't see a view. I just heard the story about like how that transpired. Now, whether that person was a prop or what, I don't know. But somebody threw it at him. See, he didn't know what it was, and then that whole thing that you saw allegedly was organic.
I'll call it a little cap. I could be wrong. In the video, he's walking around with it in his hand.
Yeah, he had caught it, and then he saw it, and then when he opened it up, he saw what it was.
Okay.
Or maybe he knew what it was when it was thrown at him.
Well, I thought the Kings did a good job.
That was good.
They put
Shout
the
out
guy
to my man
below,
Kenny, man. Yeah,
caught the jersey and was like, oh, throws it over his shoulder, keeps it moving.
I thought that clip.
I think there's an element too. I think there's an element to burying yourself, because you mentioned Jay-Z, and KC and I talk about this in our previous discussions. The Heart Part 6 that Drake dropped was terrible. Like, it was he buried himself in that song. Jay did the same thing with Super Ugly. Super Ugly was so bad. It was like, fam, that's not even you. Like, why are you doing this? And that was like, all right. It's like you got knocked out, then you got back up, and then you punched yourself in the face.
That can happen. That can happen it just can happen. I don't know all the reasons, but it can definitely happen. And you know what? All this stuff is like, it's not even real, man. Like, the big three, who decided that? So then they all ran with that. And I feel like every year or every often, something is pushed and we just believe it. Like, really? You telling me chickens really ran out of eggs? Do you really believe that happened? They want us to believe that. Chickens are out of eggs. And look, here's the thing. All you egg eater people, man, like, y'all really getting on my nerves too. Because y'all been hating on vegans for all your life. And now you eat
not so funny now, huh? Yeah.
Now they all up in the liquid just eggs, frying it in the house, probably talking bad about it. But now, because you don't got no eggs, Now you jumping all into the vegan egg stuff, man. Get out of here. Don't even say nothing to me. If you now they done raised the just egg
price went up. Yep.
It's crazy. Over $10 for that little carton.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
$10 for fake eggs is
fake
wild.
eggs.
We don't even know what's in it.
We don't.
Have no idea what's in it. They just put just egg on it. And we're like, all right,
whatever.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Yo, man, that's sleazy that you would pick up that box and walk it to the front counter and ring it up because they don't have a dozen of your $30 a dozen eggs. How dare you,
man? I'm hurt by that. I love me some eggs too. Damn.
PunchlineSack.com. You can get the tickets. Mikey tonight. 2 shows tonight, 7 o'clock and 9:15. 2 shows on Saturday, 7 o'clock and 9:15. And then the show on Sunday. We're celebrating, which I don't know why it's not in my calendar. That's me. I'm a double check before I ask a question. I'm a regret. Yeah, it's not in my calendar. What day is your birthday?
Oh, Sunday, 23rd.
Okay.
23rd.
Okay.
It's Pisces season.
I was about to say that's the start of a new season, ain't it? Or is it the 22nd?
It's the very beginning. So I think I'm 2 days into to Pisces season. Yeah.
I don't know nothing about Pisces.
Right.
I don't know. I know about Aquarius. I don't know nothing about Pisces.
Why are you Aquarius?
No, my wife and my mom are.
Okay, yeah. Is that your compatibility sign? I clearly been talking to too many women because I know I know my two.
Yeah, it is.
Good answer.
Yeah, it'd be wrong later.
Right. You're right.
Kenny ain't getting no trophies at the house, man. He ain't getting no trophies at the house. PunchlineSack.com. Again, if you want to get tickets to see Mike, we appreciate you, brother. You know you always got a home.
Hey, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Always. You know it.
All right, more with D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, let's just break it 58 and get reset. Then we'll break it 13 and reset. Then we have Eddie.
Yeah, man. Yo, hit me up. Like I said. Yeah, that's my actual birthday. Just hit me. And it'll be cool at the door. It's all good.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there either second on Saturday or Sunday. But I'm gonna try to come second on Saturday. I ain't been to one of those in a while.
Second and Saturday is interesting. Wayne just hit me up.
Oh shit.
Man. And I hung out with Wayne in Vegas, man.
Oh yeah, we talked. That was the day before we saw each other, right?
Oh man. Good night.
Yeah.
Hey man, I see y'all, man.
Take care,
All right,
y'all.
Appreciate you, Mike. That's my man right there. Mike E. My man said, who do you relate to more? Like, oh, shit. I think I know the answer to that. Complex keeps changing my time by an hour on jams and forgets to tell me.
Giving you more time?
No, it's the same amount of time. It just shifts by an hour. It shifted by an hour last week. I was like, man, I don't think we talked about this. He was like, no, I told you. All right.
No, I told you.
And then it shifted down again this week. It's like, yeah, we didn't talk about this, but it's all right, Complex. You might be listening right now. I got it. I can work anytime.
Yeah, Complex be randomly listening to the sports show. Like, what?
It's because Complex has our backs.
Oh, he definitely does.
Shout out Complex.
He definitely does.
I'm sorry of accusing you for air frying a steak.
Yeah, you did do that, though.
But to be fair, I was
well,
like, I heard
as
in the
soon as you
building,
said
yeah.
Kimberly's name, it was like,
Yeah.
that makes more sense.
It was like, it wasn't that bad.
That makes more sense. Zach Levine.
So the Kings got bumped to NBA TV if you're into that sort of thing.
20th. It doesn't say if it's in Chicago. I
It's
assume
at-
it's
it's
in
in
Chicago.
Sac.
Oh, it's in Sac.
Yeah, they already went to Chicago.
Did they?
NBA TV, not national TV, but
It is not.
Well,
It's not. It's not.
settle down.
It's not.
National-ish.
Is NFL Network national TV?
Yeah.
Hell, I don't even know who gets that channel anymore.
If
Well,
it's
we get
national,
it,
everyone's
but
got to get it. I
The
feel
one
like.
that's the killer is we didn't get MLB Network, bro. I gotta figure that out.
Yeah, I might have to pick up.
Bro, don't you pay like $400 to watch random baseball games? They don't give you MLB?
How much?
Well, I'm
is,
not doing that this year.
How much is MLB TV?
Can you even do that?
With
Can I?
YouTube?
I'm sure you could.
I can just get the channel
I'm sure you could. It's probably part of a different package or something.
because it's not even offered on good old YouTube TV.
MLB
That was
Network, you
upset.
can't get that.
Really?
Yeah, MLB Network's not even part of it
I was hurt when I saw
because their
that.
little league pass thing is called like MLB TV, right?
MLB
Dot
TV.
TV.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I might have to. I might expense that. I'm expensing everything.
Kenny about to get called into a meeting.
When I get some little bites, I'm
Yeah.
expense that.
If D'Lo and KC get called into a meeting, I'm just gonna say this is not about me. This is about that man. I ain't do nothing.
But yeah, I'm gonna need my MLB network.
Everybody always wants us as a package when something's wrong. I don't know, but that's funny. What is it? What is with Manny and Michigan Wolverines, anyways?
I don't know. I don't know, man. What they call him, old man, and the other one call him Canelo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, we were talking about Major League Baseball during.
It's
the
a
break.
true story. No one will
real
believe
talk.
that. That's actually true.
Real talk.
We were.
And I'm looking forward to the season actually too with the A's, and then my Giants are back. We got
You know
that.
what?
We got that dark cloud out of there, and now we got Buster Posey doing his thing, and I'm looking forward to what they got, man. Justin Verlander, Julio Ramos, come on, man.
Much like every other year, I don't care.
Verlander is like 42.
Oh,
by
he
the
really
way.
However,
Ramos took him deep and
Yeah.
the other day.
I'm excited for baseball in Sacramento.
Absolutely.
That's when I'm excited for what it means for the city. I don't care about Major League Baseball.
Absolutely. But did you see the news yesterday that ESPN is out of the Major
I
League
did.
Baseball business?
Yeah, I did.
And how it's probably been what, about 30 years or something like that?
It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
I feel like they've been off and on though. No.
That Sunday Night Baseball.
So Sunday Night Baseball been a staple. Yeah, you're right.
But
Sunday Night
in
Baseball
recent
been a
years, like in the last like 5 years, ESPN they've been treating the MLB like garbage.
That's what MLB says too. That's why
Yeah,
they're
they-
gone.
Pretty much.
They're right about that. And yeah, I think you could do more. Like especially in the summertime when it's really popping off. Like you can show more baseball games. Like you can have baseball tonight instead of another Get Up or something like that, or on Get Up.
Something
like
hosted by Greeny.
so, like they could have done more. Especially like I said, if we're supposed to be partners, like you could have done a little bit more. We don't. Oh, the ratings might say different, but we don't need 2 hours of NFL Live in June. Like
Well,
put
and that's where
put
and that-
baseball tonight on there.
and that but that's the thing. That's where ratings might say something different. Like we talk very regularly about how baseball is so regional.
Mhm.
Like it's not just like I don't love baseball, but like I don't think most people do. And part of that is we don't have anything to latch onto. Now we have talked and like I don't know how that's going to change in a month or two. I don't know how this show changes. There are different stories now, and I don't know if it's necessarily what the A's of Sacramento are doing, but it could be, the Dodgers are here. I don't know if they're here this year, but the Yankees are here. The Astros are here. Like the Astros are in Sacramento. Like we got Astros and A's today. Like that to me is what we're talking about. Or the park was buzzing last night, man. And like there's a variety of different angles that you could take with this, but I don't know that it's actually what's happening on the field. And unless, of course, this winds up being a really good team, then like the better team they become, the bigger story it becomes in the city. But baseball is so regional that airing it on ESPN, like I know it annoys me. I think it annoys all of us. Like the Lakers and Cowboys and football, it's what sells for them. Like they're talking to a significantly broader audience than Kings fans in Sacramento or Giants and 49ers and Warriors fans in San Francisco. Like they're talking to a bigger audience in that regard. And that's why they program stuff the way that they do. And, you know, baseball may have just kind of been something, but there's also a certain, what do you call it? Manifesting reality here, where we're not pulling numbers here. They used to do this with women's basketball all the time. We're not pulling numbers with this stuff. Okay. Pat Summitt was going to win, I think it was her 1,000th game, or it was a record. It was some monumental game. They promoted it for a week. Dick Vitale on there, Mike Krzyzewski on it. They built it up for a week, and guess what happened?
Great ratings.
People tuned in. Yeah. So do you throw the monster that you've created in ESPN behind the promotion of your Major League Baseball package, or do you manifest what you've been saying in these meetings probably for years and just let it die? And clearly they just let it die, because it doesn't sound like they fought Major League Baseball on the decision to separate from their broadcasting agreement.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I wonder who's going to pick it up, man, or pick up the second. I know Fox and FS1, they are doing things. I don't know if maybe they get more opportunities. It would be great for them. I would say, if I was, like I said, I don't know the money and all this other stuff, but man, I think it'd be great for Netflix, because Netflix. I was reading another article where Netflix. Well, they said Netflix is looking, after saying they wouldn't. They're now looking at NFL again.
Yeah, they're apparently. They're trying to buy that. What is Troy always, the America's Game of the Week?
Mm-hmm.
The basically the afternoon game. They're trying to buy that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But does Apple still have the thing?
I don't know. I know you,
because if they do
watch Apple, I wouldn't go to Apple. Now, I mean, if they're paying you, they're paying you. But MLS is kind of, MLS starts this weekend?
No.
Nobody does. Like, it's or at the very least, I wouldn't be exclusively on Apple.
If MLS was on Netflix, I still wouldn't know that.
Nobody has ever known that the MLS is
something.
Well, yeah, that's ESPN though.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
you need one of those though. I still think you need one of those.
What'd you say, Jesse?
I was gonna say nobody has ever known that the MLS is starting.
Yeah, right. Like I agree.
What's his name? Came not obviously Messi's. He's in New York. I know that. But
he's in Miami.
What was Zlatan?
Was Zlatan?
Yeah, when he came to MLS, that was a big opening day. I remember that.
When was he in MLS?
There you go.
What?
That answers that.
No, Messi was Miami. That was a huge.
Obviously, that was bigger, but
that was massive.
Zlatan, I remember when Zlatan, because he played 4.
All I remember was Zoltan's really bizarre interviews. That dude's just weird.
That was the first time I had heard of him.
Me too.
When he not the interview, when he debuted in MLS. It was,
I heard the lead-in. I assume it was the lead-in. I just remember he was giving a bunch of interviews. It was like, this dude is crazy. He sounded like a pro wrestler.
But
didn't he speak in the third person?
Probably sometimes does that, yeah.
I don't know. That's his bag.
Zoltan wants MLS on Apple TV.
But Netflix.
Right.
They said they like you read too. They're going after the NFL.
Yeah.
But I say, because one of the reasons why I guess they've reversed course is they've seen a lot of success with live TV between the boxing and Raw. And before they were like, nah, we're not really interested in live sports, but they've seen those two things pop off, and they're like, hey, maybe we can get in the NFL.
Get prepared.
I think that should happen.
Get prepared. Because I think, what are we up to, like $25 now?
They just
did it.
Okay, yeah, because I saw the email. They're like, oh, we got
they
information.
just sent the email. Yeah, they just sent the email. Yeah, I don't know if it's gone into effect yet, but yeah, it's up to like $25. Didn't it used to be like $9?
$9.99.
Yeah, now it's $25. Yeah, let them add the NFL package or the NFL Sunday package, or like we're gonna wind up paying $40 to watch like two live things on Netflix every week. And I don't even watch Raw. Man, I need to delete that app. I need to absolutely. Oh, hey, your boy's back.
Oh yeah,
your boy's back tonight.
Who's Cesar? Oh no, yeah. And then he was talking tough too.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
Your boy Dwayne is back.
Come on, man.
I'm gonna watch, but
what's crazy is we got 2 and I like him too. I'm not trying to, but two people that loved The Rock when the show started, and they hate him.
Yeah,
No,
no, like
the-
The Rock
no,
is like
the-
my
no.
favorite. Like it broke
First
my
of all,
heart.
The Rock is dead. That man's name is
Yeah, it's
Dwayne.
true, Dwayne Johnson.
until further notice.
Like
the
it
man's name is Dwayne.
broke
The
my heart.
180.
I was like 8 years old, 7 years old, or whatever, and Goldberg's kicking his ass. But now I'd like for that to happen now.
I got this, man. I got this.
What was the quote he said? He's coming to stir things up or something like that.
Oh, bro, why don't you sit your ass down? You blew up every storyline you had back on the first episode of Raw. No one's tuned into that crap since then. And now you're coming back talking about, I'm going to stir things up. What are you going to do? Just pretend like you didn't hug Cody Rhodes in front of 6 million people? Pretend like you didn't put that thing over Roman Reigns' neck in front of everybody? Then get your stupid ass out of here.
That's all the rumor is he might challenge Roman for next year, though.
Oh, my
Next
God.
year.
I saw that a few times. I don't
Come
know if
on,
that's what's gonna
man.
happen,
And he
but-
getting a little too old for this, too. He ain't no spring
Is
chicken.
he going to be 60 years old out here fighting Roman Reigns? Man, sit down. Go film Hercules Part 2 or something.
The new Scorpion King.
Oh, man, The Rock sucks. I have this. Once upon a time, I had this amazing custom frame thing where it was like my Mount Rushmore of like, I got a picture of the first time I met Hulk Hogan, me and him in Las Vegas. I brought it with me because I knew he was going to be in Miami. He signed it for me. I got the first time I met The Rock signed on this WrestleMania sheet. Stone Cold Steve Austin signed on the same exact page. And then I got this long poster like promoting SmackDown at Arco Arena. John Cena came in my early days at KSFM. We talked about hip hop for 35 minutes. He signed this picture. I sent him out to get jerseys from my jersey guy. And now John Cena's the only one I like.
John's the GOAT.
Everybody else sucks.
Yeah.
And I just got John Cena right here.
Shout out John. Never failed my generation.
I'm gonna tear that frame apart and just frame John Cena's poster.
I don't know. You say that a little too loosely. He might be the GOAT, but I think you dismissed Stone Cold, Jesse.
3 years was fine.
It was like 3.5.
Yeah,
But
3.5 years was fine.
was
Then he took his ball and went home.
It was one of the greatest, though.
Well, I think he retired because his neck. I don't think he
Well,
took
Brock Lesnar, he left because of that, right?
Well, no, but he came back
2002.
after that.
Yeah, that was a fake. That was,
No, it was. It's true.
Come on,
He,
like-
he did leave, and then he came back for like 2 months, and then
fought-
he was retired.
Yeah, he lost to The Rock, and that was it.
That was it. That's right. Well, he beat Eric Bischoff too.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Bischoff.
It's true. He did.
Karate Kid, Eric Bischoff.
That's right. Yeah, I saw that and was sick. I was like, all right, Dwayne's back. Get this garbage out. I swear if he challenges somebody for WrestleMania.
I
Bro,
just,
you
bro,
suck.
like, why are you around? Why are you around?
He's
I don't get it.
he's overplayed at this point. He doesn't know his like he's too old for this. Like he doesn't fit anymore.
Well, no, this would all be fine if you didn't bury everything a month and a half ago.
He keeps running the same play though. Like ever since he came back the first time, like 10 years ago, it's the same play every time. Like now it sucks. Like go home, bro. Like this was cool 10 years ago. Now
The
I
last
understand.
person who said they were never going to leave, we ran their ass out of town too.
Bro.
All right.
Yeah, we got that speech. And then 2 weeks later, you were gone again.
All right, we'll come back. We're catching up because we went like 45 minutes with Mikey Winfield. Shout out to Mike to come and hang out with us for so long. We got Eddie Gonzalez coming up in about 15 minutes. We got Kings basketball tonight. Steelo and KC halfway through here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
No, let me get it in here just because we gotta talk. We gotta talk. Oh yeah. There we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones, man. Big ups, man. Always shout out to Jordan Brand. It's always love, man. Big ups. We've got one of the great cards in recent memory going down this Saturday in Dubai, though. That's the issue. It's in Dubai. And that's why there probably hasn't been as much buzz. Something like this is in Vegas. Something like this is in Madison Square Garden. It's everywhere. But it's in Dubai. We'll watch it. It's in the middle of the day on Saturday. We're going to do our best I can. But we got some heavy hitters in this one. Virgil Ortiz is fighting. Shakur Stevenson, who had to change opponents last minute. Schofield had to pull out, but still, you got Shakur Stevenson fighting. You got Daniel Dubois fighting. And then obviously you've got the rematch of one of the best fights of 2024 between Dmitry Bivol and Arthur Beterbiev. That's the fight. So that's what I'm going to preview. Bivol in that first fight, he did some good things. Yeah, he did good things. You know what I mean? I'm not sure exactly, if it was the right decision, if it was the right verdict. But I do think in this second fight, I think we're going to see a knockout. And I'm going to say Beterbiev is going to knock out Bivol in this one. Like I said, Bivol, hell of a fighter. But I think Beterbiev, these two guys are going to go for broke. And if you're talking about power and being able to withstand one of the power shots, I think Beterbiev can take a Bivol shot better than Bivol can take a Beterbiev shot. So I'm predicting a 7th round TKO victory for Arthur Beterbiev in this monumental light heavyweight fight. That's the 13th round.
Any thoughts on the latest UFC developments?
Tom Pura, huh? I feel like I've heard that name. Vacated the 145 belt, going to 155. Yeah, at 145, you only got like Mighty Mouse around there. So,
What a name drop.
Mighty Mouse and Poirier, and he wants to move up.
You say this man hates on the UFC.
I got that knowledge, baby. You know what I mean? Poirier and Shamrock. They're around that weight class, and there's just a lot of guys to go up for at that 155. Oh, come on, Michigan. Come on. Michigan, sometimes we be like, oh man, why y'all picking on Michigan or whatever? Michigan be throwing them shots out there, man. You be throwing them shots.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Michigan will let you play around, but when it's time, it's like, all right, it's enough.
Okay.
I heard something this morning.
Yeah.
Do you know where Jimmy Butler went for All-Star break? Did you hear about this?
I did. I did. Can you say it?
He went to Dubai.
Oh, no. Okay. No, I'm thinking of something else. No, I didn't know he went to Dubai.
How you go to
Wait,
Dubai?
what was he
for
doing out
All-Star
there?
break? That was his vacation.
Oh, he just, okay. Well,
it's a long way to go for
A few
6 days.
Yeah.
well, hey.
2 days are in the air.
NBA money's different. I get why Rick Barry and those people were so bitter.
Yeah. But he's not gonna be ready tonight. Because that was an India trip, but
Oh,
he's not gonna be
yeah.
ready tonight.
Yeah.
He's not gonna be ready for about 5
years. Yeah.
King's still recovering.
He ain't going to be.
I don't think anyone is still there from that trip, but yeah, they're still recovering.
Yeah. It's tough.
Not one person on the team, huh?
Didn't the Pacers? No. Didn't the Pacers and Spurs play in France?
Yes.
Yeah, how they doing?
Well, Wemby's out for the season.
Well, yeah, but
Went to France and Wemby got a blood
Spurs
clot.
won, and the Pacers they've turned their whole season around.
They beat Memphis last night.
They did. Like Pacers are I don't know if they can get any higher. Like they're a bit far back, but yeah, it's a whole different team than they were a month and a half ago.
Creating enemies along the way.
Bro, that's that. Yeah, Tim Hardaway.
I don't
like
know what happened there.
Tim Hardaway went at Tyrese Halliburton so excessively.
That's personal.
It's like, yo, like,
Where'd you see Tyrese quote tweeted him after?
were you king of the white women before Tyrese? Because this is weird.
Well, yeah, you saw Tyrese respond.
That's how I saw it. I saw Tyrese's
okay.
because
Okay,
you
yeah,
know
I saw
I
that
don't
one first.
I don't follow that goofy stuff that happens on that show. But Tim Hardaway said, quote, if I go back and suit up, I want to go F up Tyrese Halliburton. He talks so much stuff. I want to go back and bust his mother effing ass.
My goodness.
He think he all that. Bro, what? Are we talking about the same Tyrese Halliburton? Tyrese quote tweeted him, tell the world the real reason you feel this way, Tim. What's he talking about?
That's what I want to know.
What is going on?
That's what I want to know.
That is
We need the truth.
That is such an excessive response from Tim Hardaway and a chill response from Tyrese. I'm like, wait a minute. The hell happened here?
You know who? Did you know what? Well, you know who? Let's keep that between me and you for now.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. I really
That's
don't.
crazy.
But yeah, it seems personal. It definitely seems personal. Now I ain't gonna lie. It's none of our business, but I ain't gonna lie. I want to know. I want to know what Tyrese talking about.
Yeah, I want to know what Tyrese talking
Trista
about
could
too.
probably find out.
That it has Trista has had to have made a video about this by now.
Mm.
Like Trista's videos are like breaking news.
They are.
Of course, she's working today in Las Vegas. Let's check. TK 4 new posts. Well, no, LaMelo Ball. No, won't leave my cat. Okay, no, she doesn't have a video on this yet.
She's busy.
She's cooking.
Yeah.
She is cooking.
But yeah, that was crazy to see. That was crazy to see this morning.
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wasn't prepared for that.
So weird, man. Dying to know. I
Mm.
guess I don't know. Maybe we will.
Did you
Call Mr. Halliburton. Do we still have his number? What the hell happened
I
this
got it.
morning,
Yeah,
Mr.
we
Halliburton?
should. Yeah. What's going on, big dog?
Did you fill us in?
We're gonna talk about this with our guy Eddie Gonzalez in just a little bit, but Suns just really cooked. Is that the case?
Okay.
Then we got an answer.
I don't know. We got someone said this with like a lot of bass in their voice, I think, and we were tagged in it. For those who don't know, and shout out to the people that you're tagged in it. Okay, this is the internet. For those that don't know, Tim Hardaway was on the 2000 Miami Heat squad with Tyrese Halliburton's cousin, Eddie Jones.
Okay.
Eddie Jones invited the wife of Hardaway to his Miami high-rise condo and slept with her.
Oh, no.
For some reason, they had her screaming.
Oh my goodness.
This caused serious drama. Hardaway left Miami.
All right, well, we got our answer.
So I was going to say, the way that the league works, whether that's real or not, the way that the league works,
Feels
that's
like,
very
yeah,
believable.
that feels like it checked out. We've said it before. It's not just an exclusive thing. These, like when it's really heated, it's either money or women.
Yep. Every time. Every time.
It's either money or women. This checks out.
Imagine that, like Stephen Castaneda, like, yeah, so he's gonna take it on his little cousin, like Tim Hardaway Jr. just hating on like 10-year-old Tyrese Halliburton. I hate this kid. I hate this kid. If he gets in the league, I hate this kid.
He said he talks a bunch of stuff. What has Tyrese ever said?
Remember what my uncle did?
Probably. Tyrese be talking crazy.
Does he?
Tyrese be talking crazy.
I guess I missed it. Like,
Yeah,
what?
he'll be talking. I could imagine that. Tyrese be talking crazy.
All right.
But he's so nice. You know, he's so likable, and he'll do it in a certain type of way where, you know, you won't think about it. But yeah. I could see that.
I guess trash talk from Tyrese wouldn't move me.
So unless
it has literally has no base behind it. Like,
unless he was
Tyrese, get out of my face.
he could have been talking to
Talking about Eddie having his.
Well, he was talking to Junior, talking trash to Junior.
Okay.
Hardaway might have been there and said something or heard it going on, and Tyrese might have been like, "Shut the hell up, bro." You know the vibes.
I'll bust your ass too, old man.
You
want
not
some too, old man?
Not even that. Just like, shut the hell up, screaming. You know the vibes. You know the vibes. So relax.
If Tyrese said that, he's my favorite player. That's funny.
It's climbing the wall,
screaming, all caps, ho. What? Oh, that's funny.
And then he just. I mean that goes
That's
goes
funny.
to he talks so much S.
Mm-hmm. No.
I want to F him up. Well, that was crazy. Yeah, I need more explanation.
Maybe Eddie knows. Well, ask Eddie.
Well, Eddie, he in the know. That's crazy. Eddie Jones wild for that too. If that's a true story. That's a wild boy for that one.
All right.
That is a wild boy.
I got sidetracked by something Kyle sent in the group chat.
headline?
Yeah, I can't. What is that?
I don't know. That has to be a joke. There's no way. That's a
Yeah,
real
there's no
headline.
way someone wrote that.
Come
Like, there's no way someone wrote
All right,
this.
who wants to read it to the class?
I'll read it because, like, we're a radio show and people need to hear this.
Go ahead, yeah, be serious.
What do you think this? But this isn't.
No, it's a joke. I think. Yeah.
This is a joke. This is a joke. I'm not reading this. This is a
Oh
joke.
yeah, no. The flag was
This isn't real. There's no way that, like, okay, wait a second. Where did you get this from?
Kyle's trying to set us up right
I
now.
think he is. I think Kyle, like, I got things to do. I'm gonna make this Photoshop. Where is this from? If I get a suitable answer, I will read it out loud to the class. Because I'm convinced Kyle just is sitting at home goofing around and made that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It says,
Wow.
well, what does that even mean? It says King's Twitter.
Well, in the community.
Okay, wait a second. There's no way that follow-up.
No, hell
there's
no.
no way that follow-up is true.
Eh,
At Sacramento
stop.
Kings
No.
standby.
No way.
Oh my God, it is.
I swear.
It's true. That's real.
Can we pull it up on the screen?
Oh, wow. Stand by. Kings need a
I can't wait. About to throw a flag on the Sacramento Kings.
this is about to be a game-changing moment here. The Kings are about to catch a flag.
wow.
Here it is, right there on the
Wow.
Sacramento Kings page. Breaking news: Monk's beef with Rim continues. Sources say it had it coming.
All right. It's a pass interference on the Sacramento Kings. Halfway distance to the goal.
And they just got that graphic lingering up there. Like, it's just up there the whole time. Like, what is the purpose of this?
I didn't think that was real because of like how it was written. There's like,
yeah.
Like,
Come
okay,
on,
now,
man.
okay, now let's do this part. Hold on. We got to go back to the Sacramento Kings here. Let's see the
Kings.
quote tweets.
Jesus, Kings.
it's all bad.
Oh, no. Oh, man, why they got to do that? Okay.
All right, Kings. Come on, man.
Monk's beef with Rim continues.
Whoa.
Sources say it
Yo.
had it coming.
Whoa.
And
I
they
don't-
have it under a breaking news headline.
Yeah.
Man, saying that out loud is crazy.
I almost want to throw a flag on Dame.
I'm about to say you just got to.
I'm a broadcast journalist. Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I thought that was like one of those meme headlines like Kyle was sending or something.
We got to get that clip. We'll get it after we get that clip of Matt talking to Doug Christie. There we go. Oh man, King's Twitter crazy. Crazy. Boy, Eddie here. I got solar. Michigan had to in Rockland, man. It's crazy out there. Crazy. Eddie, what up, boy?
What's going on, man? How you living?
Oh man, I'm fantastic, bro. How are you?
I'm all right, man. Chilling. It's warming up right here finally. So
okay.
Look, yeah, finally now I say that and it's like 38. So
yeah,
warming up is relative.
We was marveling at we left the KSFM show yesterday like 6:00 or whatever it was, and it wasn't like pitch black outside.
Yeah, it's getting there finally.
We finally starting to we kicking out a little bit, man. Spring's on the way.
Just a little bit. How you been?
Good, man. Good. Just grinding through these two shows, trying to make these two stations monsters. Make sure everybody know who D-Lo and KC is.
Hey man, you getting active, man. You getting active. That's all you can do. That's all you can do, man.
A KSFM show require a lot of work, man, but we moving.
Really?
Yeah.
Just a different grind.
Nah, they just let that station slide for so long. We've been working for 2 years. Like our program director over there is like dope. Like he knows the game. Like we've been working to try to, get that thing back to the monster it was for so many years.
Radio is it's one of them things that's I don't think people realize how many people still are active and listening and all of that. But it's also like you have to play by new rules too, So
100%. Yeah, the game is different.
Yeah, I could only imagine. That's how TV was when we was messing with TV. It was just like, there's an audience, but you got to approach it a new way now. And you get old time people still in the office, still want to do old time ways and stuff like this. I kind of get where it's at.
Yeah, but thankfully they still out there.
Yeah,
they still out there rocking with us.
That's a nasty outfit, by the way. That's a nasty outfit.
Today, I'm stunting on him today. Eddie, stop playing with me. I ain't gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie. I did this with Charles Woodson. I may have to do it all over again. If they get Shador, I'm not ruling.
Oh, you got the Rock.
I'm not ruling it out. That's all.
I was starting to see mocks where he's slipping. I don't know what changed.
I saw one today. They had him at like 22.
Come on.
I said, hey.
They had the Raiders taking a running back.
Are
we coming back? Hang on. Oh man, Eddie Gonzalez with us here. We already talking. We vibing, man. We having some fun talking about life. Hey, do you know the origins of this issue between Tim Hardaway and Tyrese Halliburton? Because we found a rumor, and if it's a rumor, if there's any reality, it's like
Eddie Jones.
That's good. Yeah.
About a certain insider sent me that and said, "Yo, I think this is true." So
okay.
So can I say one thing before we get going?
Tell that certain insider to figure it out.
Please kill the idea of USA versus the Maryland All-Star game. Please let's just let that die. There's not 12 foreign All-Stars.
Hey. I don't know if they want that smoke.
All due respect to Domas,
USA,
the foreign snub, but there's not 12 foreign All-Stars. Let's relax.
You could probably get 8 though.
What you gonna do with 8 All-Stars, man? So look, because I'm arguing about this on Twitter for the last hour. So to placate that,
You arguing on Twitter? Nah,
no way, right?
Nah.
So to placate that idea, we say, okay, we have 8 true foreign-born all-stars, and that includes Luka, who didn't make it this year. That includes Franz, who was hurt and didn't make it this year. So we have to cut 4 spots so they can have their 8. Or are we giving 16 to the Americans? Because there's 16 American all-stars.
You can find 12 though.
We just gonna plug in. We gonna plug in Jamal Murray, who doesn't deserve it more than LaMelo Ball, or like we just like.
Well, I'm saying like Franz will probably get on there. Is he an all-star, quote unquote? Probably not, but because of that format, you can get to 12 with guys like that.
You gonna get them boys ran out the gym, man. You gonna get them boys ran out the gym.
I don't know. Tough.
They did as close as they could this year. They had their fake foreign team, and they had to have Donnie on there and Cat on there and guys who aren't necessarily supposed to be on there. And they got ran out the gym by the old heads with no center, with no LeBron, with no AD. Let's be serious, guys.
Who did?
That team, the team that played in the finals of the All-Star game with Wemby, with Jokic, and all this whole foreign mob, they drafted it that way on purpose. They had the youngins, they had the old head team, and then they had the foreign team. They couldn't fill the foreign team, so you get Donovan Mitchell, you get all these guys.
I didn't even realize that was
ran out the gym. It was 11-1. They had to call a timeout. They lost 40-20. Wemby was mad.
There was no Jokic. Was SGA on that team too?
Yeah. Ran out the gym.
Well, the damn Kevin Hart, SGA couldn't get warm. SGA was like, I'm cold again. I just warmed up 40 minutes ago.
Hey, don't put them boys on the real stage like that. They will get run out the gym. Jokic and Luka don't care about this game, man.
Don't do anything like what you just did. Just everything you just did. Scrap all of that.
The best guys,
that's it.
Just do that. It's fine.
Well, Eddie, like I said, it all comes back. This is how I felt over the weekend, and after seeing things, it all comes back to these players, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the little gimmicks and stuff that's going on. Like I kind of empathize with the NBA because they're like, we got to try something because you guys won't play. So we got to bring out Kevin Hart, who hasn't been funny in 15 years. We got to have these little weird formats because y'all won't play. If you would play, we would just play the game.
I mean, I said that, look, we definitely romanticized the early 2000s games, I'm sure. But they were better than this. They were better and more competitive than this. I keep saying the same thing. We could say it in Sacramento. It might not get me stoned like it would anywhere else. Steph and Damian Lillard, they ruined the All-Star game. And I guess Trey and Luka. Because there's nothing exciting about missing a half-court shot. For the fans, for the guys on the court, if we was at 24-hour fitness on Florin and somebody was chucking, we'd all be like, come on, bro. Even if you made one, we'd be like, yo, we're trying to hoop here. What are you doing?
Right.
Now, if not me, I'll say if D-Lo went up for a dunk and he happened to miss, but he went up for the dunk, it was like, oh, I get that. Okay. It's nothing exciting about dudes shooting half-court shots or 40-foot shots or sidestep threes all game. It's just not the same. We're not even bumping into each other. I don't have to guard you out there. We're just watching you shoot. So it's just a different play style, and I blame them.
Who's them?
Dame, Steph, and Trey Young.
I can do it. I can do it in Sacramento. I can't do it like nationally or on Twitter, but I blame them.
Oh, look. Now that he's gone, De'Aaron, we don't need to see that type of effort in the All-Star game again. That was atrocious.
Oh, not the old heart voice for the slang.
I got love for him, but you can't come back to the party playing like that. Come on, like,
he didn't.
You got to go above and beyond to get back because that was ridiculous.
How long you think before they shut De'Aaron down?
Ooh, it's tough. I mean, they probably shouldn't have won that game last night. We don't got to talk about the Phoenix Suns because I'm asking that question about them boys over there too. The fact that they had their draft pick got me eyeballing the Spurs and wondering, just how soon we're going to see that because there's nothing to be gained for them. I think we have our 10 playoff teams. Shout out to Sacramento Kings for that. Further they slip, the closer they got to get to doing that. You got to get up in that draft. if you're the Spurs and you had that opportunity. Yeah, I mean, your coach is out. You've been working with an assistant all year, and it's time to shut that down.
Hey, so okay, let's talk about it. Like, it's just damn Phoenix. It's just not gonna happen. Like I'm still afraid of their top end talent, right? Like I'm still like can't count them out, and you still can't just because they lost yesterday. But like, nah, man, I can't envision them just with all those guys healthy, just not making it. But I mean, they had to scrap and claw to get it to 8 last night against that sorry Spurs team. It's just not going to happen for these guys.
Man, I thought we was gonna skate by. We was gonna talk about Yankees get to wear their beards now or something.
That's crazy.
But all right, we going here. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a good team. It's not a good team. We're watching them play 4 guards and Kevin at center some nights. We're watching them bench guys left and right. Here and there might be some lineup changes coming tomorrow against the Bulls as well.
How many more players do they have? It's like their 4th lineup change.
And it's like it's clearly they can't defend well enough. And they're honestly not scoring enough either. Even on a night like last night where Kevin shot really well, Booker struggled a little bit. You get Royce O'Neal's career high, and you end up losing anyway without Wemby. You know what I mean? So we're gonna keep getting them stories like we talked about on here. It's every time. I mean, Kevin got into it yesterday. I ain't seen him that annoyed in a while. I guess CP just does it to you, but we're gonna start getting them stories. Bill Simmons being the body language doctor today on Twitter, getting videos zoomed in on, and oh, look at he's quitting. He's not happy. Yo, you're not gonna be happy when you're losing that game. Like if he was smiling, we would also go, oh, look, he doesn't care. He's laughing. They're down. So like, there's no winning here, and it's just gonna keep going. It's just gonna keep going. I'm gonna tell you straight like this: the Grizzlies and the Rockets play on ESPN tonight. What you think they're gonna talk about when it comes time to talk about that game tonight? What do you think they're gonna talk about? They got the Lakers and Nuggets tomorrow night, national television. What do you think they're gonna talk about tomorrow when they talk about that? Like, that's the story of this season now, and it's just gonna keep going. People are gonna start suggesting you fire that coach, even though you've had now 3 coaches in 3 years. Like it's this type of situation doesn't get better.
Problem though, I do think Bud's part of the problem.
Oh, I think he is too. But this type of situation doesn't get better. And what is firing Bud do for you at right now? It's just more of the circus.
Nothing. Yeah,
we've introduced a new ring to the circus that's only getting worse. When you get a chance, commercial break, whatever, go look at their schedule in March. Go look at all of everybody they play. That is they got Cavs games, they got Thunder games, they got Celtics games, they got Kings games. They play Kings last game of the season. That game might be for the playoffs. Like, it's a rough schedule over there that they got to play. It's probably going to get way worse before.
Sounds like the Kings March where we got they got Milwaukee, Boston, OKC in three times in 4 days.
Right.
Kings got a really long homestand and got really long road trip. They schedule guys got them good.
The road trip is like at the end, and it's like it's a mix. I know you got like Detroit and stuff, but you got Washington, Charlotte on there. It's a mix.
And then you finish with like 3 playoff teams too, right? You finish with like 3 of the teams you're bumping against for the spot.
As of today, I know James Ham mentions this often, and he's spot on. As of today, the Kings have the 4th toughest schedule according to strength of schedule percentage. Phoenix is 2nd. Phoenix got a Cleveland game, they got a Thunder game, they got 2 against Boston, they got the Knicks, they got the Nuggets, and they got 2 against Memphis, and that's just like the top end teams. That doesn't take into account if they play the Warriors or something like that.
It's tough, man. It's tough. It's going to be a nice little stretch. And the problem for the Suns is everybody got better around them. And I mean, even the Spurs had, but obviously they lose their big guys, so that changes a little bit. But everybody got better around them, and you pretty much stood pat.
How bad is it? How bad is it there? Like, is it that bad? Like, because I think this Kevin Durant thing is fascinating. Like, it really is. You laid this out well before. Kevin didn't want to be traded, didn't ask to be traded, nothing of the sort. The team tried to trade him without his knowledge. kind of shut the whole thing down, and somehow he's the bad guy in all of this. Somehow he's catching all of the heat. And it's like, man, I'm never not fascinated when fans side with ownership and side with franchises rather than players. Like, it's incredible to me.
You in my bag. You're in my bag right now. I mean, it looks bad. I mean, you're losing too. So whether it looks bad or not, you're losing. They play the Bulls tomorrow, then they play the Raptors. And you know what they struggle against? Big athletic teams. When they go to Toronto, they're going to play some athletes, some long arms, and some big guys. Chicago, it's a toss-up. You know, they're about that level of team right now. It's a toss-up. You're on the road, and who knows? Chicago's getting healthier. You're going to struggle with the big fella. Like, it's a lot going on. How bad is it? I mean, we've been saying for some time. Look at Kevin made his grand return to Golden State as next to Steph on the All-Star team. They actually won. He handed Steph his All-Star MVP. And what did he do? He had to sit with Malika Andrews and go and answer a bunch of questions about this. He'd do it every step of the way. Like, how bad is it? I mean, Kevin's a pro. He gets on the podium yesterday and says, yo, it's beauty in the struggle. We're going to work our way through this, or we're not. But the point is, we're going to play through it, and it's not going to shake me. Says all the right things, but he still has to hear about it. And your teammates still have to hear about it. And you're asking your coach about it. And you got your GM doing the radio doing the radio, and he had to do a press conference. That noise is not nothing. Kings fans know we've dealt with noise for forever. That noise is not nothing. It matters. It creeps up. You don't want to be dissected like that. And you're losing games. So is it bad? Yeah. And it's going to be worse in the summer because it's going to be the vultures circling and wondering, how do we get Kevin Durant out of that team? Can we get Devin Booker off that team? That's going to happen all summer.
I always think about, you know, you talking about Book, and he's franchised there. You know, he's embedded into the Phoenix Suns culture, the recent Phoenix Suns culture, and how they wouldn't move him. I mean, it kind of feels like Phoenix is getting close, very, very close to a point where, like, all things are on the table. We may have to just strip all of this down and look to rebuild. I don't know if you do that in a market like Phoenix, or you know, if they're open to doing something like that, but it feels like they've played all the cards they had at this point, and they're not even going to make the play-in potentially. And at that point, like, what are we doing? Like, what are we really doing?
I mean, I think if you're looking at the team and you say a lot of questions, wondering what's Kevin's true value in the market this summer, right? Will be on the final year of his contract. He will be 37 years old in September. Now, he's great. Top 10 player, you argue wherever spot he is, but he's been great all year when he's been healthy. He's on that contract. He's making that much money. He's going to require a new contract right after. But he could also has the power to say, yo, I'm not signing anything. I'm going to test free agency next summer. So what is the price for a player with all of that? All of those caveats? And you know the team has to trade him. Is it the same as it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago? 2 starter level forwards, 5 draft picks, swaps? No. Oh, no. So what are you getting back if you're the Suns? In the teams you're looking at that are interested, the teams you keep hearing, a starter, a young player, maybe 1 pick. People are talking about them getting their pick back from Houston. If you're Houston, yo, y'all are out. Y'all are in the lottery now. Y'all might slip even further. That pick ends up being the 6th pick, the 5th pick. Why am I trading that? Why am I giving up stuff and trading? I could just draft 5. I might get Ace Bailey. Like, I might get VJ Edgecombe. Like, I might get a guy. So I don't know what the market is. And if you're trying to recoup all these assets and build for the future, it might be a better market for Devin Booker, who's 28. You could demand some draft picks back for that. Because then I think if you're Phoenix, you have to sit there and go, is it worth it? Is it even worth it for us to pair Jalen Green and Devin Booker? Like, did our team just get better? We added a pick. Like, there's a lot to be figured out, and I don't think it's as cut and dry as people think. Even the other shooters. Oh, if we take Julius Randle and Naz Reid and we pair them with Devin Booker and what we have here, is that a playoff team? This team we have right now with Kevin isn't a playoff team. Lot to be discovered, and a lot for that front office to figure out. Do you ship away the homegrown star? That's a tough decision to make. The Kings just made it, but that's a tough decision to make. But it's one they're gonna have to face.
Who's in worse shape moving forward? Phoenix,
Philly.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was the team he was going to
That
ask?
was the question. That was the question. Who's in worse shape moving forward, Phoenix or
I
Philly?
mean, when I asked about chatter around the league 2 years ago, I mean, we could say it now because it's just about dead. It was like, yeah, Houston's getting ready to really make a run for Joel. Oh, okay. Brooklyn's getting ready to really make a run for Joel. Okay. Golden State may be getting a run to make a run for Joel. All that's quiet now. All that's quiet. Not that Joel is bad, but he's about to be 31 years old. And he's got all those health issues. And he's outward saying, like, yeah, I need a major knee surgery. Paul George. What is that? Like, I think Kevin, LeBron James, Stephen Curry, they've kind of distorted our version of what a 34-year-old, 35-year-old former all-star looks like. Because they kind of look like Paul George. They don't always look like Steph Curry or LeBron, who's scoring 40 at 40 and all that stuff.
Crazy.
And you're dedicated to 3 more years of that at a max like that's a tough spot. And how do you trade those guys? And how toxic is that contract? But yeah, I would say Philly because Kevin is still valuable. Like you can still get something for Kevin. You know how I know you can't get nothing for Paul George? He was widely available at the deadline. Not even a call. We're good. We're good on that. So
all of a sudden the Clippers look like geniuses.
Man, for real.
Right.
Got out of there.
Yeah.
And the other killer for me is, and I don't know why you did this if you're Philly. Why did you sign Joel to that extension? You could be looking at him coming off the books next summer. I think it was before. Like, I think that's what the previous contract was. But for reasons that nobody can explain, they went and signed him to an extension. This guy, I was having conversations with these guys before they signed the contract and said, like, yo, you probably should start shopping them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you should probably start shopping them. And they went the complete opposite way and said, no, we're going to keep him here forever. All right.
Well, it's similar to the Luka situation, right? Like whatever warts there are, Philly knew better than anybody. And they still said, oh, we'll pay. Whereas Dallas, they were ballsy enough to say, do we want to? You know, and Luka's a better player. But whatever warts they were, they knew better than anybody, and they still went with it. So we're in a new NBA world now where a supermax contract, we gotta squint a little bit, try to make sure. I think we're gonna see that with Memphis and Jaren Jackson, who's probably gonna win Defensive Player of the Year and now be supermax eligible. Hearing the rumors about Ja Morant over there, like everybody's squeezing a little tighter right now. Like if we're gonna pay you max money, we got to have max production. And you look at a guy like Ja, like it's not the question you asked, but can he play 60 games a year? Like this is a slight guard who relies on driving, who isn't a great shooter, and who keeps getting hurt. Yeah, I don't know. That's crippling right now to a franchise. And you're seeing that in Philly, I think is what the issue is you're seeing there. Can I ask a question before we get out of here? Because it's a question I keep getting asked, and I need to ask the experts.
Yeah.
Why did the Kings not take any of the young fellas back? Were they just up against it? Or did they just decide we want a lateral talent and Zach LaVine is good enough as a return for this trade?
I think they had their eyes set on Zach LaVine.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay. I thought it was that simple, but I kept getting it.
I don't think I am. I really do think it is that simple. They had their eyes set on Zach LaVine. San Antonio was how they could make it work. San Antonio probably knew that. And that's why it happened the way that it happened.
I also think, and this is just an assumption by me. I mean, if you're San Antonio, why would you give up anybody? You're not really
trading with San Antonio.
Yeah, but but
you're trading with Chicago, so San Antonio's like, I don't have to give up anything to make this work.
Oh, that aspect, and like I'll put it, how do I say? If they could have just worked with San Antonio, I think they would have. I think San Antonio was like, why would I give you anything? I'm talking to Rich. He's coming here regardless.
Yeah, but that's now you sound like a fan. That's not reality.
What's not reality?
That he's just coming here regardless. What you telling me like Rich Paul, the agent, is going to say, yeah, he's going to come here and sign for $100 million less, $80 million less? Well, there's no way. It's like get him now so you can get the 5 years, $296.
Yeah, or
whatever he's.
But he's going up against the Kings situation. So yeah, San Antonio has a little bit of urgency, but they don't have that much urgency. They don't have that much urgency where they're like, we'll give you whatever. It's not.
But it's not what it. I think there's a far cry between we'll give you whatever to we'll give you something. They didn't give him anything.
So how that and you could be right. I don't know, but how that comes off is they didn't even ask about the other guys, or they didn't press them about the other guys, and they.
Yeah, that's
didn't care
basically what I'm
about the other
saying. Like,
guys.
it seems like the
I don't think
Kings
that's true.
prioritized Zach.
I don't
who they
think
think
it's
is
true.
better now than the other returns, and the other guys are good. They're mystery boxes, right? And instead of the mystery box, the Kings said we want the boat, and the boat is Zach.
Yeah, I
LaVine.
don't think
To me, that's how I view it.
No, I'm with you, and I'm not saying they didn't ask for Stephon Castle or Keldon or whatever. I think they were just willing to not get them.
Yeah, it seems like
You know what I mean. Like
the Kings weren't going to hold De'Aaron hostage. It got to the point where it's like, you know what, we're out. You know, let's get what we can get and let's get going. To me, but that's why I'm asking you guys, and I just think I don't think that Spurs deal is a prize either. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think getting Keldon or whomever is just like this home run. I like Zach a lot, you know, and you also got to work with Domas's timeline. Like, we're not trying to be bad right now.
That's the other thing, and that's what people outside maybe don't understand. They still wanted to win.
Yeah,
and win for them at the very least is like we're trying to get to the playoffs. And that week that De'Aaron requested that trade, before I was like, everybody was like, yeah, we'll figure it out in the summer. And then you saw how that team reacted and what was going on.
Yep.
It's like that can't happen. Like, he's got to go. So maybe they created their own sense of urgency and their own short timeline because they wanted to win immediately. But I think that played a big role into it too.
Yeah, it seems like the Kings were more urgent. And I think, honestly, they saw an opportunity at a guy they've been looking at for a long time. And they weren't going to send him to Chicago. They weren't going to do a swap straight with Chicago. So it's like, all right, let's figure it out. The Spurs were smart in that. Like, the other teams that were salary dumping grounds, they just hopped in trades and they just did whatever and grabbed picks. The Spurs were the smart ones to go, oh, we're going to dump some of our salary. Like, we're going to, you know, they played it well and it fell in their lap. So, but yeah, I was just curious what you guys' perspective was on that.
Yeah, man, this will be an interesting final stretch of the season for sure. There's a lot of real interesting teams to watch that have ramifications like for years. Phoenix being one of them, Philadelphia being another one. You know, there's the Howard Beck rumor that the Memphis Grizzlies came out and shot down about, you know, Ja Morant in this offseason. So
and then there's another. I know we don't have time, so I'm not gonna get into it. But Eddie, make sure you stay listening when we come back from the break. There's another one that I do not.
Eddie knows what it is.
I heard the Ja rumor. Did we talk about it?
No, not the Ja rumor. I'm not to kill the tease. You're talking about Giannis, and I assume you're talking about the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
I heard the Ja rumor.
He was all in the video this weekend too.
Of course he was.
He was
I heard
all
him
in
involved a certain team in Boston, but that's neither here nor there. They've shot it down. But look, you're gonna see a lot happen this year. Them big contracts, these teams are not all that excited about that.
That apron was really a game changer, huh? That apron was really a game changer, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
CBA's
okay, Draymond, relax.
CJ needs to be fired.
No. See, well, all right. Eddie.
Now that we don't see him no more, I can talk crazy.
Yeah, right. Eddie, we appreciate you, baby. Thanks as always.
Good seeing y'all.
Yes, sir. Likewise, Eddie Gonzalez, man. Every Friday here with D'Lo and KC. We'll come back. Will Z joins us at the top of the hour. James Ham's taking the afternoon off as he gets ready to return to Kings basketball tonight because he plays. So we'll talk with Will. He's got some stuff out regarding Markelle Fultz. We'll get his thoughts on this next stretch of the season. We'll get ready for Kings basketball tonight. It's the Kings and the Warriors at the Golden One Center. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's happening, Charlie?
It dawned on me today why
Mics are on. Just want to make sure. Okay.
Why I like listening to him so much. It's not like he's reporting. I feel like I'm sitting across from him in a bar,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just telling me the story of what I want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he just has a way that I cannot not listen to him.
Oh, good.
I mean, he just sucks me in every time. I stop working when he's on the air.
Oh, that's good stuff.
He really is. I really enjoy having him on.
Yeah, he's the man, and he just comes on because he likes it.
Now, he used to live here in town?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I really enjoy it when he's on.
Good, man. Good. Watch your language when you come in here.
Hey, can I put my headphones back on? I don't want to throw up flags. I took my headphones off after that.
Oh, Charlie.
Everybody relax.
Man. That is just terrific.
We can never just talk over here.
Nope. Nope.
Hey, shout out to you guys for playing through it, though.
I didn't.
No. Come on, guys. We got it. We got it. Let's do it. Yeah. Huh? We got Johnny Jennings today. Has that popped up yet? Okay. So we'll do prize picks. Okay.
I think I'm gonna have to steal my mom's. Never mind. I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, don't. Your mom's listening.
Well, no, I was gonna say she'd be a part of it, but I should just stop saying. I got to find a way to watch MLB Network. I'll just put it to you that way.
No, okay. I knew where that. I know where that's going.
There are websites for that too.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Well, no, because
they've been trashed though.
She got the app. She still got, Xfinity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was a wild commercial break. Now that I think about it, there's a lot that went on during that commercial break. If you stuck around in the,
that was wild.
You gotta check us out on YouTube.
Charlie's potty mouth just coming in here, but Charlie doesn't even know he said anything wrong. Charlie's sitting at his desk right now, like, what are these two talking about?
Charlie's never gonna talk to us again.
At some point, everyone's gonna realize you just can't talk to us. Like you can't come in and have a normal conversation with the three of us.
Damn.
Or the 1,400 of us, because someone's gonna catch it.
Hey man,
you really think
NBA?
Giannis? No, but real quick before I know you got to get your stuff off.
No, yeah.
I'm
gonna tell you like
we
this.
really think Giannis is leaving?
I think he is gonna leave eventually. I don't think he's gonna spend his career in Milwaukee. I don't know how soon that's gonna happen, but I think he will leave. And being in the Bay Area over the weekend, everybody's trying to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's trying to make it happen.
Okay. And you learned all of this as you were in the hotel room, not charging your phone.
Well, this is before I was in the hotel.
Okay.
But
see, you would have missed Steph and Giannis arm in arm at his party.
They were, and I can't confirm this. I could confirm it if I was there, but I can't confirm this. They was like, he's the only one that got an invite, or who was up in there like that.
Oh wait, that's a shoot, really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, they was he was at the party, him and the wife.
Okay.
We're at the party.
Man,
taking pictures, flicking it up.
Could have been.
Just stop telling us, bro. Just stop telling us everything.
Well, I'm telling you what I know. That's what I. That's what
No,
I
because
can
you
tell
could have been at the party. You could have been there when Giannis
Could have been
and
Giannis, Steph, and
dapped
KC.
up and like, let's team up.
No, what if I was
Could
in
have had that
picture?
video
Yeah.
on ESPN 1320. Well, it would have been King KC 916. We could have had it. Yo, that's KC of ESPN 1320. Would have got some love
I think
somehow.
there was a picture of Nico
Nope.
Harrison and Rob Pelinka at the coffee shop the day
Oh.
they were doing the Luka trade or whatever. Like, we could have released that picture and made money or something.
But KC decided to make his own
Yeah.
coffee that day.
Which reminds you, I'm gonna send you something because I got logged out and I just asked, and they're like, yeah, it's a 2-step.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
I can help you with that. We do that during the commercial break. I got you.
Yeah.
I
Trying to
get
get
you
through
logged back
Odyssey
in.
social
But-
Secret
Yeah.
Service.
Oh, yeah. But
Yeah, like it's Fort Knox on our
That's facts.
friggin'
Crazy.
social media accounts.
But yeah, they really gonna try it, and they really think they got a shot. They really think they got a shot. They probably believe like, yeah, if he does leave, this is where he would go. Whether
Yeah.
that's true or not, I don't know, but I would not be happy about
Golden
that.
State. Yeah, I would not be either.
Is Giannis a buck after 2 seasons? The next 2 seasons?
No,
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't
the
think
other
so
reason,
either.
the other reason I bring that up too, to what Jesse's talking about is you heard the report that came out yesterday, randomly. I think Shams was on one of them shows, and he was like, "Yeah, Giannis is monitoring what's going on in Milwaukee because if he doesn't feel like he's going to monitor this playoffs to see what it looks
was he
like."
on Draymond Green's podcast?
I don't know.
Well, there was another thing I think Giannis said a few days before where it's like, yeah, I'll never request a trade, but if we're not winning and the team needs to trade me, like,
yeah,
I'm not above that.
that is the dumbest line in sports
That was,
history.
that was crazy.
He's probably angling his way
But
out.
they said this year, like he's monitoring what happens in the playoffs this year. And if
Hey, Giannis, you have a lot of control over what happens in the playoffs.
yes and no though. Like
if Giannis goes for 40 per and
bro, if he goes for 40 per and they lose in the
they,
first
no,
round,
and they lose, yeah, that's what I mean.
Another
That's what I
first-round
mean.
exit to the
I've done all I can
Pacers they
do.
lost to last year.
Yeah, another first round exit would be he'd be gone by game 3. He'd be requesting that trade for game 3. I think, and I say all this to say, this stuff could all happen as soon as this year. KD and Giannis could have new teams over the summer.
You could have Jaylen Brown and Peyton Pritchard. Fine.
Yeah. What'd you think of we talked about this with Eddie for a second. What'd you think of the Ja Morant? Like I mean, Howard Beck is a great reporter.
Mhm.
He's not a clickbait guy.
Well, our guy Kyle Madson was there when it happened. So Kyle was at the podcast. He was with Logan Murdoch and Raja Bell. I can't remember the name of their podcast. They were doing a live show.
No, don't tell me
This
the
is
real
my
ones.
favorite thing that
The real
Kenny does
ones.
is don't tell me. Okay, I don't know.
believe you. Yeah,
the
if you
real
say
ones.
so.
Cool.
I thought you do.
I don't know.
The real ones, Rajan and Logan's podcast.
But
Okay.
yeah, I guess Howard Beck kind of like hinted at it, didn't say it, and then like Raja Bell and Logan were like, "Nah, tell us what you heard and whatever." And then he told them like, "Well, I heard an exec told me that Ja Morant could be on the move."
Okay, so he got a little loose.
Yeah, he got
on
peer
stage.
pressured.
Yeah, he got
peer
a little
pressure at a
loose on
live show
stage.
goes a long way.
Because I remember thinking like that's not Howard's bag. That's a little reckless to
Oh,
just
yeah.
be like, oh, an exec told me. Like, that's not what you do.
Right.
That makes a lot more
Yeah, it
sense.
was peer pressure at a live show.
Yeah, that's because I think there are some reporters who don't think stuff they say on a podcast will get grabbed and used as a report, like Howard Beck says. Now, of course, the Grizzlies have come out. It's like the teams can, like any executives can fantasize about trading for whoever they want to. They leave us out of it.
Yeah.
However, you go back to our conversation with Eddie there a second ago, and it's like, well,
There's a world where that happens.
is it the craziest thought in the world? It does feel like it, though, with where the Grizzlies are right now versus where they were a year ago, and Ja Morant being the central figure in that.
But one of the things that can lend credence to it, or like people can start having conversations, is Ja ain't played that much this year.
It's very true. Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
Yeah.
all right, well, we were able to bounce back.
He's in the Luka
Ja-
category where he's missing.
Now
time.
now one of the things you might argue is if you're like, no, we can't trade him, is his presence is extremely valuable to this franchise, to this locker room, to this city. And I don't want to say you can't put a dollar figure on that, but that's more than the fact that he's played. It's worth more, excuse me, than the fact that he's played 40 games or something like that. Like it's almost invaluable. But somebody would say, well, how invaluable? Like we can get, I'm just throwing out a name. We can get De'Aaron Fox, who's on the court for 75 games and can give you actual production. I think we'd be all right. So I think he's going to get whatever contract is waiting for him. And I think he'll sign with the Memphis Grizzlies. But the thought is
promptly trade him.
About 2 years.
Trade him.
About 2 years. I mean, we that's just the nature of the beast now, right? We're not going to see players stay with teams throughout their career anymore, which sucks. I really wish the CBA would go away. I wonder if they have an opt-out. It's been awful. Like just
I don't think they do.
I don't think they do either. I think it's a 10-year deal. As somebody who like now we're really damn, we talk about how people like start worrying about contracts and like you're like, well, it's not your money. What do you care? Well, when you're thinking about building a team now, there's definitely a fact like, well, they're not gonna pay Sabonis $400 million if they're a playing team.
Yeah.
So Sabonis going to be gone with 2 years left on his extension because the money is so massive.
Right.
Like you could justify it if it was like $150 million.
Right.
But the money is so crazy. And then the tax implications are so crazy. The
second apron wasn't a very literal game changer.
The tax implications and the aprons are so crazy. The Mavericks question Luka. Like that's how crazy it was. Like, damn.
Yeah, this
Do
isn't
we
about
really want to do that.
This isn't about beer diets and hot dogs. This was about 300 some odd million in fielding a competitive team around him.
Pretty sure the tax bill has the Celtics owners like ready to sell because of that.
Yeah. This guy, yeah.
Yeah, that guy, your boy, what's his name? He's the owner. He's like, man, I got tequila out here
the actual
jumping
owner?
off the shelves. Yeah.
Grosspick, I think. Wick.
Yeah, isn't he he's selling
Yeah,
like
they're
as a
selling.
shoot, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's one of the owners with Jordan and a handful of other guys on Sincaro.
Rumor is his dad saw the tax bills. Like, what the hell have you been doing the last few years? Like, we're not doing this anymore.
The bill came in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's and it leaves these teams with questions and answers they got to question, like, or excuse me, questions they got to answer with even a championship team. It's like, all right, this is cool, but in 2 years, somebody got to go.
You think we're hitting an era where we start to see stars just not move freely all the time, but like Luka got moved. Maybe we see Giannis next, John Morant. Those rumors are starting to happen.
So they move. This is they move. They just don't move freely.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like not freely, but more so teams are openly
teams are
trading
moving
these
them.
guys now.
Yeah.
I think that's.
Did you see the
horrible for
Ant-Man? Did you see the Anthony Edwards conversation with Malika? Of course, it's Malika, so you never, I don't know if they lied to her the way Taylor.
And Taylor, you just never know.
Well, again, you don't know. She asked, what was the question? Stupid. Well,
I think I'm out on
so
Edwards.
Okay, I want to get to that. I started and there was nothing wrong with it at all. I was intrigued. I just got sidetracked and wound up turning it off. I started Court of Gold. I started the Netflix joint.
Yeah.
And there was a scene relatively, again, I didn't watch very long, but there was a scene relatively early with Steve Kerr and Anthony Edwards. And I thought, this is the fakest scene I've ever seen. Like, Steve Kerr is doing this for the camera. He's talking about watching like LeBron practice and Steph practice, and you got to rebound it, get into guys. And it's like, oh, this is a bit. Like, you're doing this for the camera. And Anthony Edwards was like, yeah, for sure. He just wanted Steve to shut up. It was so obvious he wanted Steve Kerr to shut up so bad. And I was like, and that's not even about Ant-Man. That's about Steve Kerr. I was like, this scene is so fake. Like, this scene is 1000% fake. So I walked away from that. But the interview with Kendra, they asked, or not Kendra, Malika. She asked 5 championships on 5 different teams, or 1 championship on 1 team. And he said 1. and be with the one.
Hmm.
You believe him?
I do. I believe him. Ant is. I just think, in a basketball sense, he's a loyal dude.
Wow. Okay.
Just
all right.
Fair point. I actually thank you for clarifying that.
No, like,
I have to
yeah,
be
okay.
clear,
I look up and all I see is Jesse's face. Like, okay. Okay.
In a basketball sense, I think he's big on loyalty and his situation. Like, I think he understands what it would mean.
The amount of women
Minnesota.
that go, oh, so you're gonna stay with them for 20 years, huh?
I've seen way too many of Anthony Edwards' text screenshots.
Yeah, right.
I think in a basketball sense, he understands what, I'm assuming he's just talking about Minnesota, what that would mean to Minnesota. And I believe him when he says that. I also believe he don't want to, in basketball, he doesn't want to bounce around from team to team.
Yeah.
I do believe that.
What's up, William?
What's up, guys? What a crazy time to join the show.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Just what's your favorite Anthony Edwards screenshot messages has gone public?
Oh boy.
Don't answer that, Will. Please, please don't answer that. Will's one of the good guys. We don't want to corrupt Will Z. That's why we just bring in Will for like 10 to 15 minutes and then get him out of here because
it gets crazy.
He's got
the damage is done.
This wonderful family. We don't want to mess up Will.
Will's off limits, okay?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will protect Will Z at all costs.
I love that.
I want to start. Kings are back in action tonight at the Golden One Center. Start with your most recent article. This one about Markelle Fultz. I'm not sure that we've gotten the opportunity to talk about this with you yet. What do you think about that pickup? Why does it work? Why does it not work? What do you think his role will be?
Yeah,
I just asked
love
three
the
questions
pickup.
once. Literally the worst
No, that's
radio
good.
show host in history.
No, I love it. Let's see if I can remember all three. I love the
That's
pickup.
why you don't ask all those questions at once.
I already don't know if I remember the third, but that's all right. Love the pickup. I mean, it's super low risk, high reward. Like, it's the exact type of buyout candidate that I think the Kings should go for, and probably the only one that they're going to be able to get on the buyout market, or like that late season. They're not going to get like the Ben Simmons. Like, that's just not going to happen. So to be able to bring him in and in a big position of need for that point guard spot, I think is great. How he fits, I think, was the second question. I don't know. And that's what I tried to look at in the article. So the latest article, I looked at kind of what the rotation has looked like in the last 5 games. So over the last 5 games, we have kind of the new look roster. LaRavia wasn't here for that first one of the 5, but other than that, they've had everyone. There haven't been any blowout wins or losses. So it's been a pretty good example of what the rotation could look like on a night-to-night basis. And now we have to try and fit Markelle Fultz into that. I think it kind of made me sad to look at who might be the person to fall out of the rotation. Before I say it, I don't know if you guys read it. I'm sure I posted it like an hour ago and you guys been on the air. Who would you guys take out of the rotation to put Fultz in if you had to choose?
I don't know. So the caveat, I wouldn't take somebody out. Their minutes might go down a little bit, just a little bit. And then my first thought would be Malik.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 10-man rotation, though. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah.
You'd say.
So who are you dumping to the curb then, Will? Because you're waiting for us to say something. Oh, I feel like I know who it is.
Yeah,
who are you dropping?
It's Trey Lyles. It's been.
That's not what I thought.
No, we're not upset.
Who are you gonna say?
We're not upset at all. And I like Trey. Damn.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say cut DeMar's minutes. I thought you were going to say drop DeMar's minutes.
I mean, cutting the minutes, it makes sense. He's played a ton of minutes over those 5 games. So if you look at DeRozan's minutes, 37, 32, 38, 37, 43. That last one was overtime. So you can cut down on some minutes for that. But I don't know if I'm a huge fan of a 10-man rotation. I like having players in just a little bit longer for stretches. But it's tough. You look at, and why I think Lyles, it's hard. I love Lyles. The whole season, the bench has been either Monk at the start of the season or
after Monk started, it's been Keon and Trey, and that's pretty much in terms of like viable bench options. But now you look at Valanciunas is here; he's the clear backup 5, and you've got Laravia who can play the backup 4. I think he's kind of a 3-4 combo, but I think he could fill that role. And it may be something where it goes a little bit back and forth between Laravia and Lyles and who's kind of playing better at the time. But Lyles has been rough this year. Over those 5 games, again, small sample size, but Lyles just over 10 minutes a game, 3.8 points, 2.2 rebounds, 1 assist, 33% from the field, 23 from 3. And the minutes just haven't been good. We look at the net on-off rating all the time, and in those 52 minutes that Trey's been on the floor in the past 5 games, Kings are a negative 45 net rating. It's bad. It's rough. Laravia's right above him in terms of being bad. He's at like a negative 30 or something like that. So his minutes haven't been great either, but I'm more intrigued on what I think the combo of Fultz and Laravia could do than the combo of Fultz and Lyles or Laravia and Lyles. But again, it's a hard choice. We have 10 playable players, which hasn't been the case in a while.
So I'm trying to look up some stuff on the fly here to kind of figure this out, because I know a lot of the times when people discuss, who's going to be in the rotation, they tend to, like, at least how I feel, they tend to make it like, oh, well, this guy just ain't never going to play no more. And I was like, well, it don't have to be that. Like,
yeah,
you just change people's minutes. And I'm looking at in the last 6 games, I guess this is since the trade. Yeah, since the trade and the New Look Kings, like you kind of mentioned. DeMar DeRozan's at 37 minutes a night. Zach LaVine's at 37.2. Malik Monk is at 36.4. I mean, you take and rotations and stuff, maybe it's not this seamless, but you take 4 to 5 minutes off of all 3 of those guys, you got 15 minutes there for Markelle Fultz. Take another 2 minutes off of Trey Lyles, 2-3 minutes. Now you're looking at the guys playing 18 minutes a night, and that's all we're really asking for. So I feel like that makes sense, because I was trying to compare it to like the an average somebody, the league leaders in minutes per game. Kyrie's at 36.6. So I don't know if you need DeRozan playing you don't need DeRozan playing the most of any player in the league, with this team. Like, get him down to 32 or something like that. And I think that's a way that you can incorporate Markelle Fultz into the rotation without,
completely cutting someone out. Yeah.
Nothing to do with nothing. Just a reminder, Kyrie's 32. Like, he ain't a kid. Like, leading the league in minutes.
Who's second?
It's got to be DeMar.
Kevin Durant.
Stop.
36.5.
Stop.
DeMar.
Everything
I read those. That was 6 games. When you say DeRozan at 37, DeRozan isn't in the top.
Well, yeah, Mike didn't like him, so his numbers would be
Zach LaVine is like probably 12. He's at 34 now.
Oh, man.
Like his minutes down a little bit.
Yeah, Kevin Durant, 36.5 a night.
KD, that boy play. That boy play. Is that really, man, there's so many things that play, Will, when the Kings get back on the floor tonight. How big of, and I know you wrote about this too, we were going to play the clip of Doug talking to Matt. I think it was yesterday at practice. But you just wrote this piece about Markelle Fultz, just gave this, kind of way that he could play. You could find minutes for him. How big is the rotation part of this? Like, we talk about the guys and the way that they play, but how big of how much of the next 27 games or so is on Doug Christie, and how he gets these guys who we all think can contribute out on the floor in a timely manner?
Yeah, it feels like a ton, because at the end of the day, like, we can talk about Fultz versus Lyles versus Laravia, but like, none of those guys are, can you say this all the time? None of those guys realistically are going to be into close games. Like, that's all like during the game throughout the course of a season it'll add up. But when it comes down to crunch time, it's the top 6 guys. And it's, again, a tough choice for Doug. Like, you've got 6 really good options between the starting 5 and Keon. And it really seems like Doug's ready to make some difficult choices. His demeanor during the interviews, I thought, was very strong. He was like, let's get to work. This is what's going to happen. I'll be really interested to watch if the games are close tonight, like who out of the gate gets those closing minutes. But it feels like it's going to come down a lot to the coaching decision, which is tough to put on a first-time interim head coach. But that's kind of just the way the roster is shaping out.
Yeah, and I think Doug will do what's best for this team in all phases, right? Like, a lot of people think what's best for this team is always making the substitution or doing something. Maybe he understands, and I think he's got a pulse for this team.
Sometimes for Doug, it's letting him play 12 straight minutes.
Yeah, I got to ride this out a little bit, and because the ramifications for if I don't, could last me 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So those are real decisions. Those are real decisions. You got, like, it's easy for us to say, well, get over it and just play and do what's better for the team. All right. And then what if you lose that game on top of that? Then you lost the game and you might have lost the player for 2 weeks as well. So it's not as simple as it's made out to be. And I think Doug will always do what's best for the team, short term and long term.
I do feel more confident having, Damien, you always say how there's like 2 styles of coaches, the coach that plays on feel and the coach that plays on clock. And I think it's safe to say that Doug plays on a feel. I feel a lot more confident having that style of coach and substitutions with this roster, because it, like, on any given night, it could change. And I think Doug is more capable, that not just Doug, but there's just that style of coaching and substitutions is a better fit for making those adjustments on a game-to-game basis.
Will's breaking stuff.
Yeah,
like, we tried not to corrupt Will, and he's over here breaking
Too late.
Stuff. We could talk about rotations, Will. We could talk about finding minutes for Markelle Fultz. We could do all of this, but another thing that you wrote about relatively recently is that 3-point shot, and it's been a thing of conversation for a season now. All year, even maybe dating back to last year. What did your research show you regarding the Kings, their 3-point shot, and what the next month and some change will look like?
It's not great, but hopefully that's small sample size. Yeah,
ray of sunshine we'll see here.
Oh man, I can only do so much with the numbers. Sometimes you just got to go with what they say. But you look at the Kings 3-point numbers all season. We all know their issues. They haven't been hitting threes, and they've been giving up a lot of threes. It kind of dwindled down a little at the middle of the season. But if we look at the last 6 games, and that's after Zach LaVine's first game, the numbers just get worse. So in the last 6, the Kings have been shooting 33.8%, and their opponents 39.8%. That's a downfall for the Kings shooting percentage and a rise in the opponent shooting percentage. And then I looked at Kenny's favorite stat, the wide open threes, also going down for the Kings and up for the opponent, not only in percentage, but also in attempts. So on the season, the Kings were giving up 19.4. This is the Kings. On the season, the Kings have been taking an average of 19.4 wide open threes per game and making them at a 38.2% clip. Over the last 6 games, that number of attempts drops to 17.5 and the percent down to 33.3. On the flip side, the opponents, I throw that in so many articles, by the way. I type it in as much as possible, and it makes me laugh every time. But the Kings have been giving up on the season 17.9 at a 41.2% clip. In the last 6 games, 19.8, 44.5. So of those 4 data points, the Kings attempts percentage, opponents attempts percentage, all 4 have gone in the opposite direction that you want to go, which is not ideal. It could be, again, small sample size, 6 games isn't that much, but we see the possible nature of this Kings defense kind of collapsing on them, and the early indication of the 3-point defense is concerning. I think that shooting could go up. Levine alone can make that number go up if he gets back to his career average of like 38%. But the defense, I don't know if they're going to be able to kind of reverse that trend. And that's the more concerning one to me.
I gotta ask because I just asking the question. Has there been anything positive that's come out of the Kings in these last 6 games? I mean, the stats, the advanced analytics, it just shows that they're trash and they're trending that way. I mean, have they done anything particularly positive in 6 games?
I think their assists have been climbing the last 6 games, so it didn't start well. If you look at their assists, 21, 24, 28, 28, 38. I think that's a good sign. I think the offensive rebounds have been pretty good. You see that, especially with the addition of Valanciunas. It's not a fun brand of basketball to just hope for offensive rebounds and putbacks, but I think it can be effective. So we see a bit of that. Just taking a glance at box scores, I don't know. I think Sabonis has continued to play well, but not. They don't go to him enough, where I think that can prop up the team for a 27-game stretch. So nothing super stands out, which is sad to say, and I hate that being the answer. But a few things, but not anything super glaring.
Tell me how the Kings make the playoffs, William. And I don't care if it's through the play-in or however. How does this team, like, what goes right the rest of this way for the Kings to make the playoffs?
I think it's Keegan getting his 3-point shot back.
No,
I know. But you look at how effective he's been without a 3-point shot.
He ain't never going to hit another 3 again.
Or he's less stressed and now he'll play free.
Oh, that is a good point.
Yeah.
A good point.
Credit to Hannah for that one. She thought of that. But yeah, Keegan, he's been a very effective player, shooting around 32% on the season from 3. So if he can get back up to the high 30s, he'll go from being effective and a good player to kind of being an above, like, not great, but a very good player, if that makes sense. Either that or just riding the hot hand of DeMar or Levine, or just finding one player to carry them every night.
And yeah, that's the killer. Will, it feels like you have to have one. Like every night, you have to have that.
At least someone. The good thing is they've got a lot of options, because I wouldn't be surprised. Monk, DeMar, Levine, DeRozan. I think I said DeRozan twice. Anyway, they have multiple players who can go for like 30 plus on any given night, which is a nice thing to have, but also a scary thing to rely on.
Everybody. This is for everybody. Chatty House too. Off the top of your head. I keep looking at this like, what's the most points Keegan Murray has scored this season?
I know it, so I won't answer.
22.
It's a pretty good guess. It's 23.
Who is it against?
You want to give it to him, William? Do you know it off the top of your head?
I don't remember who.
It's Minnesota. He scored 23 against Minnesota on October 24th. He scored 22 against Toronto on November 6th. He scored 21 against Brooklyn on November 24th. He hasn't had a 20-point game since.
Yeah. It's been rough.
And he had a game.
I'm going to be honest. I wasn't expecting that. When I looked up that stat, when Will said Keegan's, find his 3-point shot, I think in my head, I was like, when was Keegan's 40-point game? Like 2 years ago is when it was.
And in those games where he hasn't scored 20 since, November, he had 17 or in the first quarter against Minnesota.
Bruh.
That was such a frustrating game.
Man.
But
yeah. He ended that game with 19.
I think, I don't know. I think that's kind of who Keegan is, what he is, and I think I would obviously want him to score 20, but him hovering around 16, 17, that's cool with me.
with his rebounding and defense.
I won't cheat. I'll stretch it to 11 games. 11 games, Keegan. This is crazy. Like everything I'm about to say is just wild. Keegan Murray has scored 17 or more points 11 times. That's it. Kings are 8-3 in those games.
Yep. He's the new Harrison.
Harrison was better.
What was
it happened more, right?
Like 15, wasn't it?
15, yeah.
Wasn't it? Harrison Barnes scored 15 points. The Kings were the 2016 Warriors. Man. I knew it was bad. I don't think I realized it was that bad.
I know.
How many single-digit games has he had?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
They played. Well, let me guess here. They played.
I love when you.
I'm gonna say 55 games.
Well,
they played 55 games. Out of 55 games, single digits 12 times.
William, you want in on this?
Sorry, I was counting. What's
Will was
got the cheat sheet right in front of him.
Will was trying to tear away this thing.
I was looking at how many times
said,
Barnes
I was counting,
scored
sorry.
17 or more last season.
You were looking at what?
How many times Barnes scored 17 or more last season and what the record was?
Oh, okay. I got 15 games. 15
games.
Games he scored single digits.
It's too many.
So we got 15 in single digits, 11, 17 or more.
Yep. And let's. Oh man. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, guess they're 8 and 7 in games where he scores single digits,
which isn't terrible.
It's not way you would think it'd be way worse.
It's their record for the season, like.
Well, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, no, this was fun. No, this was great, Will. Thanks a lot for joining us. This is great. Kings basketball tonight. Will and his stupid numbers.
Yep.
All right, man. Will, we appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. Lots of basketball next week to talk to you about. So we'll be locked into SI and we'll be ready to talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All
right, man. Take
care,
care,
man. Will Z. I'm bummed. Will invited me out to the winery this weekend, and I can't go because my mom's out of town. And I don't have anyone to watch Sprout, so I'm gonna have to catch Will next time, man. Damn. I'm all about the wine now. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the Damian Sabonis.
I haven't even had his. I can't find it.
No,
I don't know where it's at. I forgot what's it called. 11 or 1 and 1 or what is it?
I can't remember. I don't know. Let Damian Barling.
What? I'm a liar? Oh,
no, the wine.
Oh man, yeah. Easy.
No, wait a minute. We use la as a liar, not as a wine connoisseur.
Damian Barling, because that's what he had in the episode. Remember when they were talking to Obama, and everybody was like it was like cocktail hour or something like that. And LeBron
I didn't get there yet. Are you talking about court? Yeah, I didn't get through I got through like 15 minutes. I got through like 10.
Casey.
I got through like 10, 15 minutes.
Get to that part yet?
What'd you say?
So we haven't got to that part yet. Hey, dude, are you all right?
I don't know, man. I was looking up at this air fried steak that's airing on.
Well, that wasn't an air.
That's Outback steak. That steak looked terrible.
No, I wasn't talking. I was talking about it was the Angel Reese commercial.
Oh, okay.
Her meal at McDonald's.
Oh, look better than that steak they just showed on whatever that was.
And we don't disparage Outback. Outback is fine.
Outback's fine.
They closed down the Outback in my neighborhood.
I don't even know where them things are no more. Yeah, what's the one where you throw the peanuts on the floor?
Texas Roadhouse. I don't believe you do that anymore, though.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah,
okay, good. I went there once. That was gross.
People used to be like, "Oh yeah, like you can go to Texas Roadhouse and throw peanuts on the floor. Like that was cool."
Today it's Texas Roadhouse. That's what we got it. We got it.
I ain't even say nothing except
you said it's gross.
So I said throwing the peanut shells on the floor is gross.
Well, you said the food. I thought you were saying the food was gross.
No. I thought that the practice of just throwing stuff on the floor was gross.
Still got 30 minutes.
Also, I don't want to snack on.
I need a little bit more passion too. If he's gonna yell at some, like I said, there was hate in his heart when he's talking about the other things.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm telling you, the hate's gonna be directed towards you two.
It is us.
I feel like I'm happy 20 hours a day. These 4 hours when I get in here with you two.
Oh man, Texas
Got
Roadhouse.
everybody out here thinking I'm crazy.
Texas Roadhouse. I'm not crazy about their steaks.
I went there. I can't remember it. Like, I don't even understand. Like, why would you snack on peanuts? Like, they're so filling. No, they're delicious.
I mean,
but why would you want peanuts before you're about to have a steak?
It's kind of, for me at least, it's kind of like sunflower seeds.
So you'd
Like,
have sunflower seeds before you had a steak?
Yeah, they don't fill me up or anything. It's just like a flavor thing. Just something to snack on.
What the hell do I know then?
Well, I don't even know if I'm right. I don't know.
It's what can makes us different. I don't know. Just throw peanuts everywhere.
Well, that's what they do in Texas, I guess, at the bars in Texas.
There's a lot of things that they do in bars in Texas that I don't want any part of.
Yeah, if Texas is doing it, then I don't.
Yeah, if that's the cosign, they do it in Texas, then I'm out.
What are they supposed to do? Change your name to Nevada Roadhouse? No, it's Texas.
Well, that'd be the $2 steak you always talk about.
It's co-signed by Texas. I'm cool.
Somebody tagged us in there's a lot going on the internet. Legends
they've
got the
I just got that
Kevin
alert.
Durant joint.
Yeah,
Legends
not
Kevin
playing that.
CP3.
Boy, they really use that word in the league a lot.
Which one?
Well, the one that Luka called Kyle.
They do.
They use that word so much. I mean, I feel like I've been around the league a long time. I didn't know that.
They use it a lot. I don't understand it either. I mean, like, I don't understand why you always got to use it.
Did you see that clip Sean Cunningham posted where Zach LaVine like kind of playfully squared up with Jonas Valanciunas?
With the bear?
And then Valanciunas like made a move on him. Did you see that? Yeah. The look of fear in Jay. There was just this brief like moment where Jay Triano was like, "Oh my God, is this real?" And then like you see Jay kind of like, "Okay."
Valanciunas was looking like a bear going after Zach.
I mean, Sean's right. If I'm I'll go play around with Keon Ellis. I am not squaring up with Jonas Valanciunas even in a playful way.
That's a big guy.
That is a big human being. My goodness. Man, I meant to ask Eddie if he hates Cody Rhodes as much as you do, because I think he does.
I saw that.
He hates Cody Rhodes and Kendrick Lamar as much as you do.
Well, wait a minute. Neither one of us hate Kendrick Lamar.
Okay.
Neither one of us hate.
Oh, it was getting testy too earlier when you guys were talking to Mikey Winfield and the Kendrick and Drake stuff came up. I was like, oh my gosh, we're about to lose him right now.
It's the one thing we can't have a conversation about.
I don't hate Cody Rhodes. I just don't think he was the guy. I'll ask you about that when I come back.
I feel like they're missing.
Or during the break.
I've got to go to the bathroom. I almost KC'd this thing. When Will was talking and just left. We could come back. We got Kings basketball tonight. We might talk about it when we return here. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino.
Ooh. Now, Dame will pick up when we get here because we got to talk about the Kings when we come back. I guess, Jesse, what they ended up doing with the Cody Rhodes situation is it just combined two stories.
What do you mean?
Like, what I wanted was also a story that needed an ending. So, because you know what I thought Jay should have beaten Roman. I thought that was one, and that was the culmination of a 3-year-long circle. All right, Cody Rhodes finishing his story. To be honest with you, like, I don't even really know his story that much because I wasn't like.
I think he was just trying to win the title because his papa never could. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
It was good. Like, it was good, and then it was over, and then since it hasn't been great.
Now, I do understand that if you would have went the J route, you probably would have had the same issue. Yeah, that story would have finished. It would have been great.
You could have given
Jay
the
carrying the company. I don't.
Yeah, we
I don't
would have
think
got the
so.
belt off of Jay at WrestleMania Backlash.
Yeah. I just, I understand. I understand you want to finish the story. I thought my story was better though. I thought my story is better than Cody's story.
I don't know.
Let Jay be full circle, and be the one to be the tribal chief. After it started with who was the one that he was beating and they begged us up? Was it Jimmy? And he was beating the crap out of him, and then the brother came in and said, "No, bro, we got to stop this."
Maybe I don't remember.
Like, well,
This is really
there
the
goes
one.
my great story.
This is really the one right here.
Oh, it is.
When you're ready. When you're ready.
It is. Well, I think they're slow playing it. I think he might be ready right now. He might be ready today. But see, you could have kept it going. Now, Jimmy, is Jay is the champion. He's the tribal chief or whatever. And then all of a sudden, this guy Jacob Fatu comes in. Where did this guy come from? I don't know if the timeline matches up, but
how you feel about Kevin Owens, I think, is how I feel about Jay.
I understand.
Like he's good. Yeah, he's fine.
I understand. I get it. And you're probably right. Damien, what I was telling everybody and telling Jesse was, I guess it was just like the stories that needed to be finished. You just picked the one you wanted to tell, and they would have had the same outcome because, my story is Jay going full circle and being Roman. That's the story I wanted to finish. But I do realize you probably would find yourself in the same predicament that I think they're in with Cody. Like Jay wasn't going to carry the company moving forward. So you had to find a way. You would have been in the same situation. Now, the wild card is, and I don't know if the time matches up, is Jay wins the title. Everything's all good. And then all of a sudden, maybe the next night on SmackDown or on the next PLE, who is this Jacob Fatu guy? Who is he? Oh my God. And it just beats the hell out of Jay. And now you've got that going on.
I like it.
But I don't know I don't know. I can't remember when Jacob came it feels like it was later in the summer.
I gotta say, Casey's booking commentary is real 1993-ish. Just
Well,
is that him?
Isn't that the Survivor Series
It's
or
like
Royal
94
Rumble
or
that he loves so
93,
much?
yeah.
Where he's like, "Yo, that was Jerry Lawler versus Jeff Jarrett or Tatanka and the $1 Million Man or whatever it was."
No, that's SummerSlam.
Oh, sorry, my bad. This is
Like, you're
SummerSlam.
booking fine, but like the commentary is real. Like, wow, that's gotta be so and so.
The boyhood dream has come true.
1, 2, we go. Oh,
You knock it off, Jesse.
SummerSlam 94 was Tatanka and Lex Luger. You sold out. And that was also the fake
Undertaker versus Undertaker.
And there was, I think it was Razor and Shawn in a ladder match. The second
That was
ladder
95.
match.
That was 95.
Razor was doing something that
Razor, it was Razor and Shawn, but it was the match with Walter Payton.
Okay.
Walter Payton and
Gotcha.
They were planting the seeds for the Diesel breakup.
My guy's memory is crazy.
Casey
bro.
love him some 1994
Oh,
wrestling,
yeah.
boy. Oh my God.
That's when it was popping.
It was not popping in 1994. It was terrible.
Diesel was the man.
That's where here comes Duke the Dumpster Drosy.
Casey looks back on that 94 SummerSlam like, wow.
No,
that's when it peaked. That was wrestling at its best.
All right, your number 4 entrant to the Royal Rumble, Bastion Booger. Casey's like, yo, this is fire, dog. This is fire.
I'll never forget. We had to go to the last day of the fair. It was the same day as SummerSlam. Me and my cousin Mike was like, yo, bro, we got to get out of here now, man. We got to go watch SummerSlam. This was going to be crazy.
Got to get back for the Undertaker versus the Undertaker. Look, Casey Tucker says earthquake and typhoon. The natural disasters.
Remember when they were trying to throw shots in Major League Baseball and they had the wrestler that was like on strike?
What was his name? You know who it was? It was the Brooklyn Brawler.
Oh God.
Well, God dang it. What was his name?
It wasn't MVP.
No, it was shoot.
Oh boy.
Oh, this
I
man.
gotta figure it out.
Nah. Everyone be quiet. It was Spectre got it. It was Abe Knuckleball Schwartz. Damn it, Spectre got it. That's who it was.
Here he goes too. I googled him.
There he is. It's the Brooklyn Brawler right there. They just put the Brooklyn Brawler in like all sorts of different paint, and we're like, here, go do it.
Jacob says Casey, a big Isaac Yankum fan. I don't know, but it was like, yo, this dude crazy. Isaac Yankum, yo, this is crazy now.
He was an evil dentist, bro. What are you talking about?
Every time we bring up these wrestler types, I got to shout out Lord Tensai. John Cena put him over.
Oh yeah, that's when it was popping. And then what was the revelation I had the other day when you guys like, no man, it was popping, and it was like some random that either won the Royal Rumble or faced John Cena. It was like, I was like, all right, man, these guys. I wish I could remember because I came back and told you guys the next day.
I don't think a random's ever won the Royal Rumble.
They was fighting Cena.
I mean,
I said, come on, man.
Well, no, Cena used to do I mean, Cena put people over. He put over Sheamus.
Murdered the Nexus in one night, though.
Oh, he did murder the Nexus in one night. What's the story? Who was on his team? I think it was like Jericho or Edge or maybe both of them. And they were like, okay, this is what we're going to do. And Jericho and Edge were like, nah, this is a bad idea.
Horrible idea.
like, John, don't do this. This is a bad idea. No, it's going to work. It'll be fine. So they do the thing. Cena murders the whole Nexus. They go to the back and John goes, that wasn't probably the best idea.
The only one that lasted is doing commentary right now, I think.
Oh, Wade Barrett.
Wade Barrett.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Oh.
Hey, I have good news.
Yep.
Bean Money is
I was going to
back.
say, I hope it's Prize Picks.
Bean Money is back, baby. We about to cash out tonight, man. I already got the lineup set. I got DeMar DeRozan at 20.5 points. I'm going more. He about to cook. I got Jonas Valanciunas. They got him at 6 points. I'm going more on that. Steph Curry, 12 3-pointers attempted. Give me less. I don't think he's going to get 12. 3-pointers attempted. And then Malik Monk, 2.5 free throws made. Give me that. The one I got with the red demon, Zach LaVine, 3.5 3-pointers made. Give me all of that, man. Yeah, give me all of that. So we about to cook. Prize Picks is the way to go. You need to go down, get that Prize Picks app on the phone if you don't already. And here's what you do when you download it. Put the promo code KIFM in. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't have to win or anything. Just put the promo code KIFM in there. You get $50 no matter what, man. You must be present in certain states. PrizePicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game. There goes Abo.
Such an unnecessary, dramatic ending to that read. Like, just so unnecessarily dramatic. And I can't even be mad at him because we were doing some KSFM stuff yesterday where we're at the finish line and my dumbass gets lost. I have no idea how to get to the break. I'm just sitting here talking, and my guy's just letting me talk instead of saying, we'll be back, or like literally anything. I'm just over here on KSFM lost like a jackass.
Was Ultimate Warrior around for SummerSlam 94?
94, no.
What do you think he would have to say about that era of wrestling?
Oh, wow. That's what we're doing.
Now, you've got Tatanka, you've got Undertaker, you've got Razor, and they all come from the top of the rope. And they all make sure that the galaxies are in line.
What?
And when the galaxies are in line, you have the robots. And the robots come through. And the Ultimate Warrior will then see the light. And all the little warriors will then know that the kings will light the beam tonight.
I changed my mind. I don't like that impression anymore.
You mentioned robots. You know they got like robot like bodies now.
Bro, you see
Like,
that?
Robot what?
Bodies.
bro,
Like
they
they
got-
had a
they
robot
got-
hanging from
they got-
like the wires, like
Well,
the movies.
and then all right. Hey man, hey, just
No,
chill.
no, this is serious. This
No,
is serious.
chill.
This
No,
is
wait,
serious.
chill.
We're good.
Chill. They got all human bones in them. They do.
That's not a robot then.
I think
See, okay.
Well, we have like
All right,
206.
This is stupid. I don't like
once
this.
again, we got 206 bones in our body.
That's what they tell us.
They put 206 in the robot, and they showed that this was the crazy part. They showed it has full thumb capabilities, and it can squeeze a trigger.
They have it hanging like as soon as like the green light is ready, it's like we're done.
Yeah, they
like
said,
he's ready. It's ready.
they
It's go
said,
time.
Orders will be. You can place orders later this year.
This one was kind of terrifying. Like we laugh about the dogs. This one's like this is like the movie.
I didn't laugh about the dogs. Just to be clear, I didn't laugh.
Yeah, no.
This like this world is literally going to kill itself. All of these smartasses who go, look what I can build. I'm a rocket scientist. I'm going to build a robot that can murder people.
I hope they get them first.
And then the jackass that basically runs the world now. Our cars are going to drive off a cliff.
Look at this.
Stop
look
it.
At this. Look at this. Yeah, no, for real.
First of all, he looks like he's about 6'4".
Yeah.
6'4" my ass. That's at least 8 feet. He looked like Giant Gonzalez.
We're so good. Oh my gosh.
And they put bones on.
And you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna put a badge on him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a video or a picture?
There's a video. Let me see.
There is a video.
Let me mute it real quick.
Come on, man. So he's just hanging right there. But yeah.
Okay.
Twitches and everything. Oh no.
Oh, this is.
Can you imagine it?
Look at his head. Oh.
Bro, this is whack, bro. This is whack.
Yo, we are.
This is
done.
This is a lot tougher to stop than the robot dog.
We are done.
Yeah. Although the robot dog, I don't know if he's stopping that either, because they just changed the little head on the front of their thing from lovable dog.
Like, how do you even
to a damn Uzi?
What do you like? How do you stop? Like, kill the Wi-Fi? Like, how do you stop this,
brother? You don't.
Aliens, come save me, bro.
Bro, we're done. Like, we're done.
Because I already said I'm rocking with the aliens.
I told
man.
you,
Come
we're
save me,
done.
bro.
All those cars that we have, they're going to like just one day our cars are just gonna stop. Just because old boy is like bored. He's like, I'm just gonna stop all of my cars. Just stop.
Yeah.
I don't even tweet crazy about him because I'm afraid he'll nuke my Twitter account.
I don't know.
He's got a bad temper, bro. We might be done.
This is crazy.
Nah,
He's gonna shoot down the beam tonight.
All right, that's where we draw the line. Don't mess with the beam.
Nothing. Do absolutely nothing. That little robot Jesse just had on the screen is going to climb up to the top of the Golden One Center, rip the beam, and just throw it away.
Well, I mean, we'll say this though. If I can find the comment, there is a bright side to this situation.
I don't think there is.
Can you imagine they changed the All-Star game to robots versus humans?
Oh, you think no defense? You think the humans aren't playing defense now? They gonna get cooked,
man.
They gonna get cooked. I can't find it, but Coach Phil said wing depth on the way.
Well, I was gonna say, Matt George says any 6'8" robots want to suit up for the Kings, though. Well,
give me a 6'1" point guard instead.
Okay.
I really hope they don't mess with sports. Like, I hope we're not like we'll get to the point where they'll have the robots playing the game.
Bro,
that is not fun.
Bro, with all that just went on with genders, we're gonna start letting mechanical objects into sports.
No, they gonna just have their own league.
Oh, didn't have your own league. I don't.
But they're gonna put all the money towards
LeBron
that
will still be
because
the
they ain't got to pay them. They ain't got to pay the humans.
No, that's true.
So they're gonna put all the money towards that. That's the day I'm out there.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna have no personality.
Well, there'll be nerds who want to go watch it. They don't care.
Well, there will be nerds.
Nerds and dweebs that want to go watch it. So That's when I'm out the sports game, bro.
You imagine a robot D'Lo and KC show?
Would they be funnier than we are?
They'd be programmed to try.
Like, would they be able to riff on like Doink the Clown or like Gold Dust for 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Or
Honestly, I
20?
don't know if you have that range because like we literally started yesterday's show with Gold Dust. You're gonna tell me you got the mind to program that into a
Like,
robot?
I don't even know how you like prepare for that. Like,
Yeah.
okay, just on a random Thursday, open up the show talking about the original incarnation of Gold Dust character.
Like, can a robot talk
Like-
through who like escaped from Alcatraz and like
No.
solve that?
Would the robot have a weird affinity for 1994 wrestling
Maybe.
and like Tatanka?
If you programmed it right.
Casey loves him some Tatanka, man.
I don't know if it was just memorable because it was, they were trying to say, and that was just a terrible storyline, but they were trying to say the whole time he was trying to tell Lex Luger, you sold out, and it was him the entire time. And Luger was like, I didn't, bro. I didn't.
Can we recap some of the $1 Million Man storylines?
Well,
just real quick.
Go ahead and inform me.
Well, he came in with the slave, who just happened to be a black dude.
Jesus.
Wait, they referred to it as a person as a slave.
Well,
No, he was his manservant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
Even still,
let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
Virgil was a
it's the way-
slave.
yeah.
Yeah, Virgil was a slave. And then the Native American wrestler Tatanka, he just buys him. Just buys him. It's just like, no, you're mine now. Nobody, I don't know. I guess 13-year-old me didn't find any of this strange.
You're mine now. Oh, that's crazy. He went. He bought He brought Andre the Giant.
The more you talk, we talk.
He did
through
buy
it.
Andre the Giant. That was a great storyline, though.
The more we talk through, it's like wrestling should not exist now.
Well, WWE shouldn't exist.
Well, that's
like
what I
Vince
mean.
McMahon survived all of this.
Well, would you want to be stuck with AEW?
Well, to be fair, AEW's probably not here. If WWE's not around.
Yeah, probably not. Well, I mean, someone else
AEW's
could
barely
have.
here now.
They sent out like a press release for their event coming up. I guess it's at the Memorial Auditorium.
Yeah.
Like, hey, do you want to talk to? I was like, I don't know who this person is.
If they ain't giving us Mercedes Moné, I don't care.
Yeah, there's.
I'll talk to Mercedes Moné. She's a legend in the game.
Yeah,
Ricky Saints is with
she made the
NXT.
stupidest decision ever.
She did. She did.
Ricky Saints is with NXT. Just hearing you say that makes me sick.
What if that was his idea though?
There's no way that was his idea. I refuse. There's no way. He did not go in there and go, hey, guys, call me Ricky Saints. There's just absolutely no way.
They
See, Zabo says he picked the name.
He
Zabo-
picked it. He
He
picked
had
the
to.
name because they told him he can't be Ricky Starks.
Yeah.
It's not that bad though.
It's
It's
bad.
okay.
It's bad. Plus, it kills the gimmick. Like, oh, you look like Ricky Saints. I'd be like, what? Get out of my face.
You're just going through a gimmick change too.
I don't do gimmicks. I'm John Cena. Well, John Cena had it. John Cena was prototype for his last name is Starks. I don't understand why his name couldn't be Ricky Starks.
I think they said there was another person in NXT with the last name Starks or whatever their
Get
character.
out of here.
His first name ain't Ricky.
Well, change that guy's name. Ricky Starks, 35 years old.
Huh.
I don't think I knew that.
Is he older or younger than you thought?
He's a little older than I thought.
I think all these guys, once they get on TV, are kind of old.
How old
Like-
is it? How old
like
is
Roman-
AJ Styles at
Roman's
this
almost
point?
40,
He's gotta
ain't he?
be 50,
Or is he
right?
40?
He's 47. AJ Styles is 47. Roman, I'm gonna go 41. Yeah, that's gonna be my pick. Roman Reigns, 39. 39 years old. Roman Reigns. He'll turn 40 in May. Let's see how old Jesse's favorite is here at this point. It's got to be 50 something.
Who?
Dwayne is 52. He'll turn 53 in May.
That's your guy.
No, that is your guy. We have established that. You willed his return. Like, you
Yeah, sorry,
willed
I got
Dwayne's
connections
return.
with the WWE. That's different.
Well, while we're here,
I got CM Punk back by the way too.
CM Punk got to be 40 plus, huh?
That's
yeah,
really- that's
easily.
really-
45. I'd say.
Easily.
I'm
You're
gonna
going
say
to go. You're going 45 for Punk. CM Punk.
If CM Punk didn't leave, for all
46
those
years old.
he'd be one of the goats.
Who'd be one of the goats?
If CM Punk, if he didn't leave for all those years,
CM Punk is one of the goats.
All right, then we'll just go with that then.
What
Yeah,
do we mean?
CM
Well,
Punk
okay,
is
well,
that.
what do we mean by that? Is he top 25 all time?
Yes. I was gonna
Maybe.
say I was gonna throw top 15.
Yeah, I'd go top 25.
Well, I talk about all the older guys. How old is our boy? Sacramento's own.
Jacob?
I'm gonna say he's under 30 still.
Oh, I don't think so.
I think he's like 32.
I do
He's
not
still
think
young,
Jacob
I
Fatu
think.
is under 30.
See, that's
Jacob Fatu is 32.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Just turned 32.
all
Oh,
these
no. He'll turn 33 on March 7th.
Oh, you need to pull up for his birthday. You need to come to the De'Aaron game.
It would be so great. Oh man. D'Lo and Casey walk out onto the floor with Jacob Fatu. With just our arms folded. See
I wish somebody would say something.
Anybody
right now.
want to talk? Just walk on, just stand there, just with Jacob Fatu right next to us. Doing that thing where he just kind of like rocks from side to side.
He had a cold little promo the other day. That wasn't even a promo. It's like a scene. It was like Solo came back and he was like, yeah, I lost my way or something. And, I needed to get my head straight or whatever, but I need you to, beat somebody so we can get this belt back in the bloodline or something like that. And Jacob didn't do nothing. Jacob just kind of looked at him, just kind of walked off. And it's like, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh my, is he about to turn up? Jacob is that dude, bro. He's that dude, man. He got everything on lock. Did you see the behind the scenes when he met the boogeyman and like fanned out?
Jacob, I didn't.
Yeah, that was he's like a big ass little kid who's also scary too.
Yeah, he fanned out. He was like the boogeyman, shot a promo on his, like he recorded him shooting a promo like personally on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, oh, let's go, boy, let's go. He was like super.
He was like giddy that the boogeyman like shot a video or whatever. Matt George threw it in the chat. There's a video of him from last year. I think last year's Royal Rumble. And he's like standing on a chair, like getting all excited because Jimmy and Jay are out there to start. Yeah.
I seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
Jacob,
and now he's the one.
He's the one, bro. Go ahead and let's start this at WrestleMania. Start his reign. Start his push at WrestleMania.
Who's his dad? Like, I'm trying to figure out where he fits in. He's part of the Hawaii family, nephew of Rikishi Umaga. Oh, older brother of Journey Fatu. I don't know who that is. Someone help us out. Sam. Sam is his dad. Okay, yeah, that's right, because he's from Sacramento. Sam is his dad. All right. My man. 7 kids.
Fatu?
Yep.
Jacob Fatu?
Yeah. Says children, 7.
Okay. All right.
I'm good. Well,
Fatu Dynasty.
Well,
bloodline continues.
Well, 20 years from now, this thing gonna be popping.
No, they can literally do the bloodline forever. I'm sure.
Well,
no, I mean like WWE, like they could just base their entire company off the bloodline.
They absolutely could.
They already been doing
and
it.
And there ain't one of them
been
dudes,
doing it for 40 years.
There ain't one of them dudes in the bloodline that can't wrestle.
Nah, man, they get after it.
Not one of them.
They understand the business. You know who else understands the business?
Who?
Domantas Sabonis. Because the business of making the playoffs starts tonight at the Golden One.
Did you just tried to segue us back to the Kings? No, nice job.
The Kings do play tonight.
No, they definitely do.
I gave up on that 20 minutes ago.
No, they definitely do. I'm just eyeballing KSFM really closely because we're already in commercial. Yeah.
We're actually got a minute and a half about right at 55.
Real quick, how you feel about the game, man? Kind of wait and see mode.
I don't feel bad. Mm-hmm. I absolutely don't feel bad. Like, I feel like the Kings can win most games that they play. I think they could beat the Warriors, but I don't know that they will. I think they could beat the Hornets. I don't know that they will. Yeah. I have the same emotions about this team, going in. Of course, they haven't played in a week. You feel a little bit different. Maybe, all right, I guess 1, maybe 2 practices, get-togethers, whatever. Maybe that was enough. You're hearing these stuff about putting in sets. Like, hey, all right, I'm in. Like, let's go. I'm not going to go in with this presumptive feeling you're going to play bad. I'm going to go in with the fact that I expect these guys to play well coming off this break. Steph had all-star stuff. Jimmy went to Dubai. Draymond was working TV. These guys, sure, did they have a break from basketball? Yeah, maybe Steph didn't, but did these other guys? They didn't really have a break, like a break, not like the Sacramento Kings had. So I expect the Kings to come out and be fresher than the Golden State Warriors, but whether that amounts to anything is anyone's guess.
I think we got a big Zach LaVine game tonight.
Well, we got a big. Well, what's that mean though? Because we got a big Zach LaVine game against the Pelicans.
True.
I need a big fourth quarter Zach LaVine game. Give me that. Give me a big clutch time Zach LaVine game. Give me that. Give me more DeMar DeRozan, clutch player of the year type stuff.
Yeah.
Give me Domas and give me a group of guys hitting in the fourth.
There we go.
We got to go. In every sense of the word, we've got to get over to KSFM. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here Monday beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
Sorry to do this to you guys. We really do have to run. We've got like a minute and a half or so, and I've got buttons to flip and all of that. So thanks for a fun day. Thanks for a fun week. We'll see you guys back here Monday.